And completing the team, I'm delighted to say, is Gareth Batty. We're here for the first time. We're just a couple of minutes away from the national anthems. I'm not going to ask you about spinners bats because it's the first. We've got 4 days, hopefully, or even 5. Hopefully not just 3 to talk about that. But your thoughts about the series? Excited?
Absolutely. I think it's almost like that changing of the guard with England, with them making a very brave and bold decision about Broad and Anderson. It puts a lot on the plate of Wood and Wilkes. They have to lead the attack now. And then some youngsters get opportunity. In Overton, coming in, Leach coming back into the fold, which I'm super excited about. I get incredibly disappointed when people go into test matches without a frontline spinner. I think it's diluting the quality of what we might see. I think that will be exciting. We know the Caribbean surfaces can spin a bit, and what Maddie said, it was dry and then a bit tacky. It tells me the groundsman was a bit worried it was too dry. He's giving it a sprinkling, trying to seal it, and it's just, he might even, the spinner might bowl this morning. In the Caribbean. So I think it's hugely exciting. There's some young players in there who want to put their foot down and correct some of the stats that Gerard's been talking about with the batting numbers, and it's a great opportunity all round.
There's international cricketers and domestic cricketers have been struggling for form and been down on workloads for 2 years now. Jack Leach has had it particularly rough, I think, but he had a couple of long bowls in the warm-up game and took 6 wickets, and I know that some of them were not his best deliveries, but 6 wickets is 6 wickets.
Yeah, and I know how that works out, because I played a carry game and got 6 for, and then played against Lara and he got however many 1,100 runs in the game. It doesn't always work that way, but it's nice to get some bowling under your belt. Look, we can sit here and say he's been mistreated, he's been used badly, and so on and so forth. They're under the bus in Brisbane, then doesn't play at Adelaide. All these things. It's just what spinners have to put up with. And I'm not here with a violin, sort of making light of spinners, this, that, and the other. It's just a very good opportunity for a young man to stake another claim, to be saying, I need to be playing every game this series, and it's good to see him back in there.
A couple of minutes away, 10 minutes away now from the first ball of the first test match of 3 in this series. We'll take a short break, be back with the national anthems.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the EFL.
Enjoy unmissable coverage of every hard-hitting, mighty Six Nations clash throughout the Championship on TalkSport. Scrum down for expert previews and reviews as the best teams in Europe battle it out to be Six Nations champion. Six Nations updates this Friday morning from 6 on TalkSport Breakfast with the Times and the Sunday Times. Catch essential analysis and insight from our winning lineup of journalists and former internationals, including Lawrence Dallaglio and Sam Warburton. Try it free for 1 month at thetimes.co.uk/trial.
Coming soon to a Trust Ford near you and making their debut. The tougher, smarter Ford Transit, the Ford Ranger pickup, and the all-new electric Ford E-Transit. A workhorse that won't cost the earth. Get in on the action with 0% APR on selected models and £500 when you upgrade. You'll be on the edge of your driving seat, so enjoy the ride and stand out from the crowd. Now showing at Trust Ford. Visit trustford.co.uk.
My prostate cancer was thankfully caught in the nick of time, but it shouldn't be down to luck.
Men at higher risk are
aged over 50,
those with a family history of the disease, or black men over 45.
Check your risk of prostate cancer now. Search Risk Checker or visit prostatecanceruk.org. Men, we are with you.
At Crown Trade, we asked a bunch of painters and decorators to share their personal thoughts on the important stuff, like what this year's most popular colour will be.
Oh, a nice pale green.
pink,
brown. It won't be brown. Be turquoise, definitely. Or yellow.
It seems there's only one thing that our decorators can agree on, and that's their choice of trade paint.
Gotta be crown.
crown.
Yeah, crown.
Find out why 98% of painters and decorators who use Crown Trade say there's no better paint. Visit crowntrade.co.uk. It's not just paint, it's personal. Findings based on 200 professional decorators.
Today's $1.99 wrap of the day is the barbecue bacon and chicken one. Guaranteed to cause flavour envy. Picture a soft tortilla wrap filled with...
crispy chicken.
Lush, smoky barbecue sauce. Delicious bacon too, yes please. Today's $1.99 barbecue bacon and chicken one. So big on flavour, everyone will want some. Only at McDonald's. From 11 a.m.
Dogs are still cute at night, and shareable moments still happen at night. Get the epic new Samsung Galaxy S22 Ultra on Vodafone with its revolutionary cameras, so you can take clear, bright night shots. Save £432 guaranteed when you trade in a Samsung Galaxy S20 using our trade-in tool. Vodafone.
£18 per month trade-in saving on 24-month airtime plan. Device plan required. CPI plus 3.9% annual increase. Eligibility checks and terms apply at vodafone.co.uk/terms. Credit by Vodafone.
PGA Tour, the Players' Championship, live on TalkSport 2. Thursday night from 10. As the world's golfing elite go head-to-head at TPC Sawgrass, hear full swing-by, pitch-by, putt commentary of all the action direct from Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida. PGA Tour, the Players' Championship, Thursday night from 10. Live on TalkSport 2.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on TalkSport 2.
10 minutes away from the first ball of the first of 3 test matches from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. Alongside me, Matt Pryor and Gareth Batty, former England wicketkeeper and all-rounder. England are bottom of the World Test Championship at the moment, and their prospects of reaching the 2023 final would appear to be remote, if not non-existent. So the question was asked about whether Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson might have gone if England were in contention for a place in the World Test Championship final, and whether this consequently, because they're out of the running, is seen as a, I think the term development tour was used, I think is very harsh, but a sort of a rebuilding, resetting tour. Is there anything in that?
Very much so. I think calling an England cricket team a development team is wrong. I mean, first and foremost, you're representing England. You've got to be one of the best players in England to play. And I think that's one of the reasons why Broad and Anderson were so upset, because they see themselves still as 2 of the best cricketers, and they'd earned the right to be selected to play cricket for England. And those would have been the questions asked of Andrew Strauss when they got the call to say you're not going. It was sort of like, okay, well, who's better than us? Because I assume you're selecting the best England team to go and win a Test series in England. And you know, only the powers that be will know what the answer was. It can't be a development team. I understand rebuilding. I get that bit. But you still have to have players that you believe can win the series. What I do think is, you know, it's not been said yet, but very much so, because of the embarrassment, it was an embarrassment of the last Ashes, I think the focus for the ECB will be right. A bit like, what was it, 2015, when they were nowhere in that World Cup, got pumped, got out, you know, absolute rock bottom. It was like, right, the goal is to win the White Ball World Cup. The goal now will be to win the Ashes in Australia. So everything they do now will be about winning the Ashes in Australia. Broad and Anderson are not going to be in the Ashes in Australia. You wouldn't have thought. So actually, we know about them. We need to find out about these other guys. And actually, the focus has been about Broad and Anderson, but actually, it's not about them. It's about Wokes. People like that. I still see him as a young player, but he's not. He's 33 years old. He's played a lot of cricket. He needs to step up. And he needs the opportunity to step up as a leader within the group. I'm using Wokes as one example, but there are a few of them that now need to step up as leaders.
Yeah, development is a bad choice of language, I think. We can't use that in international cricket, and certainly for our national team, you know, I support the England team like everybody else that's listening. That's just a bad choice of language. The rebuilding phase, yes, I truly believe it is, and I think it actually needs to be built around some senior players like Maddie's touched on there with Wokes and Wood. They've got to lead the line now. They've got to do it for their captain. They've got to get something on side with the captain, so he's got trust in them, and then they can be the pillars that Broad and Anderson have been for the last 10, 15 years, and that is what England are searching for. The average is what it is from numbers. It's the young players who are the unknown that will raise that average, so that's the exciting part of this trip. But your senior players need to hold their average and just make it go up incremental bits, tiny bits, like 1-2% for England to get to where they want to be.
Right, moments away from the national anthems, and as always in the Caribbean, there will be three. There's the national anthem of the host nation, in this case Antigua and Barbuda, and then we'll have the English national anthem, and that'll be followed by the anthem of the Caribbean cricket, Rally Round the West Indies. Just a reminder that Joe Root's won the toss, and England will bat first. He said that it looks like a dry surface and it's cracking quite early. Here we go. One of those great tunes that best sums up the atmosphere, the party atmosphere, and it certainly brings a bit of hype and anticipation as well. We're a couple of minutes away now from the first ball. A reminder that Joe Root has won the toss and England will be batting first, and up first in the commentary box. And to run through the teams, I would imagine, although that's not an instruction, it's my delight to welcome Andrew McKenna.
Thank you, Manners. Well, seeing as you've suggested it, I will continue on that theme then. England have named Alex Lees and Zach Crawley as the opening batsmen, Joe Root and Dan Lawrence at 3 and 4, Ben Stokes and Johnny Bairstow at 5 and 6. Ben Folkes is the keeper at 7, and then the bowlers Chris Wokes, Craig Overton, Mark Wood and Jack Leach. And Lees and Crawley are on their way out to the middle. The 22nd opening partnership for England since January of 2015. It's been a somewhat revolving door existence for England openers, and the 7th opening partnership since January of 2020. Now the players will head out to the middle, then both sides will take a knee before we get underway. And we will get this 3-match series underway. Of course, every ball of it will be exclusively live here on TalkSport 2. There'll be no commercial breaks during the play. You won't miss a thing. Now we are going to get going, and Kemar Roach is going to be the man who gets entrusted with the first over of the series. Of course, the last time we all assembled in the Caribbean, in Antigua, the West Indies won the test against England by 10 wickets as England were bowled out for 187 and 132, and Kemar Roach was man of the match. Can he start this series off something similar? West Indies team, just while we've got a moment. Brathwaite and Campbell. As the players take a knee, the West Indians also raise their right fist. Brathwaite and Campbell opening. Brooks, Bonner, Blackwood and Holder. Josh De Silva's the wicket-keeper. Joseph, Roach, Pamal and Seals the sides. And I don't think we've mentioned yet the umpires for the first test. Gregory Brathwaite and Joel Wilson. Leslie Reaper is watching the TV replays if we need them. And we are just about ready to go. So Alex Lees and Zach Crawley. How are they feeling this very moment? Excited to be going. Joe Root has won the toss. Elected to bat, as we say. Kemar Roach has ball in hand and is just waiting for the umpire to say play so that we can get ourselves going. He's going to start around the wicket to the left-handed Lees. Lees will be on strike. Very first ball. 3 slips and a gully in place. Here we go then. Kemar Roach around the wicket. And Lees allows this to go through to Josh De Silva. And nothing is done from the first ball. Delighted to say that it is Gareth Batty and Matt Pryor alongside myself. So, Matt, from a batsman's point of view, a nice sighter first up. A little bit of shape on it, but it started wide and nothing too much to trouble Lees.
Yeah, I think the only other ball Lees would have wanted was just one on his hip that he could have clipped down to fine leg for one and get off the mark. But yeah, interesting, he's taking first ball. Took first ball as well, so straight into it.
Here comes Kemar Roach for the second ball of the test match. That's Fuller, and Lees will play at that one. Pushes it to mid-off. No run there. Very good afternoon to TalkSport listeners as well, who are joining us here on TalkSport 2 for the first few balls of this England innings. England winning the toss, electing to bat, and 2 balls in. Well, they've done something that they didn't manage in the Ashes series. They got through 2 balls of the first over of the first test without losing a wicket. As you can hear, England fans in attendance, and the majority of the fans in the stadium are English. Kemar Roach around the wicket. Now that goes through to the keeper. Lee's shaped to play at it. I think pulled the bat inside the line.
Yeah, we'll give him a leave, won't we? We'll give him a leave. Yeah, look to play it, but Kemar Roach going from around the wicket, taking the ball away from the left-handed Lees to the slips. Not wanting to chase one, leave the bat hanging out, so sort of look to play at it, line it up, and then pull the bat on the inside. Yeah, we'll give him a leave for that one. Roach around the wicket for the 4th ball, and again, it's a ball that's wide, it's fullish, it's tempting him to drive, but Alex Lees so far has no interest in that. Gareth Batty, you're still connected with the county game. Obviously, Alex Lees has come out of the county game into this England squad. What's the word around the traps then about Alex Lees? What's the report card say?
I would be going series opening ball with Kemar Roach, going around the wicket, operating it off stump, taking it away from him, testing him, not quite addressing the ball as he would want with his right hand side, and just bringing that left hand in.
As Roach goes in and Lees squeezing this out, back with a point. He's underway. England are underway with a boundary. Lees just opens the face of one that's over-pitched and guides it all along the floor. He's underway with 4. England 4 without loss.
2 full from Roach. Just gets it on that popping crease length, which is no real danger for Lees, just to lean on it, but that's almost what you want Lees doing from a bowling point of view. He does grow up at the ball a bit with his bottom hand too much, and he will at times play in front of himself, which brings those slips into play. So he won't be too disheartened, Roach, but a nice start from Lees.
Final ball of the first over then. Roach in, that's 2 wide. It's through to Josh De Silva, and there is no run. England 4 without loss at the end of the first over then, here on TalkSport 2. For those of you who don't maybe follow the county game as closely as maybe you do the international stuff. Alex Lees, 127 games of first-class cricket. He's just over 7,000 international runs, so that's an average of just under 35. With that, he's got 1,735 50s.
Yeah, I mean, he's a solid county pro. He's done the hard yards up top, opening the batting at Headingley, and now he's obviously at the Riverside, and you can get some pretty interesting pitches, for the vast majority of the county championship season, being in April and May, and then the back end of the season when it's still very dewy in the morning. So he does it hard up there.
We'll get Jared Kimber's thoughts in just a minute on that one, as Jayden Seales is about to bowl the second over of this test match. His sixth test. Jared, just quickly before Seales comes in.
Yeah, his first year for Durham, he played 10 matches and he averaged 16. He's done very well since then, but it was he struggled that first year to work out going up north.
Here we go then. Seales, right arm over to the right-handed Zach Crawley. That's two straight. And he's trying to flick it down the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it. It's through to keeper. Going away to his left-hand side. Not able to take it cleanly, but there's no run added to the total.
He's got an interesting action, hasn't he, Seales? Is he almost like off the wrong foot a little bit, sort of Mike Proctor-like back in the day? Just a little bit. He might be difficult to get your trigger movement, so that sort of ready position that Crawley will go a little bit back and across and in there.
Are you suggesting that Maddie faced Mike Proctor?
Been very negative so far, Jared.
Seales on his way in. Straight, and that one wobbled around as it goes past Crawley. He doesn't play, but then boomed away towards first slip quite late on, once it has passed the stump. So getting a little bit of movement there early on, gents.
Yeah, he's nicely over the top of the ball. He's got that sort of canted seam position where it's going towards the batsman, and then as it goes down, because he's sort of that awkward delivery stride, he's a little bit off the wrong foot, but not quite. He's sometimes over the top, sometimes not over the perpendicular, which is 12 o'clock on the clock. Sometimes it'd be 11, sometimes it'd be 1, which will just make it difficult for which way the ball's going to go. This time it went away from the right-hander.
In he comes again. Now that's straighter, and Zach Crawley is underway, and he's underway with a boundary, just like Lee's in the previous over. That one too full, too straight, punched straight back past the bowler all along the floor. England 8 without loss from 2 boundaries.
Yeah, fantastic shot this, and is exactly how Zach Crawley would want to get off the mark. The ball before, actually quite a tight leave. You talk about opening batsmen, owning the channel, owning that area that the bowlers want to bowl in and around off stump, just outside. That gets a little bit tighter on him, and he's able to, from Seales, and Zach Crawley's able to lean into it and hit a crisp drive straight back past the bowler.
Seales is on his way in towards the commentary box, and that's down the leg side, sparred at by Crawley, doesn't get anything on it. Keeper going down the leg side will gather, and there is no run. So 16 test match wickets for Jayden Seales in his 5 matches so far, a best of 5 for 55, and he is opening the bowling for the West Indies in this first test match against England. Just to remind you, if you are just joining us here on TalkSport 2, England won the toss, elected to bat, as Joe Root became the first captain in the last 6 test matches to bat first. The previous 5 have all elected to bowl. Seales on his way, bit of width. Oh, lovely shot from Crawley, over-pitched, half volley. It needed to be put away, but it is put away beautifully. Minimum of effort, minimum of fuss, straight through the covers, 12 without loss.
Oh, Zach Crawley, this will be making him feel very pleasant inside. Just lent on this one, and it's that sort of Gower-esque drive where he just lent on it, and it's absolutely sped off to the boundary. He really is a wonderful player. If you're bringing him forward and you don't get your length right, he is going to hurt you. He's got that beautiful stride, that beautiful way of addressing the ball. One straight down the ground and now one through the covers. Signs looking good for Crawley.
That was all timing. There was barely any follow-through on that. There was just time to perfection. Final ball of the second over then. Seales is in, and Crawley allows that to go through. And again, there's some late swing, about 5-6 metres once it's gone past the stumps where Zach Crawley is. So Josh Da Silva will actually end up taking that in front of first slip. But that's 2 overs gone from an England point of view. Nice start so far. They are 12 without loss, Matt Pryor.
Yeah, good signs for risking commentator's curse here, but the batsman fresh to the crease, opening batsman, there's certain things you look for, and how they leave is actually as important as some of the shots they play. And Zach Crawley, they're two very tight leaves, but good leaves. But it's the position he was in when he was leaving the ball. He wasn't moving, he had made a solid stride, and it was like, I'm all over this. I'm making the decision not to hit this ball. And then when the ball does come a bit straighter, a bit fuller, he then put those two boundaries away. So, looks in good rhythm.
Kemar Roach then for the first ball of the third. That's outside Alex Lees' off stump, and there's no need to play at that, and he doesn't. Both sides wearing black armbands as a mark of respect for Shane Warne. It's incredible to think that we've lost Shane Warne. Remarkable stuff. Kemar Roach making his way back to the end of his mark. During the interval, by the way, we will be paying tribute to Shane Warne and bringing you lots of other news and stories as well. And don't forget, of course, following on will be with us at the end of each day's play. Kemar Roach is in, outside of off stump again, doesn't need to be played at by Lees, and he doesn't, and will allow it through to the keeper for no run. England had just one game as a warm-up ahead of this. They played a West Indian President's 11 on the old Alan Stamford ground, but let's draw a veil over that one. England made 466 for 6, declared, first time around. Alex Lees made 65, Zach Crawley 62, Joe Root 54. Johnny Bairstow top scored with 100, Dan Lawrence also made 83. That's straighter, that's taken on the pad by Roach, he really wants that one, LBW, he's got it! Umpire sticks up the finger, Joel Wilson says yes, and Lees is going to walk down for a conversation with Crawley. They will review it, but I've got to say, that one looks a pretty tight one. And if they're looking to get that overturned, I can't immediately think of what will save Alex Lees.
Yeah, as they hit him on the pad, Gareth Batty in the studio had the finger raised. He was pretty convinced. I thought if he hadn't got an inside edge, it does look close.
Right, Nigel.
Front on coming up.
Do good. No, sorry, my apologies. Leslie Reefer is on replay.
The ball is close to the bat. Can I have ultra edge to confirm whether bat involved?
So he's already confirmed it's not a no ball. Bat and pad are close.
Ultra edge.
It's hitting flush on the knee roll, by the way, in terms
ultra
of
edge
height.
is building.
We're waiting on the technology. They want to see the waveform to see if there's an inside edge.
Have anything else to show Mark in the meanwhile? We wait on ultra edge.
What a great start for the technology.
Ultra edge
Here we
coming
go.
up. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. The ball is close to the bat. You take it forward.
Bat and pad are so close together here, I don't think you can actually tell.
Take it forward before the ball reaches the bat. Yes. Yeah, the ball passes the bat. Okay, therefore there's no bat involved. Can we go to a ball tracking when it's available?
So he's not hit it as far as the umpire's concerned.
Pitching outside off. Impact umpire's call. Wickets hitting. Can we go back to Joel on field? Joel asks you to stay with your out decision. You're on screen now. Signal.
Kemar Roach was man of the match 3 years ago as the West Indies won in Antigua. He's taken the first wicket of this match. He's got 1 for 4. Lees will be the man departing. 4 from 9 balls faced. England 12 for 1.
Yeah, and look, you've always got to look credit to the bowler here as well, I would say. Fantastic. Kemar Roach has been going around the wicket, going away, a bit of shake to the slips. In fact, bowling quite wide. I almost thinking a bit of a criticism, not making the batsman play. And then that one, first ball, gone straight back into the top of off stump. Lees pulled Lees across, played the wrong line, expecting to swing away. In fact, it went straight on with the arm. LBW, good bowling that for me.
Yeah, and it just showed that he was prepared to be patient with it. It's 8 balls that he just sort of hung it out there till he's ready. He feels like he's pulled Lees across the crease, getting his head going towards point, not down the wicket. to then just nip that one back in with the angle around the wicket, just coming back in, just got it straight enough. It pitched outside, but on impact, it's bang on line. I mean, it's sweet bowling, and what you'd expect from your leading bowler in the team to be setting up the youngster in the opposition.
Well, the England captain is out in the middle. As Matt Pryor said when discussing it with Neil Manthorpe earlier, you might as well be out there at 10 for 1 rather than 10 for 2. But Joe Root is there. He's taken over the ownership of the number 3 position. He made 322 runs in Australia in the Ashes series, which for a man of Joe Root's quality is down on where it would normally be, but he's out there in the middle early. And there are 4 slips in place, waiting. A short leg as well. Joe Root has taken guard. He's just looking around. And here we go then. Kemar Roach on his way. Oh, Joe Root has backed away just at the last minute. Just pausing, see if we can hear anything through the stump mic as to why Joe Root did that, but Kemar Roach was a long way into his approach to the crease there before Joe Root decided to bail out. Just on the LBW, gentlemen, bat and pad were very close together as we were looking at the technology. Leslie Reefer decided there wasn't an edge on that one, but it was a pretty difficult call to make. Get your thoughts on that in a minute, as Roach is now on his way to Root. Oh, it's short and wide, and Joe Root, with that trademark shot of his, gets up on his toes, guides it through backward point, and he's underway, first ball with a 4. England 16 for 1.
Joe Root straight to the crease. What a beautiful position. He's up tall on his back foot, and his right foot gets up over the ball and just clips it away with a straight bat. Backward of point. Seen him do this so many times. And from ball 1, it's a great sign. The captain promoting himself to number 3. Very positive from his point of view, from an England point of view, and he's off and running. First ball.
Roach on his way for the 5th ball of the over. Right arm over, again shaping back into the right-handed Joe Root, pushes back down the pitch, no run. Now, Matt, you spoke about this with Neil earlier, so just to reprise it, Joe Root has decided he wants to go to number 3, and you said you were all in favour of that. My question is, but why now? England have needed a number 3 for the last 2 or 3 years, so why now?
Yeah, unfortunately it's taken a bit too long, hasn't it? I mean, he tried it, when was it? He went to number 3 a year or so ago, maybe even longer.
That previous ball, by the way, was a no ball, so Roach will come in again, and Root is coming forward, covering up, pushing back down the pitch to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, it was the Pakistan series in 2020. Root moved himself to 3, didn't have much success there, and then immediately went straight back to 4. Look, for me, you have your best player batting in the toughest position. 3 is the toughest position. You have a look at Australia. Look at Ricky Ponting. Very actually quite similar type players. Strong defence, but naturally look to attack. Just because you bat at 3 doesn't mean you have to defend everything.
Roach in. Root allows this to go through to the keeper. No run. End of the over. 3 gone here on TalkSport 2. 17 for 1. Root's got 4. Crawley 8. And Matt Pry can continue his thoughts.
More importantly for me, whether it's about technique or anything else, it's about the intent the captain is showing to the rest of the team. That for too long, England cricket with their batting lineup says, where does everyone want to bat? Stokes wants to bat that number, Root wants to bat that number, Bairstow wants to bat there. Well, actually, it's irrelevant. It's where does the team need you to bat? That is what is relevant. And the team has needed Joe Root at 3 for God knows how long. He's finally going there, but it's intent from the captain to say, I've got to lead this new group, new era, as we've said. And one of the first statements I'm making is, I'm going to go and own that number 3 spot.
There you go. Right, Zach Crawley. 2 boundary to his name so far. He's going to face Jayden Seales. And in he comes, right arm over. And again, that is angling, and it's actually going straight in towards off stump. But once it's gone past the keeper again, it's a little shape away, and takes Josh De Silva to move away to his right-hand side. And there is no run. Short extra cover's gone in for Zach Crawley. So it's 3 slips a gully, a point, short extra, mid-off, mid-on, and long leg. Seals on his way once again. Nothing to do with that one, Zach Crawley. Again, he just sort of comes forward, that sort of half press, and then just holds the line, head still. Bat doesn't really go anywhere in his hands, and he allows it to go through to Josh Da Silva once again. Certainly back in 2019, the stadium was a great deal fuller than it is now. Obviously, slightly different world that we live in. But the England fans have certainly made their way to Antigua for this first test match and are enjoying what they're seeing so far. England 17 for 1 as Seals goes in. That's fuller, wider, trying to tempt Crawley into something. This has nothing to do with it. And it's through to the keeper, no run.
He's getting some nice shape, his Seals. We said before, he gets his arm very high at 12 o'clock on the clock face delivery, which means he can just slightly go the other side and go 11 and just bring the ball into the right-hander, or he can just keep it at 12 and then just drop to 1 o'clock on the hand, just to run it on his outside edge. It's predominantly operating nearer the 1 o'clock at the minute.
Seals in. That's, again, just a little bit too wide to ask Zach Crawley to play. So Crawley allows it to go through. No run. He's faced 10 balls now. Zach Crawley for his 8th.
Yeah, I mean, you would say that bowling this wide would be a tactic to drag the batter across the crease, but just off air, myself and Matt were talking about Crawley's batting on off stump. He's covering his stumps. You can't actually see them. So you've already dragged him across. Is there a bit more thinking that you could still be challenging that little bit straighter until he gets in? Might be a thought process.
Keep an eye on that one. Seals is in. Oh, that's an inside edge. It is brilliantly taken by Josh Da Silva, one-handed, going down the leg side. It's a flat-footed drive by Crawley, inside edge, and then low to the keeper's left when he thought it would be going to his right. And Crawley goes for 8 from 11 deliveries. And England, well, it's the same problems all over again. They're 17 for 2.
New team, same problem. Fantastic catch, I'm going to say, from the wicketkeeper. Always the inside edge is always a nice catch. Diving one-handed to his left. Goes straight in the middle, it must be said. But a poor shot from Crawley. And he seems to have he plays a couple of crisp drives we saw in the previous over. And then there he loses his hands. His feet don't really go anywhere. Big inside nick. Good catch, but it's a loose shot again.
Yeah, it's the value of bowling full. We've seen the West Indians, when they've gone nearer to the stumps, when they're bringing it within the eye line, they're looking to bowl the ball full. We've not seen anything really bouncing above the waist. They're definitely operating on that fuller length with that little bit of tackiness, a little bit of moisture. That ball, fair play to Seals, did just fall off the seam and just nip back a fraction. Not ideal from Crawley playing out in front of himself, hence the inside nick, but the ball did deviate off the seam.
Well, England have passed 300 in their first innings just 3 times in the last 14 test match innings. First innings runs are your currency as a test match side. That is what sets up wins. I mean, in fairness, the West Indies have only done it twice in the same kind of period. But from an England point of view, the same issues. Of course, it's not easy opening the batting in international cricket. Brand new ball, it is a Duke's ball, the West Indian version of the Duke's ball, so slightly different to the English version. But the West Indian bowlers have got it where they want at the moment. Right, it is Dan Lawrence come to the crease. He will join Joe Root, so 2 right-handers, 4 slips, a gully. Short mid-off, point.
Right arm
over. It already feels like this is a really significant portion of this game.
Well, at least Joe Root's on 4 from 4 already. I mean, he would have been in now, right?
Well, you said earlier, you might as well be in at 10 for 1 as opposed to 10 for 2, or 17 for 2 in this case. So the final ball of the over then, Dan Lawrence is making Seals wait. And here we go then. Final ball of the 4th over. England already 2 down. Seals is in. Oh, that's too wide. To bring forward Dan Lawrence. He can allow it to curve away and through to Josh De Silva. That is 4 overs done and dusted here on TalkSport 2. England 17 for 2. Both openers have gone already. Time for our first change in the commentary box. Mark Butcher and Samuel Badry will take you through the next period of the game.
Yes, thanks very much, Macca. Beautiful day here in Antigua. North Sounds ground is humming to the sound of Calypso. We've got England fans in all 4 corners. And England, the batting lineup anyway, in very familiar territory. Might have jigged things around. Alex Lees has been given a debut, 22nd opening batsman to make a debut after the retirement of Sir Andrew Strauss. He's back in the pavilion, as is Zach Crawley. The West Indies are making this new ball move around a little. Kemar Roach, who has just taken his 40th wicket here at the North Sounds ground, is bowling quite beautifully from the Curtly Ambrose end. Very good afternoon to you back there in the UK, and a very good afternoon to the birthday boy, Samuel Badry, who's just joined me.
Hi mate, thanks, and hello to all who are tuned in. Excellent start by the West Indies in this first Apex Test match, exactly what they would have wanted, early wickets.
Roach is in once more. Slightly wider on the crease that time, angled in. Root defends to mid-on, and there's no run. It wouldn't have been a straightforward decision for England to bat first. I think it's the right call, but this pitch has not got a blade of grass on it. It will crack and dry, but it had been watered a little this morning, hadn't it, which provided a little bit of tackiness. It might be why we're seeing a bit of movement this morning.
Yeah, there was some moisture. That would have been a little bit of a concern for the captains at the toss in terms of making that decision.
Roach in once more, and this time it's an in-swinger that Joe Root allows to pass. Josh De Silva takes the ball almost down the leg side as the ball carried on its arc, swinging past the stumps and down towards the left-hand side of De Silva, the keeper.
As you got closer to 10 o'clock mark, it dried up and you can see some cracks. Nothing major to talk about, but you can just anticipate that later on, maybe day 3, 4 and 5, that there will be something in it for the spinners. Jack Leach might come into play.
Driven down the ground, full delivery from Roach, who fields off his own bowling, leaves the ball to be picked up by his skipper, head off. Yeah, we came here yesterday afternoon around about 3:30, myself and Steve Harmison, and the cracks were really quite wide by then. They would have watered it in the morning, similarly today. But by late in the afternoon, sun beating down and the wind howling across the ground, as Roach is in again, that shuffling step just a little bit wide of the crease, and this one holds and goes past the outside edge of Joe Root through to the keeper. Excellent delivery again from the man from Barbados and Surrey County Cricket Club.
Yeah, very arid conditions here recently in Antigua, so you can understand why the curators would have put in that moisture for the pitch to last the duration of this test match. And usually, quite recently anyway, this pitch has been really batting friendly. Those 2 test matches against Sri Lanka ended in steel draws on day 5.
Roach in once more, and Root is in behind this one. Plays it out to mid-off, and there is no run. End of an excellent maiden over from Kemar Roach. England 17 for 2. Red ball reset, it's been called for the England team as the cameras pan around to spot Lord Botham during the crowd. Of course, it's the first match played under the moniker of the Richards Botham Trophy, replacing the long-standing Wisden Trophy. And the great man's here. Of course, it was Sir Vivian Richards' birthday, 70th birthday, just yesterday. And the island celebrated that in fine style. But red ball reset for England. It's looking pretty much like meet the new boss, same as the old boss at the moment at 17 for 2. As Searles is in,
And ball wide of the off stump. Passes harmlessly through to Josh De Silva behind the crease as Dan Lawrence attempts to dig himself in. He's got another opportunity here as an England player. Lawrence in his 9th Test match, 354 runs at 27, 350's highest score of 81 not out. He's a player of great confidence and great promise. One or two technical quirks, but he more than makes up for that in run-making know-how. Summers is in once more. It's the outside half of the bat, runs out to backward point, and there is no run.
Yeah, you mentioned the great man and his birthday being celebrated yesterday. March indeed is the best month of the year. But just getting back to this pitch here, recently
41
as well.
Today, aren't you? 41?
Yeah, just 41. This pitch we saw in the Under-19 World Cup recently played here, where your boys played in the final. Really good batting conditions once again. So I was quite expecting something similar. And of course, time will tell exactly how this surface plays over the next couple of days. But West Indies did bowl Sri Lanka out for 169 in that first test just over 12 months ago.
Sails in again, and it's again wide. Lawrence gets a really good sighter of it, but the ball does seem to just sit in the surface a tiny bit and jag away from the right-handed batsman. Surprised not to see Jason Holder take the new ball, or is this the way that West Indies will more than likely go throughout the series?
Yeah, I think so. I think these are the guys who will give the West Indies the best opportunity to take wickets up front with that new ball. Jayden Seales, the youngest ever West Indian to take 5 wickets when he was 19 years old last year against Pakistan. So he has that propensity to pick early wickets.
Sails in again, and again it passes through to De Silva, who almost takes the ball in front of first slip by the time the ball reaches him. Just a reminder then of the teams today. West Indies left out Anderson, Phillip and Carl Mayers, who memorably made that incredible double century to in a run chase in the recent Test match series, but he finds himself back on the bench again. So Brathwaite, Campbell, Brooks, Bonner, Blackwood, Holder, De Silva, Joseph, Roach, Veerasamy Permaul, who comes back into the side after a long layoff, the left-arm spinner, and Jayden Seales, who is running in now to Dan Lawrence. This one a little closer to off stump, but again Lawrence raises the arms and allows it to pass through at ankle height to keeper De Silva.
Yeah, such massive potential for Jayden Seales. His very first over in Test match cricket against South Africa last year, picking up a wicket, and like I mentioned, that 5-wicket haul against Pakistan in a match that he got 8 wickets. West Indies went on to win that game. And so lots more will be expected of him, still in the embryonic stage of his Test match career, but early signs for another great of West Indian cricket, certainly with the ball.
Lawrence in behind that back of a length delivery. It goes out to point, and again there is no run. That's a couple of maidens on the trot. 17 for 2 remains the score, and West Indies building up a nice bit of pressure on England's top order here. England winning the toss and deciding to bat first on a pitch that started off looking a little bit darker in colour because the groundsmen have had to keep putting water into it to keep it from cracking up. And the captain perhaps hoping that his West Indies counterpart might have won the toss, so he had the decision to make, but in the end Joe Root decided to bat first. We think it's the right call, but no matter what you do, you have to do it well. Much has been spoken about the reset for England. Much was spoken about sort of the honest conversations the team have been having around the camp in the lead up to the Test match, as Roach is in once more. Root knocks it to mid-on and they scamper through for a single. Excellent reaction from Dan Lawrence. Any hesitation there and there may well have been trouble, but England batsmen rotate the strike.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. You want to see batsmen having that intent, if not looking for boundaries, obviously rotating the strike. It's Test match cricket. Runs is the currency. But the West Indies too, they have been in that transition period for such a long time. We mentioned Operation Red Ball Reset for England and for their red ball game, but the West Indies too have been in that transition for such a long time, still yet to find peak form in red ball cricket.
When does a transition become simply a rut? It's a question that England and West Indies supporters are probably asking themselves.
Yeah, but every series you have that anticipation and expectation that this might be the series where the batsmen in particular can come good, because for both these teams, the bowlers for the most part have produced the goods. It's the batting that has let them down.
Lawrence at the Andy Roberts end faces Roach, who again wide on the crease, just this one full, but probably about 8th stump away, and goes straight through to De Silva. I mean, yeah, a lot of chat from the England camp about how positive things have been in the lead up to this Test match, but I'm always reminded of, I think it was the great Mike Tyson who said, you know, all of the chat and all the talk about how great your training's been, it's all well and good in the lead up, but it all changes when someone punches you on the nose. And at the moment, England have been bopped in the early exchanges, as Roach is again probing, looking to try and hit the off stump, but Lawrence is equal to it in defence, and there's no run.
And in all honesty, Mark, and doing my research, I was quite surprised, pleasantly so, in terms of the history that West Indies has against England, particularly at home. Only losing once since 1968, and of course you were here in 2004 for that famous series. And when you've seen West Indies lose so many games, particularly in Test match cricket, it's quite a surprise.
Slight off-cutter action, I think, there from Kemar Roach, whether that was intentional or not, as that ball was wide of the stumps again. Lawrence allowed it to pass. Yeah, it's an incredible record. I don't think England have ever won a Test match in Antigua, whether it be at the old Antigua Recreation Ground, where the bell used to toll for Sir Curtly Ambrose as he ran in, or where Viv scored the fastest ever Test century back in the 80s. And they certainly haven't won one here at North Sound. Lawrence in behind, nudges it out in front of square on the offside, and he picks up his first run of this Richards Botham Trophy series.
Now, Lawrence looked quite compact and confident, composed and organised in that innings against the West Indies President's 11, that warm-up game. He got 83 and 48 in both innings there. And so he'll be looking to push on and carry on, like you mentioned, those runs leading up and that practice sessions and so on comes to naught if you aren't able to convert when it really matters.
Full, and Joe Root allows it to come on to his pads and clips it away wide of mid-wicket for 4. That is a shot of the highest class from England's captain, and a terrific way to finish the 7th over. England move to 23 for 2. And you're listening to West Indies versus England from Antigua here on TalkSport 2.
A really confident shot from Joe Root, maybe just getting a little bit too greedy there. Kemar Roach searching for that full and straight delivery when previously he's operated just outside off stump. So patience being tested here already. For the bowlers, they need to be consistently patient for long periods of time. That's what Test match cricket is all about, both as a batsman and a bowler. But a good start nonetheless so far from the West Indies. They'll need to get Joe Root. If they can get that wicket, that all-important wicket of Joe Root, who's the backbone of this team, along with Ben Stokes, Johnny Bairstow, those three.
Sails in for his 4th over, again wide of the stumps. Lawrence allows it to pass. West Indies have 3 slips, a gully, a man at backward point saving the single, and a sort of short extra cover, I suppose, almost a schoolboy silly mid-off in position on the offside for a loose drive, or perhaps a ball that sticks in the surface a little bit. Mid-off, mid-on, only 2 fielders on the leg side, mid-on and fine leg. West Indies in control of things at the moment. I'll be very happy with the way that they've used this new ball. Perhaps might have been a little bit closer to off stump at times, as Searles is in once again, and that is closer to the top of off, forcing Lawrence into defensive stroke on the back foot. Plenty of time. There certainly isn't any pace in this surface, Samuel. Both teams gone for the spin option as well. West Indies won here with a 4-man pace battery the last time England were out here, but both teams deciding that they're going to need a spinner at some point on this surface.
Yeah, certainly based on what we've seen from this track and what we expect to see in the coming days. Those 2 spinners, similar in nature, left and orthodox, both Leach and Versamy Permaul.
Searles is in, open-chested, again a little bit wide. There's that one slight criticism of the way that West Indies have used this new ball. They haven't quite made the England batters play enough. However, when they have done that, they've picked up wickets, so they have control of proceedings out there at the moment. Debut for Alex Lees, just if you're just joining us. He has come and gone for 4, dispatched by Kemar Roach, LBW. And England go with Jack Leach as the spin option. Sells again, wide of the off stump. De Silva scurrying past John Campbell. First slip, takes it, pops it up to Jason Holder at second slip. So the England lineup is Lees, Crawley, both have come and gone this morning. Joe Root elevated to number 3. Dan Lawrence at 4, Ben Stokes at 5. He looked very fit and raring to go when we saw him yesterday. Johnny Bairstow at 6. Ben Folkes back into the team with the gloves at number 7. Chris Wokes at 8. Craig Overton at 9. Mark Wood at 10. And Leach at 11. Sells in again. Hands tucked in, or elbows tucked in by his side. And again it's a little wide of off stump. They've moved the fielder over into the mid-wicket region now, perhaps to try and encourage the youngster to bowl the ball a little bit straighter. As yet the muscle memory hasn't taken on the information that the brain has.
Yeah, the ball seems to be disobeying Jayden Seales at the moment, a little bit too wide, not allowing the batsman to play, and that's what you want to do with that new ball. Already gotten 2 wickets, and they want to make further inroads into this brittle English batting lineup.
Absolute Jaffa. That is a beauty. Ball angling into the right-hander. It then pitches and leaves Dan Lawrence, who ended up groping in at the fresh air. And that's a really good delivery to finish off the 8th over. 23 for 2. A lot of talk, Samuel, back in the UK, has been for many years about Joe Root's batting position. And their colleagues back in London are talking about Joe Root at 3 and saying that if Pryor in particular, feeling that it's a positive move. At number 3, Joe Root had 53 innings, 1,933 runs at an average of 38 and a half with 200s. At number 4, 106 innings, 5,179 runs at 51, 1,427 50s. Is it worth, I suppose, when you put those numbers together, the question will be, well, is it better for England that Joe Root averages 50 or 38? As Kemar Roach runs away from us, 24, and he's back in it. Oh, it's edged. Joe Root on the back foot. That ball bounced on him a little bit. He tried to glide it down to third man, but it bounced a bit on him and he got a top edge and it flew dangerously close to a man positioned at sort of 4th slip, who perhaps might have made a better effort. And it runs away for a rather streaky boundary for England's number 3.
Kemar Roach once again in the thick of things, producing an opportunity here. And this should have been taken. Jermaine Blackwood was the guilty party. Disappointment, as you'd expect from Kemar Roach. He knows how important that wicket is, the wicket of Joe Root. And again, on a pitch like this, you want to continue to pick wickets, and an opportunity goes a begging for the West Indies. Kemar Roach comes in once again from the circuit, Lee Ambrose end.
Yeah. Oh, and that's very, very close. Oh, it's out. That's bowled him. That is an absolute jaffa from Kemar Roach. Joe Root has tried to leave the ball. We were just talking about his success rate at 3 versus 4, and in 2 consecutive deliveries the England captain could have been out both times, but this time he's on his way back. The ball has literally clipped the outside, the adjoining part of the bail and the off stump. Just clipped it. The bail dropped off. Joe Root can barely believe it, but he is gone, and England are 3 down for 27.
Talk about misjudgment from Joe Root, a brain fade moment before him leaving that one, angling back in. That has been the port of call for Kemar Roach to the right-handers, angling that ball back in with his action. Joe Root completely misjudging that one, and the top of off the area to be bowling for any fast bowler that off bail being clipped. And another wicket for the West Indies. This time, the all-important one off the captain. He has to go. The West Indies now have taken 3 wickets. England 27 for 3 and in a spot of bother.
Spot of bother is absolutely correct, Samuel Badry. Stony-faced Paul Collingwood is under the gaze of the cameras as Ben Stokes strides to the crease. I mentioned a few minutes ago just how fit and ready he looks for this challenge. And he's going to need to be, because once again England's top order are in tatters. Once again it's Kemar Roach who's the tormentor for the West Indies. An absolutely beautiful delivery. Joe Root possibly expecting the
raising our prices during your contract. Join us for prices that stay fixed.
This is Supermarket Mobile. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps. To verify, please visit tescomobile.com/fixed prices.
This Saturday is game day on TalkSport 2.
What a strike! Feel the might of the top flight and witness the thrills and skills from the world's biggest football league.
That's a superb goal!
The games.
Oh, he's just slammed it home!
The goals.
It's in!
And the glory.
He's done it!
One day, so much football.
Game day.
This Saturday on TalkSport 2.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on TalkSport 2.
Looking back on Australia, we've had some quite, honest reflections, not only as a team but as individuals as well. And one of my reflections on that tour as a whole was, I personally felt like I let the team down from more than just performances. I would have liked to have been in a better physical shape when I was in Australia. Because when I look back on it, I always look back, obviously I've let myself down, but the thing that really grinds me the most and hurts me the most is that I've let a lot of other people down. So that's my reflection from that, and I never want to feel like that again, because it was hard to take when you do sit down and you reflect on things that don't go quite well, and Australia was one of them. So everyone's taken a lot of good hard lessons from Australia, and we have done as a team as well.
That was, of course, one of England's greatest all-rounders, Ben Stokes, being very hard on himself. I think most England players returned from Australia were hard on themselves, and there was obviously a lot of honest conversations taking place. Harmy, he mentions his being in better, wished he was in better physical condition in Australia. What do you understand of his physical conditioning now, and how much of a role will he play with the ball?
Manners, thanks. He's in better shape. He looks in better shape. He bowled about 20 minutes ago off a sort of three-quarter run. He bowled in the warm-up game, which he got a wicket with his first ball on a pretty docile pitch. I think my understanding is he will bowl in this game if needed, and it will be sparingly, hopefully, if needed. But he looks in a lot better physical shape. He looks a lot better sort of mentally. I had a good chat with him yesterday afternoon on the ground, and he was. You can't sort of talk about what happened in Australia because I didn't speak to him during or before that. But he looks as though there's a focus there. He seemed to get Australia. He seemed to get sort of thrown back into it very, very quickly after his break, and whether he didn't have time to get himself mentally right or physically right, I think that obviously is apparent because of the words that he's chosen. I know how he feels like, because I felt exactly the same way in 2006-07 about my performances in Australia, and let my captain, but was my best mate, down. And I know how Ben feels in that front. You're not trying to let your team down. You're not trying to not perform to your best ability. Just sometimes that happens, and he has to quickly put that out of his mind and move forward onto this series, which I think this series is a good series for England.
You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary exclusively here on TalkSport 2, and well, we have not ball-by-ball yet. That's 40 minutes away. We're 40 minutes away from the first of 3 test matches, first in Antigua, then we move to Barbados, and finally on to Grenada. Harmy, the issue of James Anderson and Stuart Broad's omission, I keep feeling like we should be moving on now, and we're 40 minutes away, and maybe when the cricket starts we will be moving on from it. But it's just too big a topic, isn't it? I mean, people haven't stopped talking about it, and I don't suspect they will, however deep we go into the series.
No, we won't, and the challenge for Joe and for the bowling attack is to hopefully by the end of March that the topic that everybody was sort of hot on their lips is not as sort of put more fuel on it. We are not giving more fuel to the fire of, well, we are in a bad place if we are really desperately needing a 35. Not so much Broad, because I still think there's a lot more in Broad. We've got to get away from putting Broad and Anderson in the same sort of age bracket. I think Anderson especially, he's 39-year-old. We're going to have to move on from him eventually. He's not invincible. He's not going to, he's not going to play on forever. So I think this is time for it to move on. I've been very vocal, and my opinion still is we should have one, if not both, on this trip. But it is time to move on. We have got Wokes. We're going to have Overton. We're going to have Wood bowl with a Duke ball, which I think is going to help that little sort of Project Restart transition with Broad and Anderson not being there, because all the question marks over Chris Wokes and bowling overseas has always been with the Kookaburra ball. But the Duke ball he's never had a problem with, and I think that is something that is going to help not only Wokes but Overton and Wood, because the ball's going to stay better for longer. It's going to move laterally for longer, because if they look after it, it's more durable. So that is going to help England move forward, but undoubtedly they're going to miss them.
Harmy, we saw Alex Leach being presented with his cap a few minutes ago, about 15 minutes ago, and unless I missed it, there was no sign of Saqib Mahmood being capped, so I'm assuming that Jack Leach will play, and as you said, it'll be Overton, Wokes and Wood, with Chris Wokes to lead the attack.
Yeah, Jack Leach is going to play. No Saqib Mahmood. I was on the ground yesterday, Manners, at between 3:30 and 4:30. We got the TV crew got tested again, and England were practicing, and a conversation with a few of the players, just talking about what the practice has been like and the preparation's been like. Preparation at the old Stamford ground, the wicket was very, very docile. It was very, very hard. It was turgid cricket, and in some way that helped some of the batters get in from a concentration point of view. They watched the ball a lot closer. There wasn't as much value for runs. And then they said when they come to this ground, the nets were a lot better. They felt as though because of last week they were in a better place to hit the ball. They were watching the ball better, and practice has gone very, very well. But looking at the surface, from 4:30 last night to 9 o'clock this morning, it has changed. It's changed a hell of a lot. There's a lot more moisture gone into it. The groundsman's watered it a lot more. And being out there looking at Paul Collingwood, Marcus Trescothick and Joe Root, I don't think England know what to do. I really don't. If Joe Root wins a toss, I really think England are at an odds whether to bat or bowl first. I think 5 captains have bowled first on this. The last 5 have bowled first. But I think there's only one score of 300 plus in that time batting first. So I think that is a big dilemma for England and what to do. But when you're speaking to the players and the people that have been around, they said in the mornings it's been very, very wet, it's been tacky, but by middle of the afternoon it's dried out, it's got cracked. So it might be a case of, if they're going to bat first, it might be a little bit tricky for the first hour, as it normally is in Test cricket, and then hopefully you can set the game up.
And Harmy, just very quickly, for the West Indies, there's only one spinner in their 16-man or 15-man squad. So are we expecting them to go all pace, are we? Led by Kemo Roach, Jayden Seales and Alzari Joseph? And Jason Holden?
I actually think the spinner might play. I think the spinner might play. I'm not sure. There's nothing sort of giving away tells at the minute on because the bowlers haven't really had a bowl through. They might play all their bowlers. They might play all 4 of the names that you've just mentioned, plus the spinner, and leave one of their batters out, because they've got some all-rounders in this side that can bat in that middle order. So where Jason Holder bats will be interesting. If they play just 4 seamers, then Holder bats 7, the wicketkeeper bats 8. They might go with Holder at 6, De Silva at 7, and play the spin bowler as well. So I think one thing that this pitch will do later on will break up and turn. So I think the West Indies would like to have a spin option up their sleeve.
And a final comment, Harmy, on Shane Warne. You've obviously spoken to the players on both teams, and again, it's not the kind of subject that you move on from quickly. And I remember. Well, I mean, I spoke to you a couple of days ago, and you didn't recall that you actually hit his final ball in Test cricket for 4.
No, I didn't. It was a nice surprise when I seen that. It made me even more proud and privileged just to say that I'd been on the field alongside him. I think I seen a quote not long ago about, I can't remember what it was. I think it was in a Wisden. It was along the lines of, I think in 2007, when Warne played his last year at Hampshire, and I think Wisden put on, if you've got grandchildren, these are the grounds that Shane Warne's going to play at in this summer. Take them, please. And if you haven't got grandchildren, go yourself, and then you can tell your grandchildren you've seen Shane Warne in the flesh. And you mentioned that when that clip came up, I just felt even more proud and privileged that I shared a field with Shane Warne, played against in battle with Shane Warne, but also I'd like to think he called Shane Warne as a friend. An amazing man, an amazing character. And we talk about Don Bradman 100 years, 80 years to 100 years later, we'll always talk about Don Bradman. But I think in 100 years' time, we'll still be talking about Shane Keith Warne, because he was an amazing character, amazing man, an unbelievable cricketer. And I still can't get my head around what happened last week.
Yeah, as I said, it left everybody, millions, literally millions of cricket lovers feeling quite disorientated for days. Once the news actually began to sink in. Harmy, what is the mood like? It's a question everybody asks, how do you describe a mood in the camp? But are the England players, is there a sense of trepidation? Is there a sense that they've got something to prove, a lot to prove? Or are they quite relaxed, and are you picking up any sort of vibes of confidence from them as a group?
No, I'm picking up some good. I'm really enjoying being close to, obviously still in the same complex as the England team. You see them knocking about. I've had a coffee with a few of them. They're in good spirits. They're in good place. They're in a really good place. They seem to be a together group. I'm enjoying. I didn't see them. I've not really seen them before too much close up. So to see them like this, I've actually enjoyed my time sort of being around, and I think they look driven, they look focused. I think they are as prepared as they could be with only having one game. They look in good order. But it's like anything, Manners. It's early April. We're going to win the championship. We're going to win the French Provident Trophy. We're going to win all the competitions, the T20 Blast. We're going to win everything. But unfortunately, the first ball hasn't come down yet. So they're in good spirits. They feel as though they're going to win the series. But time will tell. Toss is about to be in the next sort of minute and a half, 2 minutes.
Okay, just before the toss,
how it goes.
Just before the toss, then, Harmy, what do you know of Mark Wood's health? He went for blood tests, didn't he? Was it a virus? No, it couldn't have been a virus. Was it just upset stomach?
Yeah, just upset I'll put my teeth in. Upset stomach. He was in fine fettle yesterday. He seemed in good order. He's bowled nicely, and he's raring to go. He can't wait, and England are going to need him. England are going to really need Mark Wood to stand up, because if this does get flat and there isn't a great deal of pace in it, Mark Wood's going to be after one. He's going to be the game changer, like he has been in the past, for England to succeed on this trip.
So it's a toss to lose, then, is it? You reckon it's not straightforward, the choice?
It's a toss to lose. I think it is. I think the old saying, Manners, when the coin goes up and you shout neither as a captain, you make the toss. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes. You're in the middle. Richie Richardson's in the middle with obviously Brathwaite and Joe Root, just sort of exchanging teams, and they're ready for the toss. And it's going to be interesting to see how the toss goes and who decides to make the brave call, which would possibly be bowl first.
You're listening to exclusive commentary of England's 3 Test match tour of the Caribbean. We're in Antigua. We're moments away from the toss in the first Test match. It'll be hosted by former T20 specialist spinner, now broadcaster, has become a very good broadcaster, as Samuel Badri is hosting it. The match referee is Richie Richardson. Joe Root is alongside Craig Brathwaite. Let's go to the toss.
Coin toss. The captains have joined me. Craig Brathwaite, captain of the West Indies, alongside him Joe Root, captain of England, and as always the affable and radiant Sir Richie Richardson, the match referee, who will oversee proceedings. Craig, you've got the coin. Why don't you give it a flick?
Tails was the call and tails it is.
Tails was the call and tails it is. Confirmation from Sir Richie Richardson. Joe, if you can go to the microphone, please. Thank you very much, Joe. First of all, what are you going to do and why?
First, it just looks very dry, so it's obviously a little bit tacky at the top, but looks like it's cracking quite early with this wind and sun. I think it's going to be a challenging first session for us, but can see it deteriorating throughout the game.
A term that has been bandied about a lot, Joe, Operation Red Ball Reset, and in many ways this series presents an opportunity for that reset and reinvigoration of English red ball cricket. Against that background, what are your expectations for this series?
The most important thing for me is the way we approach things, our attitude. That's the one thing that we can really control. I think it's something that we've done very well in the lead up to this game. It's really going to be a test and see how we can do it under pressure in a test match scenario. So, I really hope that we embrace that challenge. And the guys go in with real clarity. I think it's been made very clear what everyone's individual roles are. And how they can affect this series. So I want them to commit to that, and if we do that, I think we'll give ourselves a good chance.
And your combination for this curtain raiser?
Yeah, Sack is the unlucky one to miss out of the 12.
Thank you very much, Joe. Cheers. All the very best.
Thank you very much.
Craig, if you can make your way to the microphone. Craig, I'm sure you'd be aware of the rich legacy and history against England, particularly here in the West Indies. 1968, only once they've won. You guys must be desperate to keep that record intact.
Yeah, for sure. But one thing, we're just thinking about the processes. We're not thinking too far ahead. I think once we stick to our plans and, work hard throughout, things will take care of itself.
Quite a number of players have made their debuts for the West Indies in the last 15 months. Now these players are expected to perform consistently now that honeymoon period, so to speak, is over.
Yeah, I mean, guys hungry, to be honest. Guys ready to put in some hard work. We had 2 first-class games, which was good. So the guys looking forward to the opportunity, to be honest.
And speaking about first-class games, 276 in your last first-class game. You must be confident.
Yeah, very, very happy. Was very happy with the time spent at the crease. And, just to, come and lead, West Indies top order.
And finally, your combination for this game?
Well, the 2 left out will be Kyle Mears and Anderson Phillips. So we have the spinner along with, 4 quicks.
Thank you very much, Craig. All the very best in this match. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The news from out in the middle. England, they've won the toss and they've decided to bat first.
Indeed, they have. And for traditionalists and those who like an aesthetically pleasing look, you'd be delighted to hear that both captains are wearing their blazers. Joe Root in his navy blue and Craig Brathwaite in his maroon of the Caribbean. So England have won the toss. We're 25 minutes away from the first ball of the first of 3 test matches. We'll take a short break and we have more reaction from former England wicketkeeper Matt Pryor.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the EFL.
White & Jordan's supercharged weekend review on TalkSport with the new Renault Traffic. Big space for big things. From a powerhouse performance in the Premier League to revved-up rivalries on the racetrack, sparks will fly as the most well-connected duo in sport discuss another action-packed weekend. White & Jordan's supercharged weekend review, Monday morning from 10 on TalkSport with the new Renault Traffic. Celebrating 40 years of helping the nation's businesses. Search new Renault Traffic.
Oh, traffic. We're going to be so late. Oh, we're going to miss the vows. Everyone will see us sneak in. So embarrassing. We'll have to get changed in a lay-by. Oh, look. McDonald's. See, they're doing a chicken Big Mac. Probably best to just blend into the crowd after. It's not like we're family.
Welcome back, the Chicken Big Mac. But hurry, it's only here till 15th of March. Served after 11 a.m. Subject to availability at participating restaurants until the 15th of March.
Some people worry that being a Royal Navy reservist won't fit into their everyday life. True, you might have to miss your brother-in-law's open mic night and the odd repeat of Celebrity Cash Under the Hammer. But when you're in a rib doing 38 knots on a crisp winter's morning, we're pretty sure you'll get over it. Royal Navy Reserves. Don't do the everyday, every day. Search Royal Navy Reserves.
My prostate cancer was thankfully caught in the nick of time, but it shouldn't be down to luck.
Men at higher risk are
aged over 50,
those with a family history of the disease, or black men over 45.
Check your risk of prostate cancer now. Search Risk Checker or visit prostatecanceruk.org. Men, we are with you.
A Venti Skinny extra shot, extra hot, sugar-free macchiato with not much change from a £5, or a cup of coffee made with freshly ground Arabica beans for 99p from Morrison's Cafe. Oh, and a proper Yorkshire tea? That's 99p too. Know which I'll go for. Morrison's. Make good things happen. Majority of stores subject to availability. Excludes barista-made coffee. Visit our cafe for details.
Every day, TalkSport 2 probes the sharpest minds in the business, bringing you all the big-name news, views and opinions that matter. Plus, TalkSport 2's official betting partner, 888 Sport, is on hand with the insight and in-depth analysis you need to crack the big betting puzzles of the day. TalkSport 2 with 888 Sport, official betting partner of TalkSport 2. 888 Sport, made to challenge, made to debate, made to play. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on TalkSport
2. Welcome back to our live exclusive commentary and soon to be ball-by-ball commentary on the England's three-test tour of the Caribbean. We've had the toss. Joe Root has won the toss. He's chosen to bat first, and interestingly, he said that it looks very dry, so both teams are playing their spinners, with Veerasamy Permaul, the slow left armour for the West Indies, and England also playing Jack Leach. But because of the presence of Jason Holder in the West Indies lineup, they also go with 4 fast bowlers. Matt Pryor is alongside me, former England wicketkeeper. I don't know that Joe Root was all that convinced about his decision to bat first. Historically, it's been, the last 5 test matches, captains have bowled first. But anyway, he said it's dry, very dry, it's cracking already, bit tacky on top, but he thinks it'll dry out, and and he said he's expecting significant deterioration as the test goes on.
Well, first thing I'll say is dry and tacky sounds a bit sounds like a tricky one to bat on. I saw, granted, only pictures and photos of the pitch sort of 2 days out, and I sort of took one look and thought that is win the toss and bat. It looks a road. I know the history suggests that you'd win the toss and bowl, but I think very tricky to bowl first on a pitch that looks like that, particularly if it's dry and cracking. It might be, like any good test cricket wicket. You want to see a bit of movement early on. You want to give the bowlers a chance. You don't want to walk out and think it's absolute road from ball one. So, as Joe said there, they're going to have a bat first and expect the first hour to be a bit difficult.
So let's just confirm the lineups for you. The West Indies, captained by opening batsman Craig Brathwaite, John Campbell, Shamar Brooks and Kumar Bonner, Jermaine Blackwood, Jason Holder batting at 6, Joshua De Silva at 7, Kemar Roach, the 4 frontline bowlers there, Kemar Roach, Alzari Joseph, Veerasamy Permaul and 20-year-old Jaden Seals, who remains extremely exciting prospect. England have debutant opener Alex Leach alongside Zach Crawley, Joe Root, Dan Lawrence, Ben Stokes, Johnny Bairstow, Ben Folkes, Chris Wokes, who will lead the attack, Craig Overton, Mark Wood and Jack Leach. Right, for a statistical overview, I don't know what Jaden Seals or Jared Kimber has in store for us, Jared, but lovely to have you back as part of the team. Well, you're a mainstay. So what have you got for us?
I think you'll like this one, actually. It's quite interesting. England averaged 25.73 runs per wicket when they go away, and when you hear that, you're like, well, how on earth are they going to win this series? Turns out that West Indies averaged 22 runs a wicket at home. So of all the places where that terrible average actually matches up quite well, works out very, very good for England there. But there's something that I found that is just so Neil Manthorpe. It's the most Neil Manthorpe thing I've ever seen. Since the start of 2020, the bowling average for seamers in the West Indies is 22.65. So that's all seamers bowling in the West Indies. That's actually almost 5 runs lower than it was in the 80s, and over 5 runs lower than it was in the 90s. So the West Indies seamers have been doing so well, but that's almost entirely down to the fact that the West Indies batters cannot face pace at all. And the Dukes balls have come in, the pitches have been juiced up a little bit. They started using the pitches that suit the seam bowlers more, and sadly the West Indian batters in the last 10 years of the top 46 run scorers in Test match cricket, there's one West Indian. Can you name him?
No, I'll leave that to you.
Brathwaite.
Right.
Second on the list is number 46 or number 47, which is Jason Holder. So when your number 8 is your second leading run scorer in the last 10 years, it might tell you that you've struggled a little bit.
Well, am I right in saying that Joe Root apart, these are two statistically weak batting lineups?
Yes. I don't even think you need to use the word statistically. I mean, essentially, Joe Root is on a completely different level compared to everyone else's batting in this particular series. And, you know, as we saw recently, the third leading run scorer for England last year was extras. So it's not been an ideal situation for England of recent times. And West Indies have been worse. So if you're an England fan going, well, this is going to be bad, well, just wait. The West Indians are really, really struggling, even by their standards. I think if Shivnarine Chanderpaul came out of retirement, he'd still be their best bat.
In completing the team, I'm delighted to say, is Gareth Batty. We're here for the first time. We're just a couple of minutes away from the national anthems. I'm not going to ask you about spinners' bats because it's the first. We've got 4 days, hopefully, or even 5. Hopefully not just 3 to talk about that. But your thoughts about the series? Excited?
Absolutely. I think it's almost like that changing of the guard with England, with them making a very brave and bold decision about Broad and Anderson. It puts a lot on the plate of Wood and Woakes. They have to lead the attack now. And then some youngsters get opportunity. In Overton, coming in, Leach coming back into the fold, which I'm super excited about. I get incredibly disappointed when people go into test matches without a frontline spinner. I think it's diluting the quality of what we might see. I think that will be exciting. We know the Caribbean surfaces can spin a bit, and what Maddie said, you know, it was dry and then a bit tacky. It tells me the groundsman was a bit worried it was too dry. He's giving it a sprinkling, trying to seal it, and it's just, it might even, you know, the spinner might bowl this morning. In the Caribbean. So I think it's hugely exciting. There's some young players in there who want to put their foot down and correct some of the stats that Gerard's been talking about with the batting numbers, and it's a great opportunity all round.
There's international cricketers and domestic cricketers have been struggling for form and been down on workloads for 2 years now. Jack Leach has had it particularly rough, I think, but he had a couple of long bowls in the warm-up game and took 6 wickets, and I know that some of them were not his best deliveries, but 6 wickets is 6 wickets.
Yeah, and I know how that works out, because I played a Carrick game and got 6 for, and then played against Lara and he got however many 1,100 runs in the game. It doesn't always work that way, but it's nice to get some bowling under your belt. You know, look, we can sit here and say he's been mistreated, he's been used badly, and so on and so forth. They're under the bus in Brisbane, then doesn't play at Adelaide. All these things. It's just what spinners have to put up with. And I'm not here with a violin, sort of making light of spinners, this, that, and the other. It's just a very good opportunity for a young man to stake another claim, to be saying, I need to be playing every game this series, and it's good to see him back in there.
A couple of minutes away, 10 minutes away now from the first ball of the first test match of 3 in this series. We'll take a short break, be back with the national anthems.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the EFL.
Enjoy unmissable coverage of every hard-hitting, mighty Six Nations clash throughout the Championship on TalkSport. Scrum down for expert previews and reviews as the best teams in Europe battle it out to be Six Nations champion. Six Nations updates this Friday morning from 6 on TalkSport Breakfast with the Times and the Sunday Times. Catch essential analysis and insight from our winning lineup of journalists and former internationals, including Lawrence Dallaglio and Sam Warburton. Try it free for 1 month at thetimes.co.uk/trial.
Coming soon to a Trust Ford near you and making their debut. The tougher, smarter Ford Transit, the Ford Ranger pickup, and the all-new electric Ford E-Transit. A workhorse that won't cost the earth. Get in on the action with 0% APR on selected models and £500 when you upgrade. You'll be on the edge of your driving seat, so enjoy the ride and stand out from the crowd. Now showing at Trust Ford. Visit trustford.co.uk.
My prostate cancer was thankfully caught in the nick of time, but it shouldn't be down to luck.
Men at higher risk are
aged over 50,
those with a family history of the disease, or black men over 45.
Check your risk of prostate cancer now. Search Risk Checker or visit prostatecanceruk.org. Men, we are with you.
At Crown Trade, we asked a bunch of painters and decorators to share their personal thoughts on the important stuff, like what this year's most popular colour will be.
Oh, a nice pale green.
pink,
Brown. It won't be brown. It'll be turquoise, definitely. Or yellow.
It seems there's only one thing that our decorators can agree on, and that's their choice of trade paint.
Gotta be Crown.
crown.
Yeah, Crown.
Find out why 98% of painters and decorators who use Crown Trade say there's no better paint. Visit crowntrade.co.uk. It's not just paint, it's personal. Findings based on 200 professional decorators.
Today's $1.99 wrap of the day is the barbecue bacon and chicken one. Guaranteed to cause flavour envy. Picture a soft tortilla wrap filled with...
crispy chicken.
Lush, smoky barbecue sauce. Delicious bacon too, yes please.
Today's $1.99 barbecue bacon and chicken one. So big on flavour, everyone will want some. Only at McDonald's. From 11 a.m.
Dogs are still cute at night, and shareable moments still happen at night. Get the epic new Samsung Galaxy S22 Ultra on Vodafone with its revolutionary cameras, so you can take clear, bright night shots. Save £432 guaranteed when you trade in a Samsung Galaxy S20 using our trade-in tool. Vodafone.
£18 per month trade-in saving on 24-month airtime plan. Device plan required. CPI plus 3.9% annual increase. Eligibility checks and terms apply at vodafone.co.uk/terms. Credit by Vodafone.
PGA Tour, the Players' Championship live on TalkSport 2. Thursday night from 10. As the world's golfing elite go head-to-head at TPC Sawgrass, hear full swing-by, pitch-by, putt commentary of all the action direct from Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida. PGA Tour, the Players' Championship, Thursday night from 10, live on TalkSport
2. Exclusive international cricket live, the West Indies versus England on TalkSport 2.
10 minutes away from the first ball of the first of 3 test matches from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. Now, alongside me, Matt Pryor and Gareth Batty, former England wicketkeeper and all-rounder. England are bottom of the World Test Championship at the moment, and their prospects of reaching the 2023 final would appear to be remote, if not non-existent. So the question was asked about whether Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson might have gone if England were in contention for a place in the World Test Championship final, and whether this, consequently, because they're out of the running, is, well, seen as a, I think the term development tour was used, I think is very harsh, but a sort of a rebuilding, resetting tour. Is there anything in that?
Very much so. I think calling an England cricket team a development team is wrong. I mean, first and foremost, you're representing England. You've got to be one of the best players in England to play. And I think that's one of the reasons why Broad and Anderson were so upset, because they see themselves still as 2 of the best cricketers, and they'd earned the right to be selected to play cricket for England. And those would have been the questions asked of Andrew Strauss when they got the call to say you're not going. It was sort of like, okay, well, who's better than us? Because I assume you're selecting the best England team to go and win a Test series in England, and you know, only the powers that be will know what the answer was. It can't be a development team. I understand rebuilding. I get that bit, but you still have to have players that you believe can win the series. What I do think is, you know, it's not been said yet, but very much so, because of the embarrassment. It was an embarrassment of the last Ashes. I think the focus for the ECB will be right. A bit like, what was it, 2015, when they were nowhere in that World Cup, got pumped, got out, you know, absolute rock bottom. It was like, right, the goal is to win the White Ball World Cup. The goal now will be to win the Ashes in Australia. So everything they do now will be about winning the Ashes in Australia. Broad and Anderson are not going to be in the Ashes in Australia. You wouldn't have thought. So actually, we know about them. We need to find out about these other guys. And actually, the focus has been about Broad and Anderson, but actually, it's not about them. It's about Wokes. People like that. I still see him as a young player, but he's not. He's 33 years old. He's played a lot of cricket. He needs to step up. And he needs the opportunity to step up as a leader within the group. I'm using Wokes as one example, but there are a few of them that now need to step up as leaders.
Yeah, development is a bad choice of language, I think. We can't use that in international cricket, and certainly for our national team, you know, I support the England team like everybody else that's listening. That's just a bad choice of language. The rebuilding phase, yes, I truly believe it is, and I think it actually needs to be built around some senior players like Maddie's touched on there with Wokes and Wood. They've got to lead the line now. They've got to do it for their captain. They've got to get something on side with the captain, so he's got trust in them, and then they can be the pillars that Broad and Anderson have been for the last 10, 15 years, and that is what England are searching for. The average is what it is from numbers. It's the young players who are the unknown that will raise that average, so that's the exciting part of this trip. But your senior players need to hold their average and just make it go up incremental bits, tiny bits, like 1-2% for England to get to where they want to be.
Right, moments away from the national anthems, and as always in the Caribbean, there will be three. There's the national anthem of the host nation, in this case Antigua and Barbuda, and then we'll have the English national anthem, and that'll be followed by the anthem of the Caribbean cricket, Rally Round the West Indies. Just a reminder that Joe Root's won the toss, and England will bat first. He said that it looks like a dry surface and it's cracking quite early. Here we go. Right, so those are the Antiguan and English national anthems. So we were promised that we would have Rally Round the West Indies as well. And here it is.
Some of the old generals have retired and gone, and the run don't come as they did before. But when the two say so, don't you know the desert is gone? We lost the battle, but yet we will win the war. Rally round the West Indies, one forever. Rally round the West Indies, never, never, never. Cause you see the runs that gonna flow again like water, bringing so much joy to peace on every turn and corner. Then we gonna rise again like a raging fire. As the sun shines, you know we gon' take it higher. We gotta rally round the West Indies, one forever. Rally round the West Indies, stoke up the fire, way down under.
One of those great tunes that best sums up the atmosphere, the party atmosphere, and it certainly brings a bit of hype and anticipation as well. We're a couple of minutes away now from the first ball. A reminder that Joe Root has won the toss and England will be batting first, and up first in the commentary box. And to run through the teams, I would imagine, although that's not an instruction, it's my delight to welcome Andrew McKenna.
Thank you, Manners. Well, seeing as you've suggested it, I will continue on that theme then. England have named Alex Lees and Zach Crawley as the opening batsmen, Joe Root and Dan Lawrence at 3 and 4, Ben Stokes and Johnny Bairstow at 5 and 6, Ben Folkes is the keeper at 7, and then the bowlers Chris Wokes, Craig Overton, Mark Wood and Jack Leach. And Lees and Crawley are on their way out to the middle. The 22nd opening partnership for England since January of 2015. It's been a somewhat revolving door existence for England openers, and the 7th opening partnership since January of 2020. Now the players will head out to the middle, then both sides will take a knee before we get underway. And we will get this 3-match series underway. Of course, every ball of it will be exclusively live here on TalkSport 2. There'll be no commercial breaks during the play. You won't miss a thing. Now we are going to get going, and Kemar Roach is going to be the man who gets entrusted with the first over of the series. Of course, the last time we all assembled in the Caribbean, in Antigua, the West Indies won the test against England by 10 wickets as England were bowled out for 187 and 132, and Kemar Roach was man of the match. Can he start this series off something similar? West Indies team, just while we've got a moment. Brathwaite and Campbell. As the players take a knee, the West Indians also raise their right fist. Brathwaite and Campbell opening. Brooks, Bonner, Blackwood and Holder. Josh De Silva's the wicket-keeper. Joseph, Roach, Pamal and Seals the sides. And I don't think we've mentioned yet the umpires for the first test. Gregory Brathwaite and Joel Wilson. Leslie Reefer is watching the TV replays if we need them. And we are just about ready to go. So Alex Lees and Zach Crawley. How are they feeling this very moment? Excited to be going. Joe Root has won the toss. Elected to bat, as we say. Kemar Roach has ball in hand and is just waiting for the umpire to say play, so that we can get ourselves going. He's going to start around the wicket to the left-handed Lees. Lees will be on strike. Very first ball. 3 slips and a gully in place. Here we go then. Kemar Roach around the wicket. And Lees allows this to go through to Josh De Silva. And nothing is done from the first ball. Delighted to say that it is Gareth Batty and Matt Pryor alongside myself. So, Matt, from a batsman's point of view, a nice sighter first up. A little bit of shape on it, but it started wide and nothing too much to trouble Lees.
Yeah, I think the only other ball Lees would have wanted was just one on his hip. Like, he could have clipped down to fine leg for one and get off the mark. But yeah, interesting, he's taking first ball. Took first ball as well, so straight into it.
Here comes Kemar Roach for the second ball of the test match. That's Fuller, and Lees will play at that one. Pushes it to mid-off. No run there. Very good afternoon to TalkSport listeners as well, who are joining us here on TalkSport 2 for the first few balls of this England innings. England winning the toss, electing to bat, and 2 balls in. Well, they've done something that they didn't manage in the Ashes series. They got through 2 balls of the first over of the first test without losing a wicket. As you can hear, England fans in attendance, and the majority of the fans in the stadium are English. Kemar Roach around the wicket. Now that goes through to the keeper. Lee's shaped to play at it. I think pulled the bat inside the line.
Yeah, we'll give him a leave, won't we? We'll give him a leave. Yeah, look to play it, but Kemar Roach going from around the wicket, taking the ball away from the left-handed Lees to the slips. Not wanting to chase one, leave the bat hanging out, so sort of look to play at it, line it up, and then pull the bat on the inside. Yeah, we'll give him a leave for that one.
Roach around the wicket for the 4th ball, and again, it's a ball that's wide, it's fullish, it's tempting him to drive, but Alex Lees so far has no interest in that. Gareth Batty, you're still connected with the county game. Obviously, Alex Lees has come out of the county game into this England squad. What's the word around the traps then about Alex Lees? What's the report card say?
I would be going series opening ball with Kemar Roach, bowling around the wicket, operating at off stump, taking it away from him, testing him, not quite addressing the ball as he would want with his right hand side, and just bringing that left hand in.
As Roach goes in and Lee squeezing this out, back with a point. He's underway. England are underway with a boundary. Lees just opens the face of one that's over-pitched and guides it all along the floor. He's underway with 4. England 4 without loss.
2 full from Roach. Just gets it on that popping crease length, which is no real danger for Lees, just to lean on it, but that's almost what you want Lees doing from a bowling point of view. He does grow up at the ball a bit with his bottom hand too much, and he will at times play in front of himself, which brings those slips into play, so he won't be too disheartened, Roach, but a nice start from Lees.
Final ball of the first over then. Roach in, that's 2 wide. It's through to Josh De Silva, and there is no run. England 4 without loss at the end of the first over then, here on TalkSport 2. For those of you who don't maybe follow the county game as closely as maybe you do the international stuff, Alex Lees, 127 games of first-class cricket. He's just over 7,000 international runs, so that's an average of just under 35. With that, he's got 1,735 50s.
Yeah, I mean, he's a solid county pro. He's done the hard yards up top, opening the batting at Headingley, and now he's obviously at the Riverside, and you can get some pretty interesting pitches, for the vast majority of the county championship season, being in April and May, and then the back end of the season when it's still very dewy in the morning, so he does it hard up there.
We'll get Jared Kimber's thoughts in just a minute on that one, as Jaden Seales is about to bowl the second over of this test match. His 6th test. Jared, just quickly before Seales comes in.
Yeah, his first year for Durham, he played 10 matches and he averaged 16. He's done very well since then, but it was he struggled that first year to work out going up north.
Here we go then. Seales, right arm over to the right-handed Zach Crawley. That's 2 straight. And he's trying to flick it down the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it. It's through to keeper. Going away to his left-hand side. Not able to take it cleanly, but there's no run added to the total.
He's got an interesting action, hasn't he, Seales? Is he almost like off the wrong foot a little bit, sort of Mike Proctor-like back in the day? Just a little bit. He might be difficult to get your trigger movement, so that sort of ready position that Crawley will go a little bit back and across and in there.
Are you suggesting that Maddie faced Mike Proctor?
Been very negative so far, Jared.
Seales on his way in. Straight, and that one wobbled around as it goes past Crawley. He doesn't play, but then boomed away towards first slip quite late on, once it has passed the stump. So getting a little bit of movement there early on, gents.
Yeah, he's nicely over the top of the ball. He's got that sort of canted seam position where it's going towards the batsman, and then as it goes down, because he's sort of that awkward delivery stride, he's a little bit off the wrong foot but not quite. He's sometimes over the top, sometimes not over the perpendicular, which is 12 o'clock on the clock. Sometimes it'd be 11, sometimes it'd be 1, which will just make it difficult for which way the ball's going to go. This time it went away from the right-hander.
In he comes again. Now that's straighter, and Zach Crawley is underway, and he's underway with a boundary, just like Lee's in the previous over. That one 2 full, 2 straight, punched straight back past the bowler all along the floor. England 8 without loss from 2 boundaries.
Yeah, fantastic shot this, and is exactly how Zach Crawley would want to get off the mark. The ball before, actually quite a tight lead. You talk about opening batsmen, owning the channel, owning that area that the bowlers want to bowl in and around off stump, just outside. That gets a little bit tighter on him, and he's able to, from Seales, and Zach Crawley's able to lean into it and hit a crisp drive straight back past the bowler.
Seales is on his way in towards the commentary box then. That's down the leg side, sparred at by Crawley. Doesn't get anything on it. Keeper going down the leg side will gather, and there is no run. So 16 test match wickets for Jaden Seales in his 5 matches so far. A best of 5 for 55. And he is opening the bowling for the West Indies in this first test match against England. Just to remind you, if you are just joining us here on TalkSport 2, England won the toss, elected to bat, as Joe Root became the first captain in the last 6 test matches to bat first. The previous 5 have all elected to bowl. Seales on his way, bit of whip. Oh, lovely shot from Crawley, over-pitched, half volley. It needed to be put away, but it is put away beautifully. Minimum of effort, minimum of fuss, straight through the covers, 12 without loss.
Oh, Zach Crawley. This will be making him feel very pleasant inside just lent on this one, and it's that sort of Gower-esque drive where he just lent on it, and it's absolutely sped off to the boundary. He really is a wonderful player. If you're bringing him forward and you don't get your length right, he's going to hurt you. He's got that beautiful stride, that beautiful way of addressing the ball. One straight down the ground and now one through the covers. Signs looking good for Crawley.
That was all timing. There was barely any follow-through on that. There was just time to perfection. Final ball of the second over then. Seals is in, and Crawley allows that to go through. And again, there's some late swing, about 5-6 metres once it's gone past the stumps where Zach Crawley is. So Josh De Silva will actually end up taking that in front of first slip. But that's 2 overs gone from an England point of view. Nice start so far. They are 12 without loss, Matt Pryor.
Yeah, good signs for I'm risking commentators' curse here, but batsman fresh to the crease, opening batsman. There's certain things you look for, and how they leave is actually as important as some of the shots they play. And Zach Crawley, they're 2 very tight leaves, but good leaves. But it's the position he was in when he was leaving the ball. He wasn't moving. He had made a solid stride, and it's like, I'm all over this. I'm making the decision not to hit this ball. And then when the ball does come a bit straighter, a bit fuller, he then put those 2 boundaries away. So looks in good rhythm.
Kemar Roach then for the first ball of the third. That's outside. Alex Lees is off stump, and there's no need to play at that, and he doesn't. Both sides wearing black armbands as a mark of respect for Shane Warne. It's incredible to think that we've lost Shane Warne. Remarkable stuff. Kemar Roach making his way back to the end of his mark. During the interval, by the way, we will be paying tribute to Shane Warne and bringing you lots of other news and stories as well. And don't forget, of course, following on will be with us at the end of each day's play. Kemar Roach is in, outside of off stump again, doesn't need to be played at by Lees, and he doesn't, and will allow it through to the keeper for no run. England had just 1 game as a warm-up ahead of this. They played a West Indian President's 11 on the old Alan Stamford ground, but let's draw a veil over that one. England made 466 for 6, declared, first time around. Alex Lees made 65, Zach Crawley 62, Joe Root 54. Johnny Bairstow top scored with 100, Dan Lawrence also made 83. That's straighter, that's taken on the pad by Roach. He really wants that one, LBW. He's got it! Umpire sticks up the finger. Joel Wilson says yes. And Lees is going to walk down for a conversation with Crawley. They will review it. But I've got to say, that one looks a pretty tight one. And if they're looking to get that overturned, I can't immediately think of what will save Alex Lees.
Yeah, as they hit him on the pad, Gareth Batsy in the studio had the finger raised. He was pretty convinced. I thought if he hadn't got an inside edge, it does look close.
Right, Nigel.
Front on coming up.
Do good. No, sorry, my apologies. Leslie Reefer is on replay.
The ball is close to the bat. And I have ultra edge to confirm whether bat involved.
So he's already confirmed it's not a no ball. Bat and pad are close.
Wait on ultra edge.
It's hitting flush on the knee roll, by the way, in terms
ultra
of
edge
height.
Is building.
We're waiting on the technology. They want to see the waveform to see if there's an inside
Still
edge.
Waiting. You have anything else to show Mark in the meanwhile? We wait on ultra edge.
What a great start for the technology.
Ultra
Here
edge
we
coming
go.
up. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. The ball is close to the bat. You take it forward.
Bat and pad are so close together here, I don't think you can actually tell.
Take it forward before the ball reaches the bat. Yes. Yeah, the ball passes the bat. Okay, therefore there's no bat involved. Can we go to a ball tracking when it's available?
So he's not hit it as far as the umpire's concerned.
Pitching outside off. Impact umpire's call. Wickets hitting. Can we go back to Joel on field? Joel asks you to stay with your out decision. You're on screen now, signal.
Kemar Roach was man of the match 3 years ago as the West Indies won in Antigua. He's taken the first wicket of this match. He's got 1 for 4. Lees will be the man departing. 4 from 9 balls faced. England 12 for 1.
Yeah, and look, you've always got to look credit to the bowler here as well, I would say. Fantastic. Kemar Roach has been going around the wicket, going away, a bit of shake to the slips. In fact, bowling quite wide, almost thinking a bit of a criticism, not making the batsman play. And then that one, first ball, gone straight back into the top of off stump. Pulled Lees across, played the wrong line, expecting it to swing away. In fact, it went straight on with the arm. LBW. Good bowling that for me.
Yeah, and it just showed that he was prepared to be patient with it. It's 8 balls that he just sort of hung it out there till he's ready. He feels like he's pulled Lees across the crease, getting his head going towards point, not down the wicket, to then just nip that one back in with the angle around the wicket, just coming back in. Just got it straight enough. It pitched outside, but on impact, it's bang on line. I mean, it's sweet bowling, and what you'd expect from your leading bowler in the team to be setting up the youngster in the opposition.
Well, the England captain is out in the middle. As Matt Pryor said when discussing it with Neil Manthorpe earlier, you might as well be out there at 10 for 1 rather than 10 for 2. But Joe Root is there. He's taken over the ownership of the number 3 position. He made 322 runs in Australia in the Ashes series, which for a man of Joe Root's quality is down on where it would normally be, but he's out there in the middle early. And there are 4 slips in place, waiting. A short leg as well. Joe Root has taken guard. He's just looking around. And here we go then. Kemar Roach on his way. Oh, Joe Root has backed away just at the last minute. Just pausing, see if we can hear anything through the stump mic as to why Joe Root did that, but Kemar Roach was a long way into his approach to the crease there before Joe Root decided to bail out. Just on the LBW, gentlemen, bat and pad were very close together as we were looking at the technology. Leslie Reefer decided there wasn't an edge on that one, but it was a pretty difficult call to make. Get your thoughts on that in a minute, as Roach is now on his way to Root. Oh, it's short and wide, and Joe Root with that trademark shot of his gets up on his toes, guides it through backward point, and he's underway, first ball with a 4. England 16 for 1.
Joe Root straight to the crease. What a beautiful position. He's up tall on his back foot, and his right foot gets up over the ball and just clips it away with a straight bat, backward of point. Seen him do this so many times. And from ball 1, it's a great sign. The captain promoting himself to number 3. Very positive from his point of view, from an England point of view, and he's off and running. First ball.
Roach on his way for the 5th ball of the over. Right arm over, again shaping back into the right-handed Joe Root, pushes back down the pitch, no run. Now, Matt, you spoke about this with Neil earlier, so just to reprise it, Joe Root has decided he wants to go to number 3, and you said you were all in favour of that. My question is, but why now? England have needed a number 3 for the last 2 or 3 years, so why now?
Yeah, unfortunately it's taken a bit too long, hasn't it? I mean, he tried it, when was it? He went to number 3 a year or so ago, maybe even longer.
That previous ball, by the way, was a no ball, so Roach will come in again, and Root is coming forward, covering up, pushing back down the pitch to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, it was the Pakistan series in 2020. Root moved himself to 3, didn't have much success there, and then immediately went straight back to 4. Look, for me, you have your best player batting in the toughest position. 3 is the toughest position. You have a look at Australia. Look at Ricky Ponting. Very actually quite similar type players. Strong defence, but naturally look to attack. Just because you bat at 3 doesn't mean you have to defend everything.
Roach in. Root allows this to go through to the keeper. No run. End of the over. 3 gone here on TalkSport 2. 17 for 1. Root's got 4. Crawley 8. And Matt Pryor can continue his thoughts.
More importantly for me, whether it's about technique or anything else, it's about the intent the captain is showing to the rest of the team. That for too long, England cricket with their batting lineup says, where does everyone want to bat? Stokes wants to bat that number, Root wants to bat that number, Bairstow wants to bat there. Well, actually, it's irrelevant. It's where does the team need you to bat? That is what is relevant. And the team has needed Joe Root at 3 for God knows how long. He's finally going there, but it's intent from the captain to say, I've got to lead this new group, new era, as we've said. And one of the first statements I'm making is, I'm going to go and own that number 3 spot.
There you go. Right, Zach Crawley. 2 boundary to his name so far. He's going to face Jaden Seals. And in he comes, right arm over. And again, that is angling and it's actually going straight in towards off stump. But once it's gone past the keeper again, it's a little shape away and takes Josh De Silva to move away to his right-hand side. And there is no run. Short extra cover's gone in for Zach Crawley. So it's 3 slips a gully, a point, short extra, mid-off, mid-on, and long leg. Seals on his way once again. Nothing to do with that one, Zach Crawley. Again, he just sort of comes forward, that sort of half press, and then just holds the line, head still, bat doesn't really go anywhere in his hands, and he allows it to go through to Josh De Silva once again. Certainly back in 2019, the stadium was a great deal fuller than it is now. Obviously, slightly different world that we live in. But the England fans have certainly made their way to Antigua for this first test match and are enjoying what they're seeing so far. England 17 for 1 as Seals goes in. That's fuller, wider, trying to tempt Crawley into something. This has nothing to do with it. And it's through to the keeper, no run.
He's getting some nice shape, his Seals. We said before, he gets his arm very high at 12 o'clock on the clock face delivery, which means he can just slightly go the other side and go 11 and just bring the ball into the right-hander, or he can just keep it at 12 and then just drop to 1 o'clock on the hand just to run it on his outside edge. It's predominantly operating nearer the 1 o'clock at the minute.
Seals in. That's again just a little bit too wide to ask Zach Crawley to play. So Crawley allows it to go through. No run. He's faced 10 balls now. Zach Crawley for his 8th.
Yeah, I mean, you would say that bowling this wide would be a tactic to drag the batter across the crease, but just off air, myself and Matt were talking about Crawley's batting on off stump. He's covering his stumps. You can't actually see them. So you've already dragged him across. Is there a bit more thinking that you could still be challenging that little bit straighter until he gets in? Might be a thought process.
Keep an eye on that one. Seals is in. Oh, that's an inside edge. It was brilliantly taken by Josh De Silva, one-handed, going down the leg side. It's a flat-footed drive by Crawley, inside edge, and then low to the keeper's left when he thought it would be going to his right. And Crawley goes for 8 from 11 deliveries. And England, well, it's the same problems all over again. They're 17 for 2.
New team, same problem. Fantastic catch, I'm going to say, from the wicketkeeper. Always the inside edge is always a nice catch. Diving one-handed to his left. Goes straight in the middle, it must be said. But a poor shot from Crawley. And he seems to have he plays a couple of crisp drives we saw in the previous over. And then there he loses his hands. His feet don't really go anywhere. Big inside nick. Good catch, but it's a loose shot again.
Yeah, it's the value of bowling full. We've seen the West Indians, when they've gone nearer to the stumps, when they're bringing it within the eye line, they're looking to bowl the ball full. We've not seen anything really bouncing above the waist. They're definitely operating on that fuller length with that little bit of tackiness, a little bit of moisture. That ball, fair play to Seals, did just fall off the seam and just nip back a fraction. Not ideal from Crawley playing out in front of himself, hence the inside nick, but the ball did deviate off the seam.
Well, England have passed 300 in their first innings just 3 times in the last 14 test match innings. First innings runs are your currency as a test match side. That is what sets up wins. I mean, in fairness, the West Indies have only done it twice in the same kind of period. But from an England point of view, the same issues. Of course, it's not easy opening the batting in international cricket. Brand new ball, it is a Duke's ball, the West Indian version of the Duke's ball, so slightly different to the English version. But the West Indian bowlers have got it where they want at the moment. Right, it is Dan Lawrence come to the crease. He will join Joe Root, so 2 right-handers, 4 slips, a gully. Short mid-off, point,
Ball is right arm
And it already feels like this is a really significant portion of this game.
Well, at least Joe Root's on from 4 already. I mean, he would have been in now, right?
Well, you said earlier, you might as well be in at 10 for 1 as opposed to 10 for 2, or 17 for 2 in this case. So the final ball of the over then, Dan Lawrence is making. Seals wait. And here we go then. Final ball of the 4th over. England already 2 down. Seals is in. Oh, that's too wide. To bring forward Dan Lawrence. He can allow it to curve away and through to Josh De Silva. That is 4 overs done and dusted here on TalkSport 2. England 17 for 2. Both openers have gone already. Time for our first change in the commentary box. Mark Butcher and Samuel Badri will take you through the next period of the game.
Yes, thanks very much, Macca. Beautiful day here in Antigua. North Sounds ground is humming to the sound of Calypso. We've got England fans in all 4 corners. And England, the batting lineup anyway, in very familiar territory. Might have jigged things around. Alex Lees has been given a debut, 22nd opening batsman to make a debut after the retirement of Sir Andrew Strauss. He's back in the pavilion, as is Zach Crawley. The West Indies are making this new ball move around a little. Kemar Roach, who has just taken his 40th wicket here at the North Sounds ground, is bowling quite beautifully from the Curtly Ambrose end. Very good afternoon to you back there in the UK, and a very good afternoon to the birthday boy, Samuel Badri, who's just joined me.
Hi mate, thanks, and hello to all who are tuned in. Excellent start by the West Indies in this first Apex Test match, exactly what they would have wanted, early wickets.
Roach is in once more. Slightly wider on the crease that time, angled in. Root defends to mid-on, and there's no run. It wouldn't have been a straightforward decision for England to bat first. I think it's the right call, but this pitch has not got a blade of grass on it. It will crack and dry, but it had been watered a little this morning, hadn't it, which provided a little bit of tackiness. It might be why we're seeing a bit of movement this morning.
Yeah, there was some moisture. That would have been a little bit of a concern for the captains at the toss in terms of making that decision.
Roach in once more, and this time it's an in swinger that Joe Root allows to pass. Josh De Silva takes the ball almost down the leg side as the ball carried on its arc, swinging past the stumps and down towards the left hand side of De Silva, the keeper.
As you got closer to 10 o'clock mark, it dried up and you can see some cracks. Nothing major to talk about, but you can just anticipate that later on, maybe day 3, 4 and 5, that there will be something in it for the spinners. Jack Leach might come into play.
Driven down the ground, full delivery from Roach, who fields off his own bowling, leaves the ball to be picked up by his skipper, head off. Yeah, we came here yesterday for the ball this morning. Joe Root elevated to number 3. Dan Lawrence at 4, Ben Stokes at 5. He looked very fit and raring to go when we saw him yesterday. Johnny Bairstow at 6. Ben Folkes back into the team with the gloves at number 7. Chris Wokes at 8. Craig Overton at 9. Mark Wood at 10. And Leach at 11. Searles in again. Hands tucked in, or elbows tucked in by his side. And again it's a little wide of off stump. They've moved the fielder over into the mid-wicket region now, perhaps to try and encourage the youngster to bowl the ball a little bit straighter. As yet the muscle memory hasn't taken on the information that the brain has.
Yeah, the ball seems to be disobeying Jayden Seales at the moment, a little bit too wide, not allowing the batsman to play, and that's what you want to do with that new ball. Already gotten 2 wickets, and they want to make further inroads into this brittle English batting lineup.
Absolute Jaffa. That is a beauty. Ball angling into the right-hander. It then pitches and leaves Dan Lawrence, who in ended up groping in at the fresh air. And that's a really good delivery to finish off the 8th over. 23 for 2. A lot of talk, Samuel, back in the UK, has been for many years about Joe Root's batting position. Their colleagues back in London were talking about Joe Root at 3 and saying that Pryor in particular, feeling that it's a positive move. At number 3, Joe Root had 53 innings, 1,933 runs at an average of 38 and a half with 200s. At number 4, 106 innings, 5,179 runs at 51, 1,427 50s. Is it worth, I suppose, when you put those numbers together, the question will be, well, is it better for England that Joe Root averages 50 or 38? As Kemar Roach runs away from his 24 and he's back in it. Oh, it's edged. Joe Root on the back foot. That ball bounced on him a little bit. He tried to glide it down to third man, but it bounced a bit on him and he got a top edge and it flew dangerously close to a man positioned at sort of fourth slip who perhaps might have made a better effort. And it runs away for a rather streaky boundary for England's number 3.
Kemar Roach once again in the thick of things, producing an opportunity here. And this should have been taken. Jermaine Blackwood was the guilty party. Disappointment as you'd expect from Kemar Roach. He knows how important that wicket is, the wicket of Joe Root. And again, on a pitch like this, you want to continue to pick wickets, and an opportunity goes a begging for the West Indies. Kemar Roach comes in once again from the Circuit Lee Ambrose end.
Yeah. Oh, and that's very, very close. Oh, it's out. That's bowled him. That is an absolute jaffer from Kemar Roach. Joe Root has tried to leave the ball. We were just talking about his success rate at 3 versus 4, and in 2 consecutive deliveries the England captain could have been out both times, but this time he's on his way back. The ball has literally clipped the outside, the adjoining part of the bail and the off stump. Just clipped it. The bail dropped off. Joe Root can barely believe it, but he is gone, and England are 3 down for 27.
Talk about misjudgment from Joe Root, a brain fade moment before him leaving that one, angling back in. That has been the port of call for Kemar Roach to the right-handers, angling that ball back in with his action. Joe Root completely misjudging that one, and the top of off the area to be bowling for any fast bowler. That off bail being clipped, and another wicket for the West Indies. This time the all-important one off the captain. He has to go. West Indies now have taken 3 wickets. England 27 for 3 and in a spot of bother.
Spot of bother is absolutely correct, Samuel Badry. Stony-faced Paul Collingwood is under the gaze of the cameras as Ben Stokes strides to the crease. Mentioned a few minutes ago just how fit and ready he looks for this challenge. And he's going to need to be, because once again England's top order are in tatters. Once again it's Kemar Roach who's the tormentor for the West Indies. An absolutely beautiful delivery. Joe Root possibly expecting the
We're raising our prices during your contract. Join us for prices that stay fixed.
This is Supermarket Mobile. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps. To verify, please visit tescomobile.com/fixed prices.
This Saturday is game day on TalkSport 2.
What a strike! Feel the might of the top flight and witness the thrills and skills from the world's biggest football league.
That's a superb goal!
The games.
Oh, he's just slammed it home!
The goals.
It's in!
And the glory.
He's done it!
One day, so much football.
Game day.
This Saturday on TalkSport 2.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on TalkSport 2.
Looking back on Australia, we've had some quite, honest reflections, not only as a team but as individuals as well. And one of my reflections on that tour as a whole was, I personally felt like I let the team down from more than just performances. I would have liked to have been in a better physical shape when I was in Australia. Because when I look back on it, I always look back, obviously I've let myself down, but the thing that really grinds me the most and hurts me the most is that I've let a lot of other people down. So that's my reflection from that, and I never want to feel like that again, because it was hard to take when you do sit down and you reflect on things that don't go quite well, and Australia was one of them. So everyone's taken a lot of good hard lessons from Australia, and we have done as a team as well.
That was, of course, one of England's greatest all-rounders, Ben Stokes, being very hard on himself. I think most England players returned from Australia were hard on themselves, and there was obviously a lot of honest conversations taking place. Harmy, he mentions his being in better, wished he was in better physical condition in Australia. What do you understand of his physical conditioning now, and how much of a role will he play with the ball?
Manners, thanks. He's in better shape. He looks in better shape. He bowled about 20 minutes ago off a sort of three-quarter run. He bowled in the warm-up game, which he got a wicket with his first ball on a pretty docile pitch. I think my understanding is he will bowl in this game if needed, and it will be sparingly, hopefully, if needed. But he looks in a lot better physical shape. He looks a lot better sort of mentally. I had a good chat with him yesterday afternoon on the ground, and he was. You can't sort of talk about what happened in Australia because I didn't speak to him during or before that. But he looks as though there's a focus there. He seemed to get Australia. He seemed to get sort of thrown back into it very, very quickly after his break, and whether he didn't have time to get himself mentally right or physically right, I think that obviously is apparent because of the words that he's chosen. I know how he feels like, because I felt exactly the same way in 2006-07 about my performances in Australia, and let my captain, but was my best mate, down. And I know how Ben feels in that front. You're not trying to let your team down. You're not trying to not perform to your best ability. Just sometimes that happens, and he has to quickly put that out of his mind and move forward onto this series, which I think this series is a good series for England.
You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary exclusively here on TalkSport 2, and well, we have not ball-by-ball yet. That's 40 minutes away. We're 40 minutes away from the first of 3 test matches, first in Antigua, then we move to Barbados, and finally on to Grenada. Harmy, the issue of James Anderson and Stuart Broad's omission, I keep feeling like we should be moving on now, and we're 40 minutes away, and maybe when the cricket starts we will be moving on from it, but it's just too big a topic, isn't it? I mean, people haven't stopped talking about it, and I don't suspect they will, however deep we go into the series.
No, we won't, and the challenge for Joe and for the bowling attack is to hopefully by the end of March that the topic that everybody was sort of hot on their lips is not as sort of put more fuel on it. We are not giving more fuel to the fire of, well, we are in a bad place if we are really desperately needing a 35. Not so much Broad, because I still think there's a lot more in Broad. We've got to get away from putting Broad and Anderson in the same sort of age bracket. I think Anderson especially, he's 39-year-old. We're going to have to move on from him eventually. He's not invincible. He's not going to, he's not going to play on forever. So I think this is time for it to move on. I've been very vocal, and my opinion still is we should have one, if not both, on this trip. But it is time to move on. We have got Wokes. We're going to have Overton. We're going to have Wood bowl with a Duke ball, which I think is going to help that little sort of Project Restart transition with Broad and Anderson not being there, because all the question marks over Chris Wokes and bowling overseas has always been with a Kookaburra ball. But the Duke ball he's never had a problem with, and I think that is something that is going to help not only Wokes but Overton and Wood, because the ball's going to stay better for longer. It's going to move laterally for longer, because if they look after it, it's more durable. So that is going to help England move forward. But undoubtedly they're going to miss them.
Harmy, we saw Alex Leach being presented with his cap a few minutes ago, about 15 minutes ago, and unless I missed it, there was no sign of Saqib Mahmood being capped. So I'm assuming that Jack Leach will play, and as you said, it'll be Overton, Wokes and Wood, with Chris Wokes to lead the attack.
Yeah, Jack Leach is going to play. No Saqib Mahmood. I was on the ground yesterday, Manners, at between 3:30 and 4:30. We got the TV crew got tested again, and England were practicing, and a conversation with a few of the players, just talking about what the practice has been like and the preparation's been like. Preparation at the old Stamford ground, the wicket was very, very docile. It was very, very hard. It was turgid cricket, and in some way that helped some of the batters get in from a concentration point of view. They watched the ball a lot closer. There wasn't as much value for runs. And then they said when they come to this ground, the nets were a lot better. They felt as though because of last week they were in a better place to hit the ball. They were watching the ball better, and practice has gone very, very well. But looking at the surface, from 4:30 last night to 9 o'clock this morning, it has changed. It's changed a hell of a lot. There's a lot more moisture gone into it. The groundsman's watered it a lot more. And being out there looking at Paul Collingwood, Marcus Trescothick and Joe Root, I don't think England know what to do. I really don't. If Joe Root wins a toss, I really think England are at an odds whether to bat or bowl first. I think 5 captains have bowled first on this. The last 5 have bowled first. But I think there's only one score of 300 plus in that time batting first. So I think that is a big
the world's leading wicket taker with 383 he finished with at an average of 28.4, and Vivian Richards, Sir Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards, played 121 test matches, 8,500 runs, just over 8,500 runs at an average of 50.23, 2400s, 45 50s, and he had an extraordinary one-day career as well, over 6,500 runs at an average of 47, also with 1100s and 45 50s. Statistically, two of the greatest cricketers, and as characters and legends and inspirations of the game, also two of the greatest. Jared Kimber.
Yeah, it's very interesting that they went with these two players, because the most obvious player would have been Leary Constantine, who obviously was a great West Indian player, probably, if not their first great, then probably their second great player after George Headley, and he went on to be an incredibly important person in British society as a politician and I think he was a solicitor as well, wasn't he? So he was very much involved with these, so it does tell you the impact that Viv Richards and Ian Botham had to be able to pip out Leary Constantine, who's probably had almost everything else named after him by this point, I would have thought, in his career. But that peak from, 77 to 82, 83, when Botham was at his absolute best, and when Viv Richards sort of exploded onto the scene, they were by far the two biggest cricket stories in the world, and that includes players like Lilly and Tomo. There were some incredible players around the world. Sunil Gavaskar was playing at that point, but I think at that moment, Ian Botham and Viv Richards were just on a completely different level to anyone else. So off his first 51 tests, Ian Botham was averaging 38 with the bat and 23 with the ball. that's what you do if you make a player up on a computer video game. That's the sort of numbers they end up with. And both of them start. I mean, just everywhere you go. He had 8 5-wicket hauls in his first 11 games, and he took 100 wickets in his first 19 tests. Just phenomenal. He scored 6 hundreds very early on as well. Players like that just don't come along very often. Sadly, that both of them couldn't keep that up. I don't think anyone could probably keep those numbers up, but he couldn't keep it up. Viv Richards is different, and Viv Richards is incredible. And if you want to know why people keep talking about him, I think he's almost more remembered for one-day cricket, although he's obviously an all-time great in Test cricket. He still has the 10th highest strike rate in one-day cricket, of 90. And I'm just going to read you some names here of players who have a lower strike rate than Viv Richards. Rohit Sharma, MS Dhoni, Ricky Ponting, Martin Guptill, Yuvraj Singh and Chris Gale have a lower strike rate in one-dayers than he did. And in his time, the strike rate in one-day cricket was 66 on average, and he was scoring at 90. He really was playing a different sport than everyone else, Viv Richards.
Gareth Buddy, you're going to wonder where I'm going with this now. So Vivian Richards just turned 70. Lord Botham is 65. And it's a mark of how long they managed to extend their careers, and how young you were when you played, and how long you played for, that you just missed overlapping their careers by 4 and 5 years. Isn't that amazing?
It is amazing, because I wouldn't have had a career if I'd have had to go up against those guys. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it takes me back to an era of my life that it's been a kid, and the fond memories that you have of being a kid. And everything was about Botham, the Duncan Fearnley attack. Everything was about him. And then it was the 1992 World Cup where he was opening the batting. And Alex Stewart was obviously a hero of mine then and now, and Graham Gooch. It was all the names that just roll off the tongue as a young man growing up watching England. They were the legends. They had bats named after them. The whole shebang. It was the aura of Botham. It was always married up with some opposition players, and Viv Richards, you need to look no further. Name a kid that grew up in the late 70s, 80s, 90s that didn't try and put his front foot across to extra cover and whip it over square leg. Most kids still try and do it now and get out. I mean, we're talking about guys that changed the face of how we now even look at cricket. And Viv is 70, so imagine 40 years ago, he's still setting the trends now. If you've got some YouTube videos, so if there's a kid out there listening that wants to be an absolute Jet 2020 player, play all franchise stuff, have a look at this fella. Look at his centre mass, his balance, and then look at his strikes. I mean, this fella, wow, absolute game changer.
I think before Viv Richards, we'd had batters who played across the line, obviously. I mean, Bradman did, and Victor Trumper did. It's not like he invented it, but he weaponized it in a completely different way. And so, the memories of people bowling off stump and outside off stump, and him just attacking everywhere from mid-on to deep backward square, right? He could basically hit the ball wherever he wanted to with power. And also, the way he came at the bowlers, it was really a form of attack, and it came out of a very defensive era, right? Sobers played, and there was a couple of attacking players. But Boycott and Gavaskar, those were the stars, right? And then you watch Richards, and everything he did was attacking the bowlers rather than the other way around, and that just hadn't existed before. He still has the third high. I didn't even mention this before. He still has the third highest strike rate of any a top scorer in Test match cricket. He's just behind Warne and Sehwag.
But you cast your mind back to, was it 81 at Old Trafford, where Viv Richards single-handedly beat England? He got 180.
So the West Indies, just to put this into context, there's a 3-match Texaco Trophy series, and England have got the West Indies on their knees. They were 100
6 down for 50 or something?
No, they were 130 for 9. the world's leading wicket taker, with 383. He finished with at an average of 28.4, and Vivian Richards, Sir Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards, played 121 test matches, 8,500 runs, just over 8,500 runs, at an average of 50.23, 24 hundreds, 45 50s, and he had an extraordinary one-day career as well, over 6,500 runs at an average of 47, also with 1100s and 45 50s. Statistically, two of the greatest cricketers, and as characters and legends and inspirations of the game, also two of the greatest. Jared Kimber.
Yeah, it's very interesting that they went with these two players, because the most obvious player would have been Leary Constantine, who obviously was a great West Indian player, probably, if not their first great, then probably their second great player after George Headley, and he went on to be an incredibly important person in British society as a politician and I think he was a solicitor as well, wasn't he? So he was very much involved with these, so it does tell you the impact that Viv Richards and Ian Botham had to be able to pip out Leary Constantine, who's probably had almost everything else named after him by this point, I would have thought, in his career. But that peak from, 77 to 82, 83, when Botham was at his absolute best, and when Viv Richards sort of exploded onto the scene, they were by far the two biggest cricket stories in the world, and that includes players like Lily and Tomo. You know, there were some incredible players around the world. Sunil Gavaskar was playing at that point, but I think at that moment, Ian Botham and Viv Richards were just on a completely different level to anyone else. So off his first 51 tests, Ian Botham was averaging 38 with the bat and 23 with the ball. That's what you do if you make a player up on a computer video game. That's the sort of numbers they end up with. And both of them start. I mean, just everywhere you go. He had 8 5-wicket hauls in his first 11 games, and he took 100 wickets in his first 19 tests. Just phenomenal. He scored 6 hundreds very early on as well. Players like that just don't come along very often. Sadly, that Botham couldn't keep that up. I don't think anyone could probably keep those numbers up, but he couldn't keep it up. Viv Richards is different, and Viv Richards is incredible, and if you want to know why people keep talking about him, I think he's almost more remembered for one-day cricket, although he's obviously an all-time great in Test cricket. He still has the 10th highest strike rate in one-day cricket, of 90. And I'm just going to read you some names here of players who have a lower strike rate than Viv Richards. Rohit Sharma, MS Dhoni, Ricky Ponting, Martin Guptill, Yuvraj Singh and Chris Gayle have a lower strike rate in one-dayers than he did. And in his time, the strike rate in one-day cricket was 66 on average, and he was scoring at 90. He really was playing a different sport than everyone else, Viv Richards.
Gareth Buddy, you're going to wonder where I'm going with this now. So Vivian Richards just turned 70. Lord Botham is 65. And it's a mark of how long they managed to extend their careers, and how young you were when you played, and how long you played for, that you just missed overlapping their careers by 4 and 5 years. Isn't that amazing?
It is amazing, because I wouldn't have had a career if I'd have had to go up against those guys. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it takes me back to an era of my life that it's been a kid, and the fond memories that you have of being a kid. And everything was about Botham, the Duncan Fearnley attack. Everything was about him. And then it was the 1992 World Cup where he was opening the batting. And Alex Stewart was obviously a hero of mine then and now, and Graham Gooch. You know, it was all the names that just roll off the tongue as a young man growing up watching England. They were the legends. They had bats named after them. The whole shebang. It was the aura of Botham. It was always married up with some opposition players, and Viv Richards, you need to look no further. Name a kid that grew up in the late 70s, 80s, 90s that didn't try and put his front foot across to extra cover and whip it over square leg. Most kids still try and do it now and get out. I mean, we're talking about guys that changed the face of how we now even look at cricket. And Viv is 70, so imagine 40 years ago, he's still setting the trends now. If you've got some YouTube videos, so if there's a kid out there listening that wants to be an absolute Jet 2020 player, play all franchise stuff, have a look at this fella. Look at his centre mass, his balance, and then look at his strikes. I mean, this fella, wow, absolute game changer.
I think before Viv Richards, we'd had batters who played across the line, obviously. I mean, Bradman did, and Victor Trumper did. Like, it's not like he invented it, but he weaponized it in a completely different way. And so, you know, the memories of of people bowling off stump and outside off stump, and him just attacking everywhere from mid-on to deep backward square, right? He could basically hit the ball wherever he wanted to with power, and also the way he came at the bowlers, it was really a form of attack, and it came out of a very defensive era, right? Sobers played, and there was a couple of attacking players. You know, but Boycott and Gavaskar, those were the stars, right? And then you watch Richards, and everything he did was attacking the bowlers rather than the other way around, and that just hadn't existed before. He still has the third high. I didn't even mention this before. He still has the third highest strike rate of any a top scorer in Test match cricket. He's just behind Warne and Sehwag.
But you cast your mind back to, was it 81 at Old Trafford, where Viv Richards single-handedly beat England? He got 180.
So the West Indies, just to put this into context, there's a 3-match Texaco Trophy series, and England have got the West Indies on their knees. They were 100
6 down for 50 or something?
No, they were 130 for 9. The world's leading wicket taker with 383 he finished with at an average of 28.4, and Vivian Richards, Sir Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards, played 121 test matches, 8,500 runs, just over 8,500 runs at an average of 50.23, 2400s, 45 50s, and he had an extraordinary one-day career as well, over 6,500 runs at an average of 47, also with 1100s and 45 50s. Statistically, two of the greatest cricketers, and as characters and legends and inspirations of the game, also two of the greatest. Jared Kimber.
Yeah, it's very interesting that they went with these two players, because the most obvious player would have been Leary Constantine, who obviously was a great West Indian player, probably, if not their first great, then probably their second great player after George Headley, and he went on to be an incredibly important person in British society as a politician and I think he was a solicitor as well, wasn't he? So he was very much involved with these, so it does tell you the impact that Viv Richards and Ian Botham had to be able to pip out Leary Constantine, who's probably had almost everything else named after him by this point, I would have thought, in his career. But that peak from, 77 to 82, 83, when Botham was at his absolute best, and when Viv Richards sort of exploded onto the scene, they were by far the two biggest cricket stories in the world, and that includes players like Lilly and Tomo. You know, there were some incredible players around the world. Sunil Gavaskar was playing at that point, but I think at that moment, Ian Botham and Viv Richards were just on a completely different level to anyone else. So off his first 51 tests, Ian Botham was averaging 38 with the bat and 23 with the ball. That's what you do if you make a player up on a computer video game. That's the sort of numbers they end up with. And Botham just everywhere you go, he had 8 5-wicket hauls in his first 11 games, and he took 100 wickets in his first 19 tests. Just phenomenal. He scored 6 hundreds very early on as well. Players like that just don't come along very often. Sadly, that Botham couldn't keep that up. I don't think anyone could probably keep those numbers up, but he couldn't keep it up. Viv Richards is different, and Viv Richards is incredible, and if you want to know why people keep talking about him, I think he's almost more remembered for one-day cricket, although he's obviously an all-time great in Test cricket. He still has the 10th highest strike rate in one-day cricket, of 90. And I'm just going to read you some names here of players who have a lower strike rate than Viv Richards. Rohit Sharma, MS Dhoni, Ricky Ponting, Martin Guptill, Yuvraj Singh and Chris Gale have a lower strike rate in one-dayers than he did, and in his time the strike rate in one-day cricket was 66 on average, and he was scoring at 90. He really was playing a different sport than everyone else, Viv Richards.
Gareth Buddy, you're going to wonder where I'm going with this now. So Vivian Richards just turned 70. Lord Botham is 65, and it's a mark of how long they managed to extend their careers, and how young you were when you played, and how long you played for, that you just missed overlapping their careers by 4 and 5 years. Isn't that amazing?
It is amazing, because I wouldn't have had a career if I'd have had to go up against those guys. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it takes me back to an era of my life that it's been a kid and the fond memories that you have of being a kid. And everything was about Botham, the Duncan Fearnley attack. Everything was about him. And then it was the 1992 World Cup where he was opening the batting. And Alex Stewart was obviously a hero of mine then and now, and Graham Gooch. You know, it was all the names that just roll off the tongue as a young man growing up watching England. They were the legends. They had bats named after them. The whole shebang. It was the aura of Botham. It was always married up with some opposition players. And Viv Richards, you need to look no further. Name a kid that grew up in the late 70s, 80s, 90s that didn't try and put his front foot across to extra cover and whip it over square leg. Most kids still try and do it now and get out. I mean, we're talking about guys that changed the face of how we now even look at cricket. And Viv is 70, so imagine 40 years ago, he's still setting the trends now. If you've got some YouTube videos, so if there's a kid out there listening that wants to be an absolute jet 2020 player, play all franchise stuff, have a look at this fella. Look at his centre mass, his balance, and then look at his strikes. I mean, this fella, wow, absolute game changer.
I think before Viv Richards, we'd had batters who played across the line, obviously. I mean, Bradman did and Victor Trumper did. Like, it's not like he invented it, but he weaponized it in a completely different way. And so, you know, the memories of people bowling off stump and outside off stump and him just attacking everywhere from mid-on to deep backward square, right? He could basically hit the ball wherever he wanted to with power. And also, the way he came at the bowlers, it was really a form of attack, and it came out of a very defensive era, right? Sobers played, and there was a couple of attacking players, you know, but Boycott and Gavaskar, those were the stars, right? And then you watch Richards, and everything he did was attacking the bowlers rather than the other way around, and that just hadn't existed before. He still has the third high. I didn't even mention this before. He still has the third highest strike rate of any a top scorer in Test match cricket. He's just behind Warne and Sehwag.
But you cast your mind back to, was it 81 at Old Trafford where Viv Richards single-handedly beat England? He got 180.
So the West Indies, just to put this into context, there's a 3-match Texaco Trophy series, and England have got the West Indies on their knees. They were 100
6 down for 50 or something?
No, they were 130 for 9. The world's leading wicket taker with 383 he finished with at an average of 28.4. And Vivian Richards, Sir Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards, played 121 test matches, 8,500 runs, just over 8,500 runs, at an average of 50.23, 24 hundreds, 45 50s, and he had an extraordinary one-day career as well, over 6,500 runs at an average of 47, also with 1100s and 45 50s. Statistically, two of the greatest cricketers, and as characters and legends and inspirations of the game, also two of the greatest. Jared Kimber.
Yeah, it's very interesting that they went with these two players, because the most obvious player would have been Leary Constantine, who obviously was a great West Indian player, probably, if not their first great, then probably their second great player after George Headley, and he went on to be an incredibly important person in British society as a politician and I think he was a solicitor as well, wasn't he? So he was very much involved with these, so it does tell you the impact that Viv Richards and Ian Botham had to be able to pip out Leary Constantine, who's probably had almost everything else named after him by this point, I would have thought, in his career. But that peak from, 77 to 82, 83, when Botham was at his absolute best and when Viv Richards sort of exploded onto the scene, they were by far the two biggest cricket stories in the world, and that includes players like Lilly and Tomo. You know, there were some incredible players around the world. Sanal Gavaskar was playing at that point, but I think at that moment, Ian Botham and Viv Richards were just on a completely different level to anyone else. So off his first 51 tests, Ian Botham was averaging 38 with the bat and 23 with the ball. Like that's what you do if you make a player up on a computer video game. That's the sort of numbers they end up with. And Botham start. I mean, just everywhere you go, he had 8 5-wicket hauls in his first 11 games, and he took 100 wickets in his first 19 tests. Just phenomenal. He scored 6 hundreds very early on as well. Players like that just don't come along very often. Sadly, that Botham couldn't keep that up. I don't think anyone could probably keep those numbers up, but he couldn't keep it up. Viv Richards is different, and Viv Richards is incredible, and if you want to know why people keep talking about him, I think he's almost more remembered for one-day cricket, although he's obviously an all-time great in Test cricket. He still has the 10th highest strike rate in one-day cricket, of 90. And I'm just going to read you some names here of players who have a lower strike rate than Viv Richards. Rohit Sharma, MS Dhoni, Ricky Ponting, Martin Guptill, Yuvraj Singh and Chris Gale have a lower strike rate in one-dayers than he did. And in his time, the strike rate in one-day cricket was 66 on average, and he was scoring at 90. He really was playing a different sport than everyone else, Viv Richards.
Gareth Buddy, you know, you're going to wonder where I'm going with this now. So Vivian Richards just turned 70. Lord Botham is 65. And it's a mark of how long they managed to extend their careers, and how young you were when you played, and how long you played for, that you just missed overlapping their careers by 4 and 5 years. Isn't that amazing?
It is amazing, because I wouldn't have had a career if I'd have had to go up against those guys. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it takes me back to an era of my life that it's been a kid, and the fond memories that you have of being a kid. And everything was about Botham, the Duncan Fearnley attack. Everything was about him. And then it was the 1992 World Cup where he was opening the batting. And Alex Stewart was obviously a hero of mine then and now, and Graham Gooch. You know, it was all the names that just roll off the tongue as a young man growing up watching England. They were the legends. They had bats named after them. The whole shebang. It was the aura of Botham. It was always married up with some opposition players, and Viv Richards, you need to look no further. Name a kid that grew up in the late 70s, 80s, 90s that didn't try and put his front foot across to extra cover and whip it over square leg. Most kids still try and do it now and get out. I mean, we're talking about guys that changed the face of how we now even look at cricket. And Viv is 70, so imagine 40 years ago, he's still setting the trends now. If you've got some YouTube videos, so if there's a kid out there listening that wants to be an absolute Jet 2020 player, play all franchise stuff, have a look at this fella. Look at his centre mass, his balance, and then look at his strikes. I mean, this fella, wow, absolute game changer.
I think before Viv Richards, we'd had batters who played across the line, obviously. I mean, Bradman did, and Victor Trumper did. Like, it's not like he invented it, but he weaponized it in a completely different way. And so, you know, the memories of people bowling off stump and outside off stump, and him just attacking everywhere from mid-on to deep backward square, right? He could basically hit the ball wherever he wanted to with power. And also, the way he came at the bowlers, it was really a form of attack, and it came out of a very defensive era, right? Sobers played, and there was a couple of attacking players. You know, but Boycott and Gavaskar, those were the stars, right? And then you watch Richards, and everything he did was attacking the bowlers rather than the other way around, and that just hadn't existed before. He still has the third high. I didn't even mention this before. He still has the third highest strike rate of any a top scorer in Test match cricket. He's just behind Warne and Sehwag.
But you cast your mind back to, was it 81 at Old Trafford, where Viv Richards single-handedly beat England? He got 180.
So the West Indies, just to put this into context, there's a 3-match Texaco Trophy series, and England have got the West Indies on their knees. They were 100
6 down for 50 or something?
No, they were 130 for 9. the world's leading wicket taker, with 383. He finished with at an average of 28.4, and Vivian Richards, Sir Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards, played 121 Test matches, 8,500 runs, just over 8,500 runs, at an average of 50.
Catches to your right and to your left, and like you rightly mentioned, inside edge, you're looking for the ball in one direction, and all of a sudden it's going in the opposite direction and having to react quite quickly. So agility, sublime, and that catch really brilliant. Zach Crawley might feel a little bit aggrieved by that, but once you edge, once you hit the ball in the air, that possibility of being dismissed always exists, and that was brilliant from him.
I think we just had the fastest ball of the match. According to the speed gun, that last delivery was 145 kilometres an hour. Didn't look that quick, but Joseph is in, and Bairstow is allowing it to go past through to the aforementioned Josh De Silva, and there is no run. Matt, from a keeper's point of view, I mean, the inside edge, you touched on it earlier, it's never the easiest.
No, it's not, and it really challenges your technique, your posture, how you're transferring your weight, because of course as a wicketkeeper you're looking for the outside edge, you're looking to cover the slips and making sure any edges that go potentially between you and first slip you're covering.
Here comes Joseph, and Bairstow plays a very late shot at that. It was almost as if I think the ball had actually gone quite a long way past the bat. In the end, as he brought it back forward, he didn't get anything on it to interest keeper or slip, and it remains 76 for 4.
I think effective is a very good word so far from my view of De Silva. He seemed to catch it really nicely, goes in the hands well. Of course, that inside edge, as we've spoken about, went straight into the middle of his left hand.
Joseph is in. Bairstow is pushing back down the pitch, and there is no run. And that's the end of the over here on TalkSport 2. 28 gone, 76 for 4 England. And don't forget, of course, you can always get in touch with us via the Twitter accounts at cricket_TS or at TalkSport2. You can get in touch, send us messages there, and we'll be across those. And don't forget, of course, that if you like your cricket, well then TalkSport 2 is not a bad place to be, because we have a dedicated cricket show every Tuesday evening on TalkSport 2. It's called The Cricket Collective, and 2 members of the commentary team are the people who bring it to you. Steve Harmison and Neil Manthorpe will review the week's biggest cricket stories, and if you don't miss it while it goes out live, well, don't worry, because you can always download it as a podcast. Just look at the following on feed, so you can find the Cricket Collective there. It is TalkSport 2, it is Test Match action, and it is Seals to start a new over, and it's outside of off stump through to the keeper as Ben Stokes leaves it alone, and there is no run. And Joel Wilson is again now just wandering down and using his feet to just tap down the area where Seals is landing. Samuel, did it? He's not officially warned him yet, has he? I've not seen a signal.
I think he just mentioned him. Listening to the stump mic, I just think he mentioned that he was being warned officially for getting into that danger area. He did speak to him previously. I don't think that was official, but certainly this one seemed to be official. Played off the back foot, no run. But he has to be quite careful getting into that danger area. He wants the ball close to the stump. That's where he generally operates from, Jaden Seals. It's on the follow-through. He needs to get off quite quickly, but he's bowling from the end, the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. That's against what he normally does as a right-hand outswinger. The wind blowing across him, so it kind of negates what he's looking to do, and he has to make that adjustment quite quickly.
Well, and he was bowling earlier. He's bowling from the Roberts end. Now he's at the Ambrose end as well, so they've changed him around. He's on his way. Right arm over. Bat and pad close together from Ben Stokes. Just pushes it out on the leg side. Takes a single. Brathwaite will do the fielding. And England are 77 for 4. And TV pictures are just showing the replay. And indeed, the first step actually catches the corner of the imaginary carpet, if you like. And then the second stride, the left foot, is bang in the middle of it. So that's a pretty easy one for the umpires to keep an eye on. I imagine the third the TV umpire is having a look at that as well.
Jackson.
And the West Indies are just going to put a catching mid-wicket in place for Bairstow. So, looking for the one that's clipped off the toes. They've got 2 slips of gully, a short extra cover, and now a short mid-wicket as the catchers for Seals. Bairstow plays this one, hands a little bit away from the body, guiding it towards gully, no run. Matt?
Interesting. I think it's a pretty good move here. I think what Seals is trying to do is basically saying, right, I want to come and bowl. They've hung the ball wide to Bairstow. They've bowled about 5th, 6th stump. He's leaving it nicely, waiting for the short ball to try and attack. What he's saying is, right, give me the catcher captain at mid-wicket. I don't want him on the one. I still want an attacking position, but I want to go at the stump. So at least more sort of 4th stump and see if I can get Johnny Bairstow to fend at one he shouldn't.
Seals in. Bairstow is playing it off the back foot again, sort of waist high, and trying to sort of on top of the bounce, trying to get it into the offside. No real timing. It's fielded by Permall, and there is no run. '29th over of this England innings. 77 for 4. 5 o'clock in the UK if you are just coming out of work and joining us for the first time here on TalkSport 2. England winning the toss and batting 77 for 4 against the West Indies. Johnny Bairstow is not out, 15 not out, and he's playing that off the back foot, back down the pitch, and there is no run. Ben Stokes is the man with him, 15 not out after 56 deliveries. These two trying to rebuild after England were 48 for 4. Lees for 4, Crawley for 8, Root for 13, Lawrence for 20. The men dismissed so far. And it's been quite a day for the West Indies. 2 wickets for Kemar Roach, 1 each for Jaden Seals and Jason Holder. Jason Holder's brilliant spell before lunch. 5 overs, 5 maidens, no runs therefore, and 1 wicket. Has to be said, Samuel Badri, that Jason Holder's form at the moment, certainly when it comes to matches with England, is on a spectacular plane after that brilliant T20 series. Joseph goes in, bowls outside of Stokes' off-stump and through to the keeper, no run. But Samuel, I mean, Jason Holder in England, his best batting in a Test match is against England. His best bowling figures in a Test match against England. His T20 performance against England recently was magic. Jason Holder just likes playing against England, it would seem.
He loves England, doesn't he? His last 4 balls in that T20 series, 4 wickets. So he has that memory, he has that experience in his bank, as you mentioned there, that double 100 unbeaten at the Kensington Oval.
Stokes is pulling on this occasion. It's just slightly shorter from Joseph, but he'll pull it around to mid-wicket, and they'll take a couple. 79 for 4. Sorry, Samuel, carry on.
Yeah, I was just saying that not only Jason Holder, but it seems as though this West Indian team, once they're playing against England at home, something about this contest really raises the bar, raises their performance level. It elicits some of their best performances. Kemar Roach, like you mentioned, Jason Holder, Jimin Blackwood has a good record as well against England, and they'll all need to fire collectively if they are to maintain that record. This one is outside off stump, well left by Ben Stokes. If they are to maintain and extend that record here in the Caribbean. We mentioned the vulnerability of the English batting lineup. So too the West Indies. In recent times, they haven't been able to hit 250 consistently. The opening partnership has been an area of concern. Jeremy Solazano selected for Sri Lanka, no longer part of the setup. John Campbell reinstated. So it will be quite interesting to see how he goes in this Test series. An opportunity once again for him. Another short delivery from Alzari Joseph. This time Ben Stokes pulls it well in front of square to pick up another couple.
On the West Indies batting, and obviously we'll come to them shortly, but we've been trotting out the stat that England have only passed 300 in their first innings 3 times in the last 14 innings. Well, the West Indies have only managed it twice in that same sort of spell. How much is their batting order therefore under the microscope?
Quite a lot. They've lost 5 of the last 6 Test matches, 2 in Sri Lanka quite recently. They lost 2-0 against South Africa at home, and they tied that series 1-1 against Pakistan on the back foot. And Ben Stokes pushes this one to mid-off, no run. So the batting will be under scrutiny. And then Nkrumah Bonner is the only batsman in this West Indian team to average above 40. And he's only in the infancy of his test match career, just a few test matches, under 10 under his belt. So Craig Brathwaite at the top of the order, usually quite obdurate, quite stubborn. A lot will depend on him to bat through the West Indian innings, but the batsmen around him in the middle order, they will all have to contribute. Jermaine Blackwood, the vice captain, lots of responsibility placed on him. And of course, Jason Holder and Joshua De Silva towards the back end. Delivery outside the line-up of some, just guided towards the slip, no run, brings the over to an end.
Excellent job, thank you, Samuel. Yeah, 30 gone, 81 for 4. Samuel's got to leg it next door to get into the TV commentary box. Myself, Andrew McKenna, and Matt Pryor will continue for a little while longer. And so far, so good, Matt. Let's find as much wood as you can find. Keep touching that, but so far, so good for England after lunch.
Yep, Stokes and Bairstow doing exactly what's needed. I'm sure our viewers, what's wrong, listeners could hear in the background the music belting out. Many people ask, where's your favourite place to tour? Where is it? And the Caribbean has to be right up there. I mean, it is fantastic. And not, the weather and the beaches, all that's fantastic. But it's carnival. It's carnival in the grounds. They have their own atmosphere. The music's pumping. Doesn't matter. It could be 9 o'clock in the morning. The music's pumping. It's a fantastic place to play cricket.
Jaden Seals to start a new over. It's a short one to Johnny Bairstow. Ducks underneath it. And it's through to Josh De Silva, no run. Well, I was honoured, and I do use that word, to be in the Caribbean for Harmy's series back in 2003, because TalkSport did the commentary of that. I was in Jamaica for the 7 for 12, and we had the commentary box, and right down just beneath the window was the party stand. Honestly, there was no window, and you had to put your headphones on and pick up your microphone to have a conversation with the person next to you, because otherwise you didn't have a price of actually hearing a word they were saying. It was incredible. Brilliant atmosphere. Seals goes in. That one just runs back in towards Bairstow. It takes him on the body, drops down. He picks it up and gives it back to the bowler. No run.
Yeah, we were saying last over, weren't we, about the fielder moving from third slip, I think it was, into the sort of catching area on the leg side, and this is exactly the plan. Seals there now. He's been taking the ball away from the right-hander consistently all day, so far, and this time now going more into the stumps. I think they've changed their plan slightly. They're looking at, can we attack Bairstow's stumps a bit more, look for LBW, or get him to sort of play at a ball. He's left well so far, but can the West Indies get him to play at a ball that he shouldn't and nick off?
That one is an in-swinger to Bairstow. Takes him on the thigh pad. Goes down to fine leg. And they will take a leg by as Alzari Joseph picks up the ball. So one more to the total.
Keep going, boys.
Not seen spin yet. Veerasamy Permaul. Not been used, but why would you at the moment? The seamers have done the job. We've now got to 30 overs, by the way, which is what they should have managed in the morning session. In goes Seals, swinging across of Ben Stokes, and through to the keeper, Josh De Silva, no run. And Joel Wilson is again walking down and just having a quiet word this time with Jaden Seals. That is now actually a second warning. Wow. 30 overs into the match, the 9th over that you've sent down, and you picked up your second warning. Wow. I mean, that is about as bad as it comes for both bowler and captain.
You might be a bit wide of the stumps this time.
In he goes. Stokes covers up, just pushes back towards the bowler. No run. Well, I mean, from a captaincy point of view, if he does it again, and you therefore lose him for the innings, that's huge, isn't it, Matt? I mean, all your planning and all your strategy's gone.
Yeah, it's bigger when you've only got 3 seamers. I mean, the West Indies, let's remember, have got the 4. Now, nobody wants it. Not viewers, not spectators, not the West Indies captain. Maybe England would, but other than that, no one wants him warned off. But it puts a lot of, it's an unforced error. It puts a lot of pressure on the young man's shoulders.
In he goes, short ball. Stokes bends at the waist backwards, allows it to go past his chest through to the keeper, and there is no run. So England 82 for 4. interesting as well that there was one occasion that Joel Wilson actually warned him that he was in the area. And this is something that's been picked up a few times. The fact that the front foot no ball, because it's now called by the third umpire in the stand, how much feedback is the bowler getting that... Because in the old days, when it was the umpire calling, look, you're getting a bit close, just be careful. How much feedback are they getting for the front foot? Well, Joel Wilson did actually... We heard him through the stump mic just say to him, look, you are too close, but he's carried on twice more, and he's not heeded that particular warning, and as a result, he's got 2 next to his name.
Yeah, I mean, as a bowler, you do get quite a fair bit of conversation. It's not just suddenly you go into the area and you get a warning straight off. You probably would have had 3 warnings previously that he was going in the area, and then it gets to a point where it's right, enough's enough. But once you've got the first official warning, things can happen very quickly from then, because the next time it is the second official warning, then you're off.
Right, Alzari Joseph to continue from the Andy Roberts stand, coming towards the commentary box end. Johnny Bairstow on strike. In goes Joseph. Short ball, and Bairstow has gone to pull it, bailed out, and only just managed to avoid getting something on that and through to the keeper. It did swing once it went past Bairstow, so it almost looked like he got something on it, but Johnny Bairstow hadn't. But again, it's almost as if he decided he was taking that one on regardless. 82 for 4 as Joseph goes in wider on the crease, angles this one in at the pads, takes Bairstow on the pad, and because it's going down the leg side, they will take a leg by. Greg. Just waiting for Gregory Bratho, who's not actually signalled that, so it's actually a run to Bairstow.
Yeah, a little inside edge, I think. And again, you can see the plan now from the West Indies. They've changed it up a little bit. I think it's a good plan to Bairstow. They're wanting to go a bit straighter, targeting the stumps, targeting LBW. Bairstow has in the past. He's got quite a strong bottom hand, and therefore he goes across the fuller ball, tries to hit it 2 square on the leg side, and can get, if he's beaten for pace, can be a bold or LBW candidate.
Joseph on his way once again. Right arm over. Stokes is in behind that, just dropping it into the cover region, and they go straight away and will take a comfortable single. Stokes goes into the 20s. 20 from 66. England 84 for 4. What did you make of the first ball, though, the pull shot from Bairstow?
Yeah, I think, as we've been saying, the wicket seems to be getting quite variable now. Certainly short balls are there have been a couple of bounces, or so-called bounces, that have sort of looped over the batsman, and all the pace has gone out of the delivery.
Joseph is into Bairstow, who's on the back foot, just pushing into the cover region. We'll call through Stokes for a single. 85 for 4.
I think sometimes, even though the ball's coming through slower, sometimes from a batting perspective it can be much harder to play, because you know it's too paced, you know you shouldn't be playing across the ball, so you're telling yourself, right, if it goes short, if it's a bounce, I've got to leave it. But because it sits up, you almost second guess, you have time to see, if you're playing at the whacker and they go short, it flies through so quickly that you just don't have an option, and you just duck a weave and get out of the way. But when it sits in the wicket, you almost get in 2 minds of whether to leave it or play it, and we've seen Bairstow get into a couple of uncomfortable positions, and that's the reason why.
2 balls with the over to go. 2 slips and a gully, catching mid-wicket for Stokes as Joseph goes in. That is punched off of the back foot, well timed, beats the man inside what would be the 30-metre circle. Obviously there isn't one for a test match. Permol will pull it back in about 10 metres inside the boundary, and it is 2. 87 for 4.
Yeah, even a shot like this from Ben Stokes, we know how much power he's got. But so measured, so much control, gets a really solid foundation on the back foot, leans back, just punches it. He's not looking to smash it, he's just looking to play in a really controlled manner and acquire runs slowly.
Final ball of the over then. Joseph is in. Stokes in behind this, pushes out on the offside, and there is no run. Matt Pryor and myself are going to move out the way. Steve Harmison and Mark Butcher will take over the commentary after some pearls of wisdom, no doubt, from Jared Kimber.
Not so much, but I am reading the laws of cricket just to explain to everyone what has happened with our Seals. Essentially, it says in the laws that it's unfair for a bowler to enter the protected area of their follow-through without reasonable cause. So that's obviously the main playing part of the pitch. And you get 2 warnings, and if it happens a third time in the innings, you're not allowed to bowl again in that innings. So that's where we believe Seals is at the moment, but we're not 100% sure of that.
Thanks, Jared. 8 overs since the lunch break. England have scored 30 runs without loss. A couple of alarms, a couple of streaky strokes from Johnny Bairstow. But other than that, few alarms for Stokes and Bairstow, who enjoy each other's company at the crease. Jason Holder in for the first time after lunch. Ball is aimed at the pads of Bairstow, knocks it into mid-wicket, and there's no run. Are you surprised, Steve Harmison, that West Indies went with their 2 least experienced bowlers straight after the lunch break?
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. But you look at Holder, he's bowled 5 overs, 5 maidens, and you think, well, he was a shoe-in to start with an Alzari Joseph or a Seals and an attack from that end, because they've got a little bit more pace than Holder and Roach. So, yeah, I was very, very surprised.
Holder in once again, wide of the crease. Bairstow pushes forward. Nice solid defensive stroke. It's picked up by Brathwaite at extra cover, and there's no run. England right up against it at lunch break, and let's be honest, they're not out of the woods yet by any means, but they've just managed to sort of take the West Indies foot off their throat and actually throwing a few punches back in the host direction at the moment.
They have, and Johnny Bairstow's left the ball beautifully. I think that's been the story of his innings so far.
Holder in once more, short and wide, and Bairstow plays a really nice cut shot. Actually, it's controlled. Had to really work hard to get the bat coming down on top of it, because the ball rather bounced balloon-like at him. And he chopped it down into the ground, and they picked up another couple.
And again, we've said so many times, Butch, over the course of the last 18, 24 months, they've got to earn the right to score runs. You've got to earn the right as a batsman to score runs. Bowlers are allowed to bowl well. Bowlers have got a new ball. Bowlers can put the ball in good areas and ask you questions. And I think the one thing that Bairstow and Stokes have done is earned the right to build and start an innings.
Holder again, wide of the crease. Big, tall man. He always seems to be bowling within himself, Jason Holder. Chopped into the offside by Bairstow, and again there's no run. Just be interesting to see now that the West Indies are just a tiny bit on the back foot, and that's kind of the reason why captains over the years have been so keen. You get your best guy on after a break, even if he's bowled a lot of overs in the run up to it, just so that you force the new batters into starting again, and you can keep that pressure on. Now we're seeing the field a little bit more spread. Aren't so many catches in. Ball is a little bit older. It's Holder again with a sleeve, a tuba grip on his right arm, runs in, full ball, defended to mid-wicket, no run.
And that's going to be the challenge for Joe Root, of when he's in the field with this new bowling attack, because he hasn't got a Broad Anderson anymore. He hasn't got that 6 overs from the start of every session where you know for a fact it's banking. It's
Holder turning the ball round and getting to swing into the right-handed Bairstow now that he's bowling from Sir Curtly Ambrose end, and the breeze is aiding the in-swing. Good defensive block from Bairstow to end the over. 89 for 4 is the score. 33 overs are gone. You are listening to the first ever test match for the Richards Botham Trophy from North Sound, Antigua on TalkSport 2.
About Jason Holder, just the last wicket England lost, Dan Lawrence. And Holder has this ability to bowl full. He's a tall man. If Dan Lawrence gets that ball off a Kemar Roach length, 5'9", 5'10", he can have a big drive at it, he can have a big rush at it, but the thing that Holder does possess, he's 6'9", 6'10", and you can't drive that length of ball.
Joseph short, oh my goodness me. Short delivery. Ben Stokes tried to ramp it over the slips, but actually got a bottom edge on it, and it went through the slips at catchable height.
think it went between Jason Holder and Jermaine Blackwood at second and third slip. Both of them just stood there and watched it go by.
I think actually Butch trying to play it and takes his bat away, but gets a lower bottom edge on it. Not so sure. We're just seeing a little replay again, and it looked as though he was going to go full-blooded cut, and then he seemed to sort of take his bat away and got an under edge, and Jason Holder, who's just bowled the last over, goes into second slip. Possibly wasn't quite ready, and he didn't blatantly obvious, he didn't see the ball at all.
Joseph in again, good delivery, wide of the off stump, Stokes forward and lets it go past. Yeah, there's a chance, definitely a chance there. It's a factor, a real factor of West Indian pitches is that the short ball can be very difficult to judge in terms of the height that it's going to reach you at. You do get that indifferent bounce here. Ben Stokes was certainly foxed by that one, and along with Bairstow gets away with one. Another dot ball outside the line of off stump. 93 for 4 is the score then. Partnership is now 45 between these two, Stokes and Bairstow. Made a partnership of 128 in the first innings at Sydney that went a long way to helping England save that test match in the recent Ashes series, and of course the 399 they made together in Cape Town back in. As Joseph is through, and again Stokes on the front foot just lets it pass through to De Silva, the keeper. Cape Town in 2016, 399 run partnership. They have a batting average together of like 46, so they complement each other well.
Yeah, they do. They enjoy batting well together. They run well between the wickets. That's a beauty about these two, left and right hand combination. You can drop it and run, and also the ball goes in the deep. They do pinch, turn twos into threes.
Joseph in again, and that's a wild delivery, wide of the off stump. Ben Stokes wants nothing to do with it.
They're also good at counter-punching towards the opposition as well. Being able to hit boundaries, very sort of strong boundary hitters, boundary counters in their innings, and England need this. They've needed it obviously after the start they had, and like I said a couple of times now, a score in excess of 250. The West Indies batting unit might not be a bad score.
Big high bouncer, I think that. Well, Joel Wilson at square leg doesn't signal a wide. I cannot see how without some sort of extension Ben Stokes might have reached that. And that's the end of the 34th over. 93 for 4. And here milling around this ground. If you've not been to or seen the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in North Sound, it's kind of out in the middle of nowhere, a long way outside of St John's. We have these two rather stately looking stands at either end of the ground, one bearing the name of Sir Andy Roberts, the other bearing the name of Sir Curtly Ambrose, and in between, pretty much from sort of wide, long off and long on, you've got these beautiful open areas with grass banks. There's Holders in once more. Bairstow tries to give himself a bit of room to get it to third man, but only chops it to point and there's no run. Grass banks with these lovely sort of paved walls around them to separate the different levels of bank. And then plenty of England flags draped over those. Plenty of browning bodies as well, we can see from our vantage point up in the Sir Curtly Ambrose stand.
A few red ones as well.
With that wind and that heat, there's going to be some lobster action out there as Holder is in once more. A little bit shorter perhaps than he might have wanted. Bairstow is on the back foot and again looks to be aggressive, but in the end finds the delivery a little too close to his body, knocks it into the offside, and there's no run, sorry.
Yeah, and the wind is howling straight across between the two stands. It howls right across the ground. It's helping. I think Kemal Roach was using the wind to help get the ball to go away from Alex Lees early on.
Holder in once more, towel dangling out the back of his trousers, full delivery through to the keeper. I think that this end Whereas you rightly say, Kemar Roach used that breeze very, very smartly. Got the ball tailing away from Alex Lees from around the wicket, and then nipped one back off the seam to trap him LBW. And then, of course, when he's bowling at Joe Root, he uses that breeze and uses the angle of his wrist and his seam to get the ball to go back into the off stump of Joe Root, which foxed him into leaving a straight one. Well, it wasn't straight, that's a bit harsh. But a brilliant piece of bowling. I think the left arm spinner will also enjoy bowling from this end as well. As Holder runs away from us and jags that one back into the pads of Johnny Bairstow, who asked permission, bends down, picks the ball up and flips it into the hands of the West Indian fielder, and there's no run.
That's two, Joel.
Jason Holder, again, that full of length, just testing that, the batsman coming forward. Bairstow wants to leave it, feels as though he's trying to steer back as much as he can, not wanting to come and play on the front foot in an attacking manner.
Short, wide, and that has been crunched away by Johnny Bairstow. There'll be no catching that. And good positive stuff from this England pair, widely appreciated by the crowd.
Yeah, good shot from Johnny Bairstow. It was a wide ball. Jason Holder there, he normally goes tight to the stumps, tries to bowl stumps to stumps with that fuller length, trying to get the batsman to play from about sort of 4th, 5th stump. But that one there, he's gone wide, he's jumped wider, he's just dragged the ball down because of, from being wide of the crease, it was wide at the other end, and it was an easy ball. It was a buffy ball for Johnny Bairstow.
Full delivery from Holder, looking for the Yorker. Bairstow equal to it. Holder picks it up in his follow through, and that's the end of the 35th. 97 for 4.
Butch, we were at the pitch. We were here about 4:30 last night, local time. Very dry, not a couple of cracks in it. I think this morning it was a bit damp, a bit tacky. Obviously they've watered it. I think England were wondering whether we're going to a bat or a bowl first. How you made sort of the pitch so far? Because I don't believe the pitch had anything to do with England being 50 for 4 when they were.
No, I agree with you. I think it was the right decision, right call at the toss. I don't think there's any problem with that. The pitch has been slow, hasn't it? Slow for the seamers. West Indies have used the conditions in terms of the breeze to just get that little bit of movement through the air. And England's top order just weren't quite patient enough, I don't think, to try and see it off while the wind dried up that tackiness in the surface. And now we're seeing what it's like. It's slow and easy paced. There's Jaden Seals comes in from the Sir Andy Roberts head, another wide-ish delivery. West Indies trying to rotate their seam bowlers right now. I do think that it's going to be time for the left-arm spinner to come into the attack very, very soon. There's one thing that was interesting watching the England boys practice last night. The practice pitches are on the square, so they're right next to the playing surface. And they'd said they'd been brilliant for 2 or 3 days, but just last night, watching Jack Leach really rag the ball square, bowling his left arm spin. Seals is in again and again. Stokes shoulders arms and it goes through to De Silva. Seals is finding no better luck and no more change out of umpire Gregory Brathwaite, who is also wandering down the pitch to warn Jaden Seals. In fact, he's got his first official warning. Brathwaite is taking no nonsense. Joel Wilson sort of had a quiet word with him 3 or 4 times. But Brathwaite has just said, no, I'm sorry, you can't run there, and he's got his first warning, so he's now in trouble.
He is now in trouble. Speaking from a past experience of a bowler who got warned a few times in Antigua.
Seals is in again, and it's driven by Stokes. Athletically fielded by that's Kemar Roach diving away to his right. And they come through for a single. England move to 98 for 4. Yeah, slightly different circumstances though when you were warned off in Antigua. I was just saying to Curtly Ambrose that the only bowler I think that I ever saw get warned off in a match that I was playing in, but I'd never seen a man look quite so happy. It was the Lara 400. You had figures of what? 2 for how many?
I had figures of 2 for 96 at the time. 38 overs.
Just missed out on the gallon.
And when the ball was thrown to my very good friend, Mr. Andrew Flintoff, The very next ball went for 4, and he brought the gallon up 2 for. He had 2 for 96 as well, off about 36. So it's the only thing he's never forgiven me for.
Seals in to the right-handed Bairstow, gets caught on the crease, and the ball just holds on him a touch, and he gets an thick outside edge, and it goes out to point all the way along the ground, and there's no run.
I think if I knew Ryan was going to get 400, I might have done it in the first couple of overs. The pitch was flat. It was nothing great happening, and I actually forgot I'd been warned 2 days earlier. We were into day 3.
You can be forgiven for that, to be honest with you. You get warned sort of sometime between lunch and tea on day 1, and you're still bowling at some point between lunch and tea on day 3. You can be forgiven for forgetting. Seals in wide of the crease, full, and Bairstow drives through extra cover. Got a bit of wind assistance going out to the boundary in that direction, and that does fly to the boundary for 4. England bring up the 100. 102 for 4. They were 48 for 4. The partnership between these two is now 54. And frowns and furrowed brows on the England supporters are now turning into broad grins.
A beautiful shot by Johnny Bairstow. Jaden Seals, he's battling with himself here. He's moving his run up back. He's moved it forward. He's moved it obviously a little bit wider. He's trying to land a little bit wider on the crease, but to get off, running on the middle of the pitch. And because of that, he's bowling a little bit wider, and he went a bit too wide and a bit too full.
Well, indeterminate stroke from Bairstow. Plays and misses outside off stump, and there is no run to finish the 36 over. 102 for 4. England wrestling back some control here at the Sir Vivian Richards ground. I can't help but think that West Indies have got their tactics all wrong post the lunch break. There's an easy fix to it though. Jason Holder bowled magnificently from the Sir Andy Roberts end, using the breeze to swing the ball away from the right-handers. He could go down there and he could bring on the left-arm spinner from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end to use the breeze to drift it into the pads of the right-hander, then grip and turn it away. But at the moment, it's all seen. And England, for the first time in the Test match, are looking comfortable. Famous last words.
Yeah, well, they're putting pressure on the West Indian captain, Brathwaite, to make decisions like what you've just mentioned. They'll be all going through his mind. He's got a young fast bowler in the early part of his career. He's played, this is his 8th first-class match, 5 of them are Test matches. So having that to go with running on the pitch, he's in the land of unknown. So he's in the land of unknown because he's playing early in his Test match career. He's playing against England, probably in front of one of the biggest crowds. He's played under the TV, the pressure and everything that comes with it. And then he runs on the pitch, and that then is always in the back of his mind.
Holder a little bit quicker, seemed to bend his back a bit more there, and that ball kicked and bounced through to the silver outside the off stump of Ben Stokes. Yeah, I'm struggling to understand the tactics here at the moment. Holder doesn't look anywhere near as comfortable bowling from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, so that's running away from our commentary position here. He could be bowling it to the Sir Andy Roberts end, using that breeze to swing the ball away, which is more natural for him anyway. England need to recognise this and take advantage of the fact that their opponents are struggling, or at least not reading the race very well, as that ball is again left outside the off stump by Ben Stokes.
You also think, Butch, from a captaincy point of view, possibly wrestling with the idea that he brings a spinner on. Yes, age-wise, the spinner's he's experienced, but from a Test match point of view, he's not as experienced as he is in first-class cricket. For Sammy Pramod, he's played 7 Test matches, but he's got 500 first-class wickets at an average of 20. But he's not come up against Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes. If he comes on to bowl, does the captain thinking, I don't really want to let England get away? But he actually did with the bowling options he had after lunch anyway.
Well, another delivery wide of the off stump, but Holder around the wicket this time to Ben Stokes. I mean, listen, if you're worried about that, then you can't pick the guy, can you? If you've been picked to play Test match cricket, you've got to be able to bowl whoever's batting or whatever the situation. And let's be honest with you, 102 for 4, another wicket here England are right back in trouble again. So even though the partnership has kicked on and the scoring rate has started to go up since the lunch break, England are 1 wicket away from West Indies being right back on top again. So I wouldn't hesitate to throw in the ball right now. This Holder at 98 on his back runs away from us. Another delivery wide of the off stump. Stokes allows the pass. It was interesting talking to Ben Stokes last night. During practice, he seemed to be in a really good headspace. It's been one heck of an 18 months for him, hasn't it, with the loss of his father and hand injuries and various other issues that we all have in life. He seemed to be very, very relaxed and very focused yesterday. Did you get that impression? Holder in. De Silva clangs it behind the stumps, but no run.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Butch, I said we was on with Manners a little bit earlier. I said about his body. He looked as though he's back to being the sort of ripped, and Manners says I raised an eyebrow because he's always been ripped. But I think he was a little bit heavier in Australia. I think the Australian trip came a bit too soon for him making the decision to come back into cricket. And I think that now, you're right, his headspace was brilliant last night. He looks lean as anything.
Holder in again, he gets it full, and Stokes digs out the Yorker and decides to take on the fielder at mid-on, and they scamper through for a single. Excellent piece of running between this England pair. It's the end of Holder's over. It's 103 for 4. 37 overs had gone. Myself and Steve Armstrong are done. Oh no, Steve's going to stay. So the next voice will be that of Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you very much indeed, Mark Butcher. Well, the rebuild is on, and this time it's a little bit more substantial. England 27 for 3. They added 21 for the 4th wicket. Dan Lawrence was out for 20, and 48 for 4. Things were looking very bleak. But at 103 for 4, I would say that they're not out of the bleak woods yet, but there's hope with these two at the crease. Ben Stokes on 28 and Johnny Bairstow on 27. Jayden Seales. It's just a question about the hardness of the ball. 37 overs gone. Here is Jayden Seales once again outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Ben Stokes. Steve Harmison is always keeping a close eye on the ball. Are you seeing signs that it might have been go a little bit soft, Harmy?
It's not flying through to the keeper, so that's a sign that it's possibly getting a little bit softer. This wicket hasn't really flew through all day, but there are signs where there's a little bit of sort of lower bounce when it goes through towards De Silva, the keeper.
Here is Seales once again, straighter, and Stokes plays defensively, punching it back to the bowler.
Steve, would you put that down to the ball, or is that more the surface drying out a little bit? I know you guys had thought it might just be a little bit tacky this morning.
I think it's both bats, to be honest. I think it's both. I think the ball is getting a little bit softer. They've been looking at it quite a bit, the bowlers, amongst themselves. Holder, Seales, Joseph, they have been having a closer look at the ball, but the surface is pretty docile. There's not a great deal of pace in it.
Here is Jayden Seales once again, and steered out towards cover. No run, 103 for 4. Ben Stokes 28, Johnny Bairstow 27. It is just a reminder that Joe Root said at the toss that overall they felt that the pitch was very dry, apart from the thinnest layer of the surface, which was a little bit tacky, which obviously isn't going to last with this very stiff breeze and the hot sun. So once it does dry out, then the cracks are already there, quite visible, start to widen as Seales is in once again, full and wide outside the off stump, and it's left alone. The other ominous thing that Joe Root said was that they expected significant deterioration quite quickly in the surface. So definitely with both teams playing a left arm spinner, they could be licking their lips as we get in towards end of day 2, 3, 4. Could be plenty of work for both of them. Stokes 28 off 87 balls. Johnny Bairstow 27 off 69 deliveries. Here's Jayden Seales once again, and that one swings late. Swings after it passed the batsman. Actually, it's left alone by Stokes. Quizzical shake of the head from the batter.
Cool. This is all about the length of the ball. It's just that right length where, had it have been straight, it's just clipping the top of the stumps. And with it being just that corridor, that fourth off stump, swinging back in towards Bairstow, just groped at it a fraction. Wonderful piece of length bowling there from Seal. I think it's the length that's done him a little bit.
Is Jayden Seales once again up to the crease now, and full and wide enough for Stokes to leave alone outside the off stump, and Stokes remains on 28 as the drinks come onto the field. Jayden Seales still just 20. Remember when he was 18 when he made his debut? And Jared Kimber, he's now in his 6th Test match, isn't he? But is he not? He's
5th Test match.
5th Test match, and he's only played a couple of first-class games.
It's his 8th first-class game. He's played 2 for Trinidad, 1 for West Indies A. So he's played more Test matches than he has all other first-class games combined by a big distance. They rushed him in really early on. They had him and Shimar Holder, who you might remember played against England out here during the lockdown period. They've been talking them up for a very long time. I think we saw Shimar Holder when we were in Barbados at the university ground on the last tour. He was very, very young, but Seales is the other one, and they're assuming that those would be the bowlers to take over from Gabriel and Kemar Roach going ahead. But a lot of pressure to be put on people who haven't bowled a lot yet.
Yeah, it is. It's almost the muscle memory from bowling, that you need the volume of overs, the volume of practice, just so that you can stick it in those areas over and over again. And we've seen Seal there, he's been done for running on the pitch. That's a muscle memory thing, that just every now and again he kicks his right foot onto the danger area, so he's kicking it towards the stumps, standing in front of the umpire a little bit more, and that's why he's been warned on. And that will always be the challenge for the young players of today, to get the right amount of overs in their bodies so that they can repeat their skill, but also have the robust and the hardness in their body to be able to perform over long periods, that we see something like a Kemar Roach just bowls and bowls and bowls.
I mean, the other thing that's really interesting about all this is, you look, I think it was about 3 or 4 years ago, Darren Gough and Jimmy Anderson have bowled the same amount of first-class deliveries, except that Jimmy Anderson had bowled very few in first-class cricket, and Darren Gough had bowled most of his in first-class cricket and a little bit in Test matches. And someone put this up online recently that, MS Dhoni had kept so many extra deliveries in international cricket than Saeed Kamani had, who the Indian keeper from the 80s who kept a lot. But when you actually look at the amount of first-class games that Kamani bowled and the amount of tour games he had to wicket keep in, he had almost as many balls as MS Dhoni, even when there was less formats of cricket being played. So in some ways, if you do have someone like Seales and you're like, well, he's definitely a 10-year player, you really want him to bowl as much as possible when he's, especially, at the moment when he's got so much energy going through the crease. But how is he going to learn to use all those other skills? We've already seen him being able to move the ball both ways. We know he has the natural skill set, and we know he has the physicality, but he has to learn how to get batters out. And at this stage, at 20, I can't imagine he would have done that much in first-class cricket.
There's still the duty of care with bones and the density of bones. They're saying up until 24, your bones are not as dense as possibly are when you're younger, so you're at bigger, higher risk of stress fractures. We know this because of the current boys at Surrey. We've done a lot of investigation.
Pat Cummins,
exactly. So it's trying to.
Dennis always used to say, you would have played with him as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
He used to say, because he came from another sport, obviously. He was a skier and then came across to cricket. And he said that for fast bowling, he doesn't think anyone should be doing it before the age of about 26, 27, 28, because of you need such a strong core and a strong physicality about you, and it takes a long time to get there. So there is a lot of research out there, and we have seen with someone like Pat Cummins where he had the 5-year break because of the exact thing that Bats is talking about.
It's just having a youngster and actually taking them under your wing and understanding that Kemar Roach is one thing, and he's a seasoned pro, his body's hardened, and then a young fella in a Seal who has all the credentials to become that bowler possibly. You've got to have a little bit of patience and understand what might be developing, not just in his skills.
Pat Cummins made his Test debut 6 months after leaving school, and the overriding impression that I had watching him in that debut Test series was Was he allowed to bowl off his full run when he was at school in the final year? Was he? He was bowling 145 kilometres an hour. But seriously, I mean, when you've got a bowler with that much talent, and he's 18 years old, and he's just out of school, he's bowling at 145, do you say, well, look, I'm sorry, much as we'd love you to play, we have a duty of care to you?
We had Sam Curran playing first-class games on restricted bowling because of age. We have restricted numbers in England, or certainly did back then.
I don't know if everyone knows this, but I think Pat Cummins played about 5 first-class games before that test. One of them was a Shield final where he bowled something around 65 to 72 overs.
Well, that's just stupid, isn't it, really?
And then he had 5 years where he didn't play after that. And I was like, I don't think that's an accident.
Right, drinks have been taken and enjoyed and refreshed. The players continue. And it's Kemar Roach bowling Johnny Bairstow, pushes that defensively out on the offside. So it was a really interesting concept, isn't it? It's like Sam Curran. It's a bit like, so you can't go into a pub and order a pint, and if you're only 18 and you're playing first-class cricket, I'm sorry, son, you can't bowl more than 15 overs an innings.
I can't remember what it was. It was either he couldn't bowl more than a 5 or 6 over spell, or he couldn't bowl more than 17 in the day, or whatever the numbers were.
Here is Kemar Roach, and that is pushed down the ground up towards mid-off. And for the cynics out there saying, well, how do they come up with that number? Of course it's a thumbsuck, but it's based on medical science and research.
Well, a lot of this research came out of Cricket Australia, didn't it? Because they had that period where, I mean, they had James Pattinson, Pat Cummins, Mitchell Starc and Josh Hazlewood. They couldn't get 2 of them on the field at the same time, let alone 3 or 4 of them. His third game, he bowled 65 overs in first-class cricket. And at the time, I was watching it going, what on earth is happening here?
Forward comes Bairstow, pushing defensively out on the offside. Old school thinking, isn't it? It's like, oh, it's a real flatty, let's get the youngster to bowl.
Do you have the name of the captain of that team?
And should we make it public if you do?
Simon Catich.
Wow, tough man, I'm not going to argue. Well done. Fine, no dramas.
That was just after the period where Simon Catich took Michael Clarke into the change room and had some words, so maybe no one was willing to take that on at the time.
If he says it's Saturday today, it is for me. Well done, brilliant, good move, like it.
He is one of the toughest men I've ever worked with and known, but he's also one of the kindest and sweetest, as long as you're on the right side of him. Next one is pushed defensively by Bairstow up to mid-off.
Pat Cummins may or may not agree.
I'm sure he wouldn't tell Simon Catich if he did disagree.
Well, Pat Cummins been taking on Justin Lanier in the media recently. He probably just want to take on another Western Australian who is quite nuggety.
It's funny, isn't it? Because Simon Catich is one of those men who has a reputation for being a hard man without ever trying to be a hard man. In fact, quite the opposite, you know. Here's Roach in once again, and that's pushed defensively by Bairstow out in the offside to cover no run.
He's a very fine boxer, though, isn't he? I know some formidable boxers who don't want to get in a ring with him to spar.
I mean, Michael Clarke might disagree with the way that you said that, but yeah, he was an incredible cricketer too, and completely rebuilt his game. Came through, everyone thought he was going to be a 10-year player for Australia and be a captain, and really failed in that, and then came back with this incredible, almost like Shiv Chandrapal type technique. And when I first saw it, I was like, "There's no way this guy's going to make test runs."
Roach in again, that's half volley, and it's punched very sweetly past mid-on and down to the boundary. It's racing away for 4. That's a lovely shot from Bairstow. It was a half volley, straight half volley, and he's just leant on it, eased it away past mid-on. Lovely shot. Bairstow into the 30s. Ben Stokes has 28, and things are just beginning to calm down a little bit for England, having been 48 for 4, 27 for 3, and now 107 for 4.
Yeah, there's definitely a calmness about this partnership. Don't want to put the mockers on it, but from ball 1 they stole a couple of singles early to get their footwork going, to try and rotate the strike. Then, as we've seen from Bairstow there's a beautiful purity about how he's moving at the minute of the crease, keeps his balance and clips it through wide mid-on. Yes, Roach over-pitched a little bit, but the finesse and the beauty of how he just clipped it through that wide mid-on is for all to see. You know his game's in good order, you know his balance is good, and if your balance is good, you one heck of a chance of scoring runs.
Just back to Simon Catich, I'm only aware of 2 international cricketers whose nickname is the Cat. One is Phil Tufnell and one is Simon Catich, and I'm trying to think of a greater contrast between the two as cricketers, and as characters. 107 for 4. Why are you scowling, Jared?
No, I was trying to remember what Clive Lloyd's nickname was. It's not the cat, though, is it?
Captain or Sir to you.
He had a pretty good nickname, though, as well, but I can't remember what it was now. I thought it was cat-like, anyway.
I think he was. Feline in the covers. 107 for 4. As we catch a glimpse of Ben Foulkes with his pads on, next in. Remember we'll never forget his 100 on Test debut. In goal, that's edged, and it's taken on the half volley by Campbell at first slip. Oh, well, is that a sign of both the ball softening and the pitch getting a bit lower? That's genuine edge from Ben Stokes. I can't say that he was playing with soft hands there. Maybe Campbell's a bit deep at first slip, but it was a genuine edge.
Yeah, I think I'm going with Campbell might just be a little bit deep. We know the pitch is dying a little bit, and it's obvious. Anybody watches the stagger of the slips and the keeper, you need a little bit of stagger so that you can dive either side without bumping into each other. But he does look a good metre and a half deeper than the keeper there. I think if we're saying the pitch is dying, you need to just get yourself up a little bit, and obviously then you're going to bring up second and third with you.
Stokes. Oh, that's short and pulled away with some might. That's a beautiful shot. In front of square again, well in front of square. That's gone through mid-wicket. Very hard, very flat, straight out the middle of the bat. And an emphatic 4 for Ben Stokes.
Oh, there's some authority about this shot. He's just camping on the back foot, waiting for this miss length. He only misses by maybe half a metre. Wow, pounces on it. We've been talking about cats. It was cat-like and lashed into that mid-wicket area. Very, very authoritative from Stokes there. Wonderful.
Again, and it's pushed out towards extra cover, and there's no run. 115 for 5, England.
But you would think that, players like Seals coming through, Anrik Nokia, Ngidi, Siplama, those sorts of players, as that sort of generation of fast.
Yeah, Roach has missed his length, but still, it's got to be put away. It's a lovely position from Foulkes. Worked hard on his balance in the last 18 months, certainly last year. Beautiful balance at the crease, just leans on that half volley straight down the ground. No fuss, 4 runs.
Roach is in, beaten this time though is Foulkes, through to the keeper De Silva, and there is no run. Without telling too many personal secrets, how has Ben found the situation of being in and out the side, Gareth? Because some players take it better than others. Obviously, you're in and around it. How's he coped?
I think all players, are disappointed when they're not playing. That's just fact, and that's not going to change. You'd almost be asking the question, if you're not disappointed, we won't go for that again, so that's a good thing. But it's what you do in the meantime, isn't it?
Foulkes is facing Kemar Roach, coming strongly forward, pushes back to pass the bowler, no run.
And in the meantime, the good players and the guys who get back in and stay in are the ones who work and know what they need to work on, because they've had a little taste and they put some things into practice so that when they get another go, they know what is required at this level. It's a step up, of course it is. And you want to stay there. You want a bit more of the big show, and I can certainly say that Ben works as hard as anybody, if not more. And you want those guys to succeed, of course you do.
Roach in, lovely drive again by Foulkes. It's a straight drive, just on the onside of the stumps and away. Before Gareth Batty and I were on commentary, he brought up his 100 in Gaul all those years ago in the first test. That was with an on drive. That was as good a shot.
Yeah, from memory, I think that was more back foot, like a back foot punch on drive. This is all front foot. Roach trying to get full, challenge those pads of Foulkes, but Foulkes has worked quite hard on his balance. If you watch him now, he's keeping his right eye on off stump, and he's wanting that full ball. He's going to punch him down the ground, and he did so. Teammates at Surrey, Foulkes is winning this battle at the minute. There's some bragging rights up for grabs here.
Final ball of the over, and Roach will go in. Folks, again, gets a big stride in, even though he's facing a bowler sending it down at 134, 135 k's an hour. Gets the stride in, plays defensively, and that is 43 overs gone. England 131 for 5. I'm aware it's just gone 6 o'clock in the UK. People are joining us all the time. If you are, thank you very much. Welcome along. It's the first test of 3. Remember, of course, that we're bringing you every game of this series exclusively live on TalkSport 2. You can get us via your smart speaker, or you can also get us if you have a smartphone or tablet. Download the TalkSport app, and you can listen through the app and simply swipe between TalkSport and TalkSport 2. So if you're listening at home on the DAB or the smart speaker, make sure you've got the app for when you head out, either this evening or tomorrow morning, because you'll be wanting us throughout the day for this test series. All 3 matches coming your way over the next 2 or 3 weeks here on TalkSport 2. England 131 for 5. Winning the toss this morning, choosing to bat, and Jason Holder is about to start his 9th over. Only conceded 7 runs so far, and he's bowling to Johnny Bairstow. Bairstow turns on the onside, and there is no run. Jason Holder started off in the most miserly of fashion. Really top quality cricketer. We brought you the T20 matches in Barbados just a few weeks ago, where he finished up with 4 wickets in 4 balls. It's a different role today, but it's been truly, truly special from him. In he goes. It's down the leg side, and Bairstow has just run it past the keeper. Very fine through fine leg. It will go away for 4. Indeed, he didn't get a bat on it. It's come off with a pad. Umpire Brathwaite signals 4-leg byes. From England's point of view, they don't care. It's just 4. That's the all-important thing. 135 to 5. Gareth Batty's moved out. Matt Pryor's moved in. And we'll turn Matt Pryor's microphone on so we can actually hear what he's saying. Give it a go, Matt.
Well, I'll start again then, shall I?
Well, it was such a good point. I thought I might as well make it twice.
You missed it. I'll keep that one to myself.
Moment's gone. Holder in, right arm over. Bairstow solidly behind, no run.
What I was trying to say was, isn't it great to see a number 7 walk out, wicket keeper, 2 straight drive down the ground. Fantastic start from Ben Folkes. You know what? This wicket-keeper position's been disputed for a long time now, all the way back Sri Lanka, where Folkes was shipped in and made a fantastic 100 on debut. It's been chop and change, Bairstow, Buttler, Folkes. I hope now, they've gone with Folkes. He needs to have a run. You can't keep chopping it, changing.
Absolutely. Hold it to Bairstow. They're taking on the pad, inside thigh, really, actually, of the back leg. But when it's coming from Jason Holder's height, then obviously the height of the delivery and going over the top. And it's Bairstow's going to walk down the pitch and just have a little prod there. Just a little hand gesture to folks to say there's just a little bit of nip off the seam. Bairstow 33 from 90. You can hear him tapping his bat hard, waiting for Holder to turn, and Holder is on his way. Now that again is taking Bairstow on the body, sort of high up on the thigh. And the look on Johnny Bairstow's face says that was very close to the previous one, because that's stinging a bit. I'm just listening on the stump mic just to see if there's a little conversation going on there. I'm surprised we're not picking up more of it. Bairstow just blows his cheeks out there, man.
I thought it was like Root in Australia again, where he had a bit of a bad few days getting hit around that area.
Yes, those are the worst kind of days in the office. Right, final ball of the over. He's not going to come just yet, because Jason Holder is just waiting for the batsman to be in the appropriate place. There's all sorts of conversations going on there, and umpire Brathwaite has actually just walked down to Johnny Bairstow as if to say, are you okay to continue? Now the comments are starting. I've just thought Johnny, do you need to get that checked out? So I think it was slightly more the inside thigh than might have been first thought.
That's it. Thank you.
Right, he's taking guard again. And we can get on and bowl the final ball of the over. Holder is in. And Bairstow comes forward and just pushes it out on the offside. No run. So 44 overs gone. 135 for 5 England. Johnny Bairstow 33 from 92. And Ben Folkes 13 not out from his 8 balls faced.
Yep, far better from England, which I think probably sounds pretty obvious. But Stokes and Bairstow setting the sort of foundation, leading the way, adapting to how to bat on this surface. It does look a bit variable, it does look a bit two-paced, but that doesn't mean you walk out and just sort of give it away. You've got to find a way to score runs and apply yourself, spend time out in the middle, be selective in the shots that you're going to play and the shots that you're not going to play.
Yeah, I don't know how much you saw of the India-Sri Lanka test match. I mean, Sri Lanka was so clearly out of the game and out of their depth. I mean, India put 500 on in the first innings and Sri Lanka didn't, and they were forced to follow on. But then they got 4 or 5 down in the second, and it was as if they gave up. They just started hacking at all sorts, and they lost by a massive amount, and you can't do that. Got to show some backbone. Folkes is punching the first ball of the new over from Kemar Roach off the back foot. Won't go for a boundary, but it'll be a comfortable 2 out towards the spectators on the big concrete steps. Nice, comfortable 2 to start the over with.
I think I saw some comments from Ben Folkes saying he does find it slightly frustrating that because he's so good with the gloves, it almost detracts from his batting. People just assume that he's a wicketkeeper who can bat. And he's sort of said, look, I've worked very hard on my batting. I want to be known for my batting as well as wicketkeeping.
Roach is in. Folks, nothing to do with this. It's through to his opposite number, Josh De Silva, no run.
He's got no finer opportunity to prove that point right now. England 137 for 5 when you walk out to bat. He's got all the time in the world. Bit of a challenging surface, a bit of variable bounce, but a great opportunity for him to get in and set his stall out, get a score on the board early and start changing those attitudes of any that do maybe doubt him as a batsman, or can he? We know the importance of your wicketkeeper batting at 7 being able to score hundreds.
Roach beats him on that occasion, but doesn't edge it, and it's through to the keeper, no run.
And a great opportunity. Yeah, I mean, it's still very early in his innings, of course, 15 from 11 balls, but a great opportunity for Ben Folkes.
What they always talk about is, you know, someone who gets 80 odd down the order when there's 500 on the board already. Yeah, that's all very well, but when your team are in trouble when you come to the crease, and he arrived at the crease with England 5 down for 115, that's when it really matters. Roach in, solidly forward again. That bat is looking very, very broad from Ben Folkes.
Yeah, I mean, that's a beautiful shot. It's a dot ball, it's forward defence, but it's kind of rare in this day and age to just see a good old-fashioned forward defence. Ball's going into, and the thing I like about it is Roach is still targeting off stump just outside, and you know you're in good form as a batsman when the ball's into channel, off stump, and you play the forward defence because you believe you have to, and the ball actually goes back to mid-on. You know you're moving well.
Here's Roach, and once again, Folkes is behind this one, punching. This one goes to mid-off, no run.
Let me just explain that a bit further. If you're not in good rhythm, you can tend to, as a right-handed batsman, sort of close off too much, and that same delivery, you block it, and it ends up squirting off to gully, or squirting off to point, the offside, and that's high risk, because it's only got to move a little bit, and that becomes an edge. Whereas when you're covering that defensive shot, that channel well, the ball, you get enough bat on it that the ball actually goes back down the pitch.
Roach is in, outside of off stump, it's sort of running in on the angle. Folkes has nothing to do with it, and it's through to Josh De Silva, no run. 45 overs gone here on TalkSport 2 England, 137 for 5.
And that's the kind of thing that you literally are, as a batsman, when you're in the middle, you're checking yourself all the time. You play a shot and you have a very quick 2-second debrief in your own mind. Did I like that shot? Where was my body? Where did I move? Where did the ball go? And, you know, personally, if I was playing a front foot defence and it was squirting off to gully, I wasn't happy with that. I didn't like that. That was high risk. Whereas if I got into it properly, weight was going through the ball, and I covered the channel, covered off stump, and the ball was going back down the pitch or towards mid-on, I knew I was in a good position.
Yeah. Well, it's a very... I don't want to use the word traditional, but a very straightforward technique that Folks has at the moment. The bat comes through on a straight plane. It's pretty much the whole face of the bat is there. Gives you the best chance. Holder to start a new over, and that is an absolute beauty. Yorker around off stump with a little bit of late away swing, and Bairstow drops the toe of the bat on that one. Keeps it out and immediately checks the bottom of the bat, but that is Jason Holder in a nutshell.
It is, it's incredible. Good little battle this between Bairstow and Holder. And that delivery, I just had a little look, that delivery was 126 kilometres an hour, and yet he always looks quicker. The ball looks like it, the batsman looks like they're being rushed.
It's true. He's got that height as well that just sort of takes it, this one, with the arm. Bairstow, nothing to do with it. Just a little bit of shape away. And through to De Silva, no run. As I mentioned earlier with Samuel Badri, Jason Holder likes playing against England. Highest test score against England. Best test bowling figures against England. 4 in 4 in that T20 international in Bridgetown just a few weeks ago against England. And now he's in his 10th over and he's still only conceded 7 runs. Holder is in. Bairstow pushing to mid-on. No run. That one was 126 kilometres an hour. I'm going to turn to Jared Kimber, and off the top of your head, Jared, could you remember he bowled a couple of slower balls in the T20s? Am I right in thinking that one was at about 106 Ks?
No, he got down to 96, didn't he?
He did get under.
I don't think I'd ever seen someone bowl a slow ball like that.
Hold it. Inside edge of Bairstow's bat, turns it through square leg. Alzari Joseph will field. It is just a single to Bairstow. 34 he's got.
The biggest differentials in the world are Tamal Mills and Unrik Nortje, who can obviously bowl over 150. They both get to about 103, 104. And because obviously when you bowl the back of the hand slow ball, you're basically bowling leg spin, right? So he's bowling 10 kilometres slower than Rashid Khan when he bowls leg spin, Jason Holder. But it was a great ball. To be fair, before that series, he didn't have any slower balls. He basically invented them for that series. It tells you what a smart cricketer he is. If you look at his numbers before then, he just didn't have them. So when he first came into Test cricket and everyone was like, this guy's going to be the next big thing, I was like, he's bowling 122 kilometres an hour. But he just keeps finding new skills along the way, and, he's been remarkable.
He's on his way for the 5th time this over. Folks is forward. Inside pass of the bat up to Alzari Joseph at mid-on, and there's no run. Of course, the other thing that Jason Holder had in that T20 series was Hayden Walsh Jr. as 12th man, who basically catches pigeons for fun. So that was certainly in his favour as well. Hayden Walsh Jr. taking 2 of the catches on the 4 in 4. And that was certainly a lively Sunday evening in Bridgetown, as England lost that series 3-2. Only a 3-match series in the tests. So important to get off to a good start, therefore. Holder for the final time this over. That is outside of leg stump, and folks will be able to clip it away backward of square leg, and they will take a pretty comfortable 2 to end the 46th over here on TalkSport 2. England 140 for 5. Bairstow's got 34. Folks 17. Neil Manthorpe will pick up the commentary.
Thank you very much indeed, Andrew McKenna. It's 20 minutes to go, or just under 20 minutes to go. More like 17 or 18 minutes to go till the tea break on day 1, and things are looking a little more stable for England than they were at lunch, which was taken at 57 for 4, 140 for 5, and Johnny Bairstow is holding things together with 34. Mind you, Ben Folkes has, he edged one through the slips, but he's 17 off 16 balls and is certainly looking positive. Right, we've got some left arm spin finally. This is the over rate so far in this test match has, well, it's been reminiscent of maybe the late 80s when there weren't over rate and the West Indies used to bowl 11 overs an hour. You used to get 80 in a day. But this will help because Versami Permaul, the left-arm spinner, is coming into the attack for the first time, a little belatedly, I have to say. We've got with almost just over 15 minutes to go until the tea break, and we've had 46 overs. 46 overs. We're supposed to get 15 per session, 60 by tea, and we've had 46. That is shatteringly slow from the West Indies. But here is Versami Permaul, the 32-year-old left-arm spinner, phenomenally efficient in first-class cricket in the region from Trinidad. And his first delivery is nudged away rather carefully and successfully by Johnny Bairstow past the man fielding at short leg. I think that's John Campbell who's gone in there under the helmet at short leg, or perhaps, no, I don't think it's Jermaine Blackwood. I think that's John Campbell, diminutive left-handed opening batsman. Permaul, the 32-year-old left-arm spinner, he's waited patiently. He's finally getting his opportunity now. Spinning the ball from left hand to right, and the next delivery is pushed by Ben Folkes straight out towards mid-wicket, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. I must say that, I mean, it's unusual to be this far behind the over rate, but Permaul no doubt will do his best to improve things. Watching carefully for signs of spin alongside me is Matt Pryor. It was a surprise that we didn't see, or that in fact Craig Brethert wasn't interested in seeing whether there might be any spin around a little bit earlier. Just a couple of overs, just see, helps your planning, doesn't it? Just to see whether the ball is turning. But here we are with the ubiquitous couple of overs of spin just before tea. Ben Folkes remains 17, Johnny Bairstow 35, 141 for 5. Permaul this time is punched away off the back foot to back the point by Folkes. No run.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons for it is because they've got the four seamers. They've been able to delay the spinner coming on. I don't doubt there's going to be lots of work for him to do as the game goes on. But with a bit of variable bounce, and the ball has been moving sideways for the seamers.
Permaul in once again. He's renowned for his consistency of line and length, and again hits the spot with his last delivery, and it's pushed away behind square on the offside. England winning the toss and batting first, 141 for 5. So you'd expect the ball to spin?
I usually say that if it's tacky, if the pitch is tacky, it should spin a little bit. There's something for the ball to grip. I don't know if it's maybe dried out slightly. The length he's bowled so far has been quite full, so not really given the ball, so batters have been able to get down and pat it back on the half volley. But I'd expect to see some spin. I wouldn't imagine it would be a lot though.
47 overs bowled. Jason Holder's going to take up the attack once again. He's 10 overs, 1 for 10. It's phenomenal, really. He's in once again. It's pushed up towards mid-off. However, very often, the metronomic reliability of line and length for the seamers in particular, that brings economical figures like that in Test cricket, can produce quite the opposite effect in one-day cricket. And Jason Holder has been on the receiving end of some monstrous figures because he's so consistent that batsmen can line him up. I mean, he went for 97 in 92 and 97 in a couple of one-day games just preceding and during the last World Cup, because But he's a clever cricketer, and that was 5 years ago. So, in fact, that was before the 2015 World Cup, so it was 5 years ago.
Yeah, I think that's also because his variation, the difference in pace, we've just spoken about it, the difference in the pace isn't actually that much. You know, if he's bowling 126 as a stock ball and then 110 as a slower ball, compared to Nokia, for instance, who's bowling 150 and then his slower ball's 110. The difference in pace is hard to line up. Whereas a batsman, if you're throwing caution to the wind, just trying to hit someone 20 rows back, sometimes you can do, the furthest sixes hit are usually when they've been done slightly, and you can't just keep swinging with the arc.
Jason Holder in once again, and it's pushed defensively by Bairstow. Gently rolls up towards mid-on.
It will be interesting. I mean, Holder here, as you say, very metronomic. It's very attritional when you're facing a Bairstow's not rising to the bait of having a sort of big drive outside the off stump. Holder bowling quite straight at him here. But how England play the spinner will be, we haven't yet seen is it going to turn or not, but if it doesn't, there's no reason why they don't put some pressure on him straight away.
Here is Holder, and forward comes Bairstow once more, playing defensively. It'd be a bold move, wouldn't it, 5 down, to be positive against the spinner.
Right, and this again immediately is a slight issue. Whenever anyone talks about being positive against the spinner, the assumption is 4s and 6s. And that's not what I'm saying at all. You can be positive against the spinner by rotating strike and ticking him off at 4 and over with no risk. But it's the intent that you show against us. Down the wicket, clip it to mid-wicket, take 1.
Holder in once again, just the 2 slips and a drive from Bairstow, but almost a tentative one, just a push up to mid-off, no run.
And that's what the great batsmen do. When the spinner comes on, it's not necessarily, because we tend to get in a bit of a habit in England of going, it's dot ball or boundary. So block, right, charge and try and smack it out of the ground. Whereas, actually, you've got to be better than that. You've got to be able to work it into the gaps, get your 1s, get your 2s, and put pressure on the spinner there by not being able to him just bowl 6 balls at you and you patting it back.
If you're taking 4 singles and over in a test match against the spinner early on, you are putting him under pressure, aren't you?
Exactly right. And you're putting the captain under pressure as well, because suddenly he's thinking, well, I can't just give 4 and over away. I need to get my seamer back on.
Jason Holder to complete another maiden. Yes, he does. It's just short of drivable length, and it's a firm push by Bairstow straight back to the bowler. So these remarkable figures continue from Jason Holder. 11 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 10. Actually, I mean, on a similar subject, is it when England assess and dissect the day's play, will they look at those figures from Jason Holder and think we shouldn't have let him do that?
Well, tough to not let him do that, because you're 40 odd, whatever it was. They've lost those early wickets so soon. It's been a rebuilding process, and if Holder doesn't give you anything to hit that isn't high risk, then England are doing the right thing, and sometimes you have to say well played, but well bowled. But the ability to be able to sit in and then pick off, he might say, right, Holder, he can go it. He can bowl his 7 maidens, 11, 10 runs off 11 overs.
For Sammy Pamal, the left arm spinner, is in once again. It's punched out to cover point straight to the field and no run.
Because we know some of the younger bowlers, we might get them at 4 and over. You might get them, but you've got to earn the right, and that's where, as a batsman, you've got to be able to go through the gears. And Bairstow's doing it brilliantly so far. Holder's bowling well, right? Respect that, but I might get a chance against the spinner.
Pamal again, and Folks pushes to cover, no run.
And that's why you've got to have a very clear mind about, okay, Holder's bowling well, but now I'm not facing Holder anymore. I'm facing the spin. If he drops one short, gives me a freebie. I've got to put it away. You don't want to be in that defensive mindset, taking it into the next over.
Pamal once again, Folks plays defensively. It'll be a challenge putting Pamal under pressure, or trying to take singles, because, as I said, he's notorious for the consistency with which he bowls. Not a huge ripper of the ball, doesn't turn it sideways. I guess you would certain wickets in Trinidad on the last day there is lots of rough and deterioration, but he's unwavering in his line and length, and again another defensive shot from Folkes.
And also, let's not forget, it's about 7 minutes to tea. So it's a case of England saying, okay, let's get into tea with no more damage.
That was just slightly shorter, and it hit the splice of Folkes' defensive bat. He remains on 17. Johnny Bairstow has 35. A reminder that England were 27 for 3 after winning the toss and choosing to bat first, then 48 for 4. Ben Stokes and Johnny Bairstow once again added 50 together. They enjoy batting together, and who will ever forget the partnership that they put together of the mere 399 against South Africa at Newlands in Cape Town all those years ago, when they were both young men starting out in their careers. 141 for 5. England's scoring rate, by the way, is up to almost 3 runs and over. That's again not really a relevant issue. They're 5 wickets down, and it's just a short time, 5 minutes or so to go until tea. A few clouds building up on the skyline. We've had largely cloudless day, blue skies, warm breeze, sometimes a bit stronger than a breeze, blowing across the ground. England 141 for 5. Welcome to our listeners on TalkSport, joining us momentarily for an update. And if you haven't heard already, England won the toss and chose to bat first this morning, and we quickly reduced to 27 for 3 and 48 for 4. Alex Leach on debut. LBW to Kemar Roach for 4. Zach Crawley went for 8. Joe Root was bowled by Kemar Roach, leaving a delivery for 13, and Dan Lawrence edged to second slip for 20. Ben Stokes was bowled by a full-length delivery from 20-year-old fast bowler Jayden Seales. He went for 36, having added 57. And, Craig Brathwaite's into the attack, the West Indian captain, with some very occasional part-time off-spin, and he almost misses the pitch with his first delivery, which is a couple of feet down the leg side. Oh, no. Looked like it slipped up at the end of his fingers. He's actually better than that. I mean, he's part-timer, but he's normally a little more respectable than the first delivery. Once again, this one pitches second delivery, outside leg stump. Johnny Bairstow turns it away behind square on the leg side. His first 2 deliveries have come out at about 80 kilometres an hour. Looks like he's lob bowling.
67 kilometres.
Was it 67?
67.
Well, I mean, if he doesn't like it, he could just run back and pick it up again, and before the batsman gets a chance to hit it at that pace.
I'm just going to put on the record that this would be my worst case. I would absolutely hate this. 67 kilometre an hour off spinner, part-timer.
Brathwaite in once again, and Johnny Bairstow doesn't know what to do with this one. He just backs away.
He sort of played an awkward back foot. He's sort of thinking, I should really put this 20 rows back, but I don't dare do it. I mean, it's just Brathwaite's trying to tempt Bairstow into something.
Brathwaite in once again. Bairstow plays defensively. You know, you may not be able to relate to this unless you are still turning out for your local club second 11, but I can relate to it. There's always a gentleman approaching 60, maybe in the third 11, and he's been playing there for 40 odd years, and this is what he bowls, and he inevitably returns 4 for 28 every week.
And he could hit a 20 pence piece 6 out of 6, never misses his mark.
Well, it's a maiden from Craig Brathwaite. That was not what Johnny Bairstow was expecting, I would hazard a guess, but he's managed to survive a very innocuous over from the West Indian captain, who is of course an opening batsman by trade. We have time for 1 over before tea here on the first day of the first of 3 test matches in Antigua. England are 141 for 5. Ben Folkes on 17, Johnny Bairstow on 35, and Veerasamy Permaul is going to bowl what I suspect will be the last over before tea, unless there's been a change in the playing conditions and regulations. Tea is due at 6:40 England time. As as Ben Folkes takes strike. And Pamal, I don't think Ben Folkes backed away there, but Sami Pamal was again right into his delivery stride when he abandoned and turned round. Fortunately, he's only got a couple of paces. It's a short run, and that is bowled from very, very wide of the crease and angled in, darting in towards Ben Folkes. But he does. It looks like he's going to bowl from a lot closer to the stumps, and then he leaps away, and he's very, very close to the return crease when he delivers, and he's using the crease quite nicely, but bowling from wide and angling it in, and Folkes plays the next one defensively. Shirt untucked for Sami Pamal, and occasionally it billows in the wind. Once again he's in, and it's pushed defensively out towards the man at Silly Point.
Keep going, Gunner. Working, Gunner.
Bowling very wide of the crease. As I say, it looks like he's going to bowl closer to the stumps, and then that one is flicked away behind square on the leg side. That's a lovely shot from Ben Folkes, and there's a man out on the leg side, but he's more at deep mid-wicket at cow corner, not behind square on the leg side, and that one has run away for 4. Been some very dry periods from time to time for England, and that boundary ends a spell of 3 and a bit overs without a run.
Yeah, brilliant from Folkes as well. I mean, it was a bad ball, just drifted down the leg side too much, but still needed to be put away. Good clip off his legs. Was a bit of a freebie, but as I say, need to be in the right mindset to take advantage of any bad delivery, bad bowling.
There's 3 men around the bat, a slip, a silly point and a short leg, and the penultimate ball of the session is left alone by Folkes and lands into the gloves of keeper Josh De Silva. Folkes with that boundary, his 4th, moves on to 21. Johnny Bairstow's 35 not out from 109 balls. And a slightly quicker one, I think, here from Pamal to end the over and to end the session. The umpires call time. They flick the bails off. And I think all things considered, considering how the first session went for England, when they took lunch at 57 for 4, they've lost just 1 wicket in the session and have taken that score up from 57 to 145. So at 145 for 5, given that there's Chris Woakes to come, genuine all-rounder, and Craig Overton, who is no mug, he scored first-class hundreds, that England have got themselves into a position where they can at least hope for 300.
Yeah, we said earlier it was so important that England didn't just give the game away. From now, you've got to get back into it. You've had a disastrous start, but it's such a shame because that session there, that's England's session, make no mistake. 88 runs in the session, losing only 1 wicket. Stokes and Bairstow batted brilliantly. Stokes going for 36 off 95 balls when he had done, it seemed, a lot of the hard work. But England have got themselves back in, make no mistake. Again, we'll always say you've got to start well the next session and win the first half an hour. But the morning session, losing those 4 wickets, has actually taken the shine off what was a fantastic second session for England. Folkes has come in and looked very, very accomplished from the off, played a couple of fantastic straight drives. You can always tell when a batsman is in good form and moving well when you're hitting the ball back past the bowler. Hit a couple of brilliant straight drives off Kemar Roach, and has scored at quite a clip as well. I think 21 off 33 balls. Looking very good and well set. But England are fighting, they're keeping themselves in the game. Very, very important start to the next session coming up.
Well, as he said, as Matt Pryor said, very much England's session. Now, for those of you who may not have noticed, in the light of the world game losing one of its greatest and brightest stars ever, Shane Warne, in the last week, there were 2 other greats of the game who passed away as well. So it's been a bleak week for international cricket. And coming up during the tea break, Jared Kimber and I are going to look back at the lives of the 2 other greats of the game, apart from Shane Warne, who passed away in the last week. West Indies off-spinner Sonny Ramadhin and the great Australian wicketkeeper Rod Marsh. You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the West Indies versus England on TalkSport 2.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on TalkSport 2.
Get an expert guide to all the latest speculation, signings and spending sprees with Simon Jordan's Football Business Roundup on TalkSport with Tesco Mobile for Business. From the latest deals worth knowing to where the big money transfers are going. Get the inside track in one all-covering football finance feature. Simon Jordan's Football Business Roundup on TalkSport with Tesco Mobile for Business. Big mobile networks are raising your bills again. Join us for prices that stay fixed. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps. For applicable terms and verification, see tescomobile.com/fixed prices.
Tonight's Euro Millions jackpot could make your dreams come true, but not the dream where you're abducted by aliens.
Not the crown!
No, the one where you're flying around the world on your own private jet. Tonight's Euro Millions jackpot is £14 million. Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Play on app, online and in-store. Estimated jackpot. Account terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Wow, the last 20 years of football. It started with the Barclays Premier League. The Invincibles ruled, Rooney debuted at 16, Aguero made history, and we dreamt with Leicester. Then the era of the Barclays Women's Super League began. Miedema netted 6, and the Women's North London Derby broke attendance records. For 20 years, Barclays has been committed to the game we all love, as sponsors of the Premier League, and now the Barclays Women's Super League. And there's still all to play for. Visit barclays.com/20 years.
Whether you run a very small business or are self-employed, you're probably doing more online than ever before. But you're not the only ones. Cyber criminals target even the smallest of businesses. Thankfully, you don't need to be an IT expert to stay protected. Just go to cyberaware.gov.uk to get your customised cyber action plan. A practical range of steps that will help protect your livelihood. Protect your business at cyberaware.gov.uk.
Everyone can make little changes to waste less. And at McDonald's, we're no different.
Like reusing our old cooking oil to make biodiesel.
That helps fuel my truck.
Or recycling my used McCafe cup at McDonald's.
To make a birthday card for me. Thanks, Dad.
It's the start of a plan to recycle and reuse even more. Because we know when you change a little, you change a lot. Recycling units available in UK restaurants. Search National Cup Recycling Scheme. Includes cards and other products.
Every day, TalkSport 2 probes the sharpest minds in the business, bringing you all the big-name news, views and opinions that matter. Plus, TalkSport 2's official betting partner, 888 Sport, is on hand with the insight and in-depth analysis you need to crack the big betting puzzles of the day. TalkSport 2 with 888 Sport. Official betting partner of TalkSport 2. 888 Sport. Made to challenge, made to debate, made to play. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Live Gallagher Premiership Rugby on TalkSport 2. Sunday afternoon from 2:45.
It's got the distance, it's got the accuracy. Try, score!
Hear tough tackling rugby union commentary as Bristol Bears take on Harlequins.
It's Edwin Trandra who joins the line, who goes in for the game's first try. And Bristol Bears are absolutely sizzling.
Bristol Bears take on Harlequins. Sunday afternoon from 2:45. Live on TalkSport 2.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on TalkSport 2.
He swung him away again. So a second six to Rodney Marsh. We've waited 5 days to see the first. Now he's at 2, 1 in each over, taking him past the 50 mark.
3 for 41. Gomes on strike. He's gone! Yes, he's caught him! What a catch! A rip out! Thompson strikes. Gomes is out there scoring.
Simpson was out, bowled Ramadan for 92 in the final minutes, and it's O'Neill and Fabble who come out to open the batting at the start of the third day.
Oh, yes. And great catch. A very fine low catch indeed by Rodney Marsh, and England now really in deep trouble at 13 for 3.
Great Australian wicketkeeper Rod Marsh, who played 96 test matches, scoring over 3,500 runs at an average of 26.5 at 300s. But it was his glove work, of course, for which he was most famous and will be most remembered, with 343 catches and 12 stumpings. And I told you that Sonny Ramadan, one of the great spinners who formed one of the great spinning partnerships of all time with Alf Valentine, the slow left-arm spinner. Ramadan was predominantly an off-spinner. Very famous for bringing in one of the first spinners to bring in really close fields once, well, more than once, had 3 short legs and a silly point. He made his West Indian debut at the age of just 21 after playing only 2 first-class games, both trial matches for Trinidad and Tobago against Jamaica. He took 12 wickets and immediately was selected for the 1950 tour of England, along with Alf Valentine, who was only 20. So the 2 young spinners were, along with the 3 Ws, 3 of the greatest batsmen of all time, were responsible for the West Indies' first ever series win in England in 1950. You may wonder why he was known as Sonny Ramadan. Well, the truth is that whoever filled in his birth certificate left or wrote in the place of first name, wrote boy, because obviously maybe the rumour has it that boy should have gone in sex rather than first name. Anyway, he adapted it and it became Sonny, so he was known as Sonny Ramadan. He and Rod Marsh, I mean, they're two greats of the game, Jared. Ramadan returned for the West Indies' next tour to England and you know, showed that it wasn't a one-off. He and Valentine went on to become, as I said, one of the great spin partnerships of all time. And I think I'm right in saying, and you'll be able to correct me, that Ramadan was also, perhaps, if not the first, one of the first off-spinners to bowl leg spin as well.
Yeah, spin's a very weird one. Early bowling's quite weird because there are certain bowlers that we refer to as leg spinners or pace bowlers, and you go back and look at the footage and they probably weren't. There's a lot of mixture bowlers, so there were people moving the ball both ways. But he was probably one of the first genuine off-spinners who believed that he needed a ball to go away from the bat as well. And when he first started it, even though it was a leg spinner, you know, there's lots of reports that people weren't picking it. So whatever kind of leg spinner it wasn't an easy one to notice from the hand. So it might have been more like a leg cutter or some other variation. Look, he was a brilliant bowler. He took over 700 first-class wickets, I think, at an average of around 20 or 21. Also, one of the more honest cricketers in the world who said he used the longer sleeves to hide his not always legal action. Was the way he talked about it.
He was known for his impeccable style. He was a man small in stature,
5'4",
and he always, for a long time, he allowed the myth to develop that he always wore his sleeves buttoned up at the wrist as part of his style, because he was an impeccable stylist. I think it was only later on in his career that he...
Yeah, not when he was playing. Why would you tell people while you're playing? They might start calling you for Chucky at that point. And he wasn't the only one, of course. Tony Locke as well at that stage. So in the 50s, they had a bit of a finger spinners were probably pinging it a little bit more than than happened in the 60s and 70s when there was a bit more talk about it. But look, he was a fantastic bowler and a real innovator, and probably doesn't quite get the credit he deserves, because after him came Lancelot Gibbs, who was an even better bowler for the West Indies than Sonny Ramadan was. But Ramadan and Valentine together were probably their first great bowling pairing out, you know, and they had Griffiths and Hall around that same period as well. But they really were a team that had a couple of all-rounders and good batters before that. So to suddenly have, you know, 2 absolute gun bowlers, spin bowlers in tandem together who spun the ball in 2 different directions as well was a huge advantage for the West Indies at that point. He also had a huge life in league cricket in England, of course, and played in the north up in Lancashire. And his grandson is Kyle Hogg, who Bats would have played against, who had a 10-15 year career for Lancashire as well. So it remained, even his career was incredible, but what he left behind was even more so. So it's probably you could argue he's the second best spinner that the West Indies have ever had. Not particularly famous for spin, but even so, to be behind Lance Gibbs is an incredible honour.
Gareth Buddy, I suppose your heroes you would have been John Embry, but nonetheless, I think it would be fair to say that Sonny Ramadan and Alf Valentine would have been 2 spinners whose names you were familiar with.
Absolutely.
obviously synonymous with being greats of spin bowling. And
can we hear Gareth Bennett?
I don't think we've. I think we've got a microphone issue there. We'll sort it out. We'll get onto it. There you go.
We're back.
Sorry, I was saying.
It's something. When spin is your craft, you hear the names, you resonate with the names, and Sonny Ramadhin is definitely one, and partly because of Kyle Hogg. The whole legends of West Indian overseas players in the Lancashire League. My father spoke about him when I was a youngster, because my father was into his leg spin. He was like, "Oh, this bloke bowled off spin like you, but he could bowl leg spin as well." It was trying to push it my way a little bit. But for the guy that possibly started the sort of, not a revolution, but started something that Lance Gibbs possibly took on it to another level is a wonderful thing for anybody to leave as a legacy.
Bats, lead us into Rod Marsh. I don't want, we've got very limited time to pay tribute to these two legends of the game, but Rod Marsh was not only a brilliant cricketer, but went on to become an innovative coach in very many ways, and you attended his academy, didn't you?
Yeah, we were one of the intakes in, it was at the cycling school in, I've got that horribly wrong, CSI I think it was called, in Adelaide. And Rod, go on, tell me. I know you're laughing at me.
It was the academy. It wasn't CSI.
Right. It wasn't crime.
It's not an American cop show.
Mate. All right, mate. Anyway, it was their institute of cycling, and it was quite a hard regime for their cyclists, and they had a sort of a wing of the dome that the cricketers were there. It used to be Australia, then they've moved their academy on, and England filled the void when Rod Marsh became sort of academy director stroke, facilitating our next generation of players. And he held on a lot of those traditions that he'd held throughout that sort of golden era of Australia, and all their players had come through the system, from getting up at 5 a.m, running on the beach, swimming around groins, and some of the boys couldn't even swim, to then doing boxing sessions. He'd evolved it by the time we got there, that there were some yoga sessions, to the extreme of fast bowlers. So we'd be put into groups of 4. So there was myself, Monty Panesar, Chris Tremlett and Kabir Ali. In the indoor school at Adelaide, the old indoor school, it's a tin shed, it was about 45 degrees, brand new balls, brand new kookaburra balls. Rod put the stumps off 18 yards. He said, right, you 4, 2 bat, 2 bowl. If you're a spinner, you can throw it if you want, but try and hit them on the head and bowl it as fast as you can. So Chris Tremlett's bowling absolute rockets, back of lane trying to hit Kabir Ali, Monty Panesar and me on the head. And he literally said, you cannot get out of the way, you've got to try and hit every ball. So there's like Mark Wallace, was the Welsh Glamorgan wicket keeper at the time, donged on the head, he's out, he's knocked out, and there's players all over the hockey. Monty just battered. I know obviously everybody's like queuing up to pin him and all this. It was ridiculous, but I can honestly say that he was a massive reason why the next generation of players came through the England system for us to be as good as we were in 2010 onwards, for that golden period. Because he instilled some stuff that went around the traps. It might not have been people that went through that system, but instilled this wonderful sort of edge and hardness, but with just an amazing nature about him. He would not ever take a backward step, and he'd tell people, you get on and do that in his own little way. But I tell you what, if you did it and he would do anything for you. What a man to have in your corner. As a human being, he was very much in mine, and somebody I'll remember very fondly throughout those periods. Yes, some hard work and a tough man, but wow, if he had your back, you felt very loved and very cared for.
It's worth talking about him as a cricketer, just very briefly, to follow on from that. He was the first time Australia ever picked a wicketkeeper who could bat. Essentially, they never made 100 with a wicketkeeper before that, and they made the choice to pick him because he was a very good athlete. If you have a look, he was probably one of the first wicketkeepers who was an outstanding athlete, and there was a lot of diving around. But he was a very, very good bat, and would have been a very good limited overs cricketer these days. In those days, no one really cared, but he had a strike rate of 82, and he had everything over deep mid wicket for 6 if he could. So he had an impact on Australia because I don't think you get Healy or Gilchrist without Rod Marsh coming through and being a good enough wicketkeeper and making all those runs. But if you look at what he did to the world game, essentially every national team in the world now has an academy. That all comes off the back of Rod Marsh. And bringing in specialists to train people on specialist skills wasn't what cricket was really doing in that era. You had one coach and they had to look after everything, and you might have a bowling or a batting coach. He brought in spin bowling coaches and, wicket keeping coaches and fielding coaches, all those sorts of things that now are normal in cricket, did not exist before Rod Marsh. On top of that, he trained other coaches, and one of the coaches he trained was a guy called Richard Doan. I don't know if you know of him, Manners, but he took over from Bob Warne, and he's the one who coached up all the associates. So if you've ever watched any associate cricket in the last 10 years and you're like, geez, these associates have got a lot better than they used to be, that all comes back from Rod Marsh's methods and training with Richard Doan, and now Richard Doan's coaching the USA team, I think. That's the sort of impact that Rod Marsh has had, and it probably won't be remembered as much as it should have. And obviously, it's not as visceral as what we saw with Shane Warne or even what Ramadan did. I mean, we didn't even talk about the fact that Sonny Ramadan was one of the first great Indian players for the West Indies, and what that meant for the Indian people in the Caribbean of that period to see such a champion from there. But Rod Marsh might have almost as big an effect as some of those other guys, just through what he's managed to do with the way he changed cricket, the way that he changed cricket coaching, and the way that he made cricket a lot more professional. And remember, Rod Marsh came from an amateur era and had to play in the Packer period as well. So a phenomenal career in the game as a player to begin with, and then the impact that he's had on the professionalism of sport cannot be underwhelmed. And I just love the fact that he was a slightly less fit guy at the end of his life, just yelling at guys to run harder on the beach. I think that's awesome.
And of course, the Marsh cricketing dynasty.
Yeah,
with Shaun and Mitchell.
That's the other Marsh.
Sorry, I beg your pardon.
But he had a son he had two sons. One became the captain of Tasmania, and the other one became the head of the Players Association. So again, his family went off in different directions. So just an incredible career that Rod Marsh managed to have. And Sonny Ramadan was just a brilliant cricketer as well, who obviously was involved in the game for a very long time in England.
Just want to say I'm not confusing my Rods and my Jeffs. It's been a long day.
There's a lot of Marshes.
It's been a very long day. Yes, two cricketing Marsh dynasties. Tea is a thing of the past at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium in North Sound, Antigua. 15-minute drive from the capital, St John's. And we're about to get underway with England resuming on 145 for 5 with Alzari Joseph returning into the attack. 11 overs, none for 34. And the first delivery bowled to Johnny Bairstow. It's steered away behind square on the offside towards backward point. Have to admire the way England have dragged themselves back to a position from where they can contemplate putting 300 on the board. And at 48 for 4, the determination to do that has been admirable. Started by Ben Stokes, who's now been dismissed for 36. Johnny Bairstow continuing that good work. They're a long way from doing it. They're not even halfway to 300, but they can at least contemplate that possibility. With only 51 overs bowled, they've got another 38 after this with the old ball on a flattening out pitch, and two very decent all-rounder, one excellent all-rounder in Chris Wokes and Craig Overton to come, and who knows, Mark Wood and Jack Leach could contribute as well. But you just feel that on a pitch expected to deteriorate, that England need 300 on this pitch, having chosen to bat first. Bairstow drives now straight back past the bowler, and it's fielded at mid-off. No run.
Yeah, I think with Jack Leach as well, I think the more that England can get, it gives him just a better foothold in the game. He's under less pressure if he's got 300 on the board as opposed to 220, 230, and it's that fine line of attack and defend. I think with 300 you could have the extra catcher in there. You could just apply a little bit more pressure with your field placing.
Two slips in a gully. It's a defensive field position. Well, I have to redefine that. Alzari Joseph in again. Bairstow drives up towards mid-off. It's not defensive, because there are two ways of attacking. You can have a bunch of close catches, or you can have a ring field and make it really hard to score.
Yeah, but there's a sort of a deepish mid-off and an extra cover just sat in a bit closer. If it does stay in the surface, and Joseph's got some pace, he's in the run 40s, if it just stays in the pitch and you're not into your shot, you could skim it at straight extra cover as well.
Here is Joseph once again, and he's quick enough to hurry Johnny Bairstow. Hits the inside edge of the bat and deflects onto the pads. I think that's what happened. It was heading down the leg side, but it was an inside edge. Alzari Joseph, 25 years old now, but he made his debut very young, at 21-year-old, and produced some eye-catching performances. Like many fast bowlers in their 20s, early 20s, he's had a few injury problems. Next one is driven by Bairstow, and he inspects the toe end of his bat suspiciously, because that one didn't feel well timed, and the over comes to an end. It's a maiden. England remain 145 for 5.
Yeah, nice start from Joseph. You just feel like the West Indians would have had a chat at tea time and said the pitch might just be slowing up a bit, doing that little bit less laterally. So we're going to bowl pretty straight, just outside off stump, attacking that off stump. If the ball just holds on the outside edge, we've got our 2 slips in place, but we're going to get hit down the ground. We're going to bowl that fuller length, mid on and mid off, and sit that little bit deeper, which then means extra cover can go in. He almost becomes like a drive man. So you're covering both edges of the bat, and you just feel like they're prepared to dry England up a little bit here, get them playing at lots of balls. That was a maiden. It's a good start. Tie that up with a spinner now. They'll be looking to get those dots on England, so the scoreboard goes nowhere. Try and steal a wicket from the holding of the game.
It was fascinating to listen to Mark Butcher and Steve Harmison describing the action in the first hour after the lunch break. Here is Versamy Pamal, the left-arm spinner, continuing. The first delivery is played defensively by Ben Foakes. 95 kilometres an hour there. And I'll say it once again, he is renowned for his unerring accuracy, Pamal, rather than expansive or excessive spin. This one, however, is a little wider, and it's cut by Foakes, but straight to the fielder at cover point. But Mark Butcher saying that the West Indies changed tactics after a really successful morning in which Jason Holder was not unplayable, because he bowled at 126 play, but he was unscorable off, if that's a phrase. But then he was taken out of the attack, changed ends, and it just seemed that they were. Craig Brathwaite, the captain, was trying to fix something that wasn't broken, considering that England reached lunch at 57 for 4, and the West Indies might have been just perhaps being slightly too clever for their own good. Here is Pamal once more, pushed away out towards extra cover. That's to take nothing away from the stoic, dogged determination of Ben Stokes and Johnny Bairstow to drag the tourists back into the game. And make no mistake, they've got a great deal of work to do, but they are slowly dragging themselves back into the contest. Ben Foakes comes forward again and plays defensively. I tell you what, Versamy Pamal gets through his overs. Doesn't concede many runs, which helps, but I reckon he's bowled that in about a minute and a half.
Yeah, I'm going to say that the big lads are not going to appreciate that. I know there have been players throughout history who bowl their overs quickly, particularly spinners, and the big fellas bowling at the other end. They're not particularly appreciative of that. They're like, hang on a second, I wanted 3, 4, 5 minutes rest there in between my overs. But Pamal, an interesting field setting he's got. He's got his regulation slip and short leg, trying to do both edges as you would expect, but he's got a long off. And having known Ben Foakes for a period of time, he ain't looking to hit him over long off. Absolutely no chance. If anything, he might hit him over long on and use a bit more right hand in there.
Alzari Joseph continues now. Oh, and that one is steered away between second slip and gully. I'm going to let Gareth Batty tell you, the listener, whether that was deliberate or not. I mean, it looked entirely deliberate, but he steered it in the air between second slip and gully. I mean, if you get that slightly wrong, that's not looking good, is it?
Yeah, I feel like this is good technique where you just hold your position. He's set his feet up at about middle stump, so he's not going across the ball, he's not falling over, so he's letting the ball come alongside his body, and then he's trying to access the ball as it gets alongside. I think it's been done a little bit for pace from Joseph, so it's got a bit higher on the bat and flown through that sort of wideish, fine gully area. I'm going to say you get lucky when you get in good positions.
Ben Foakes on 21, Johnny Bairstow, that boundary's moved on to 39. Alzari Joseph into his 13th over, none for 38. And he's up to the crease now once more, and it's short and it's pulled out towards mid-wicket, and it's a very good piece of fielding from John Campbell. He doesn't look particularly disappointed, so I'm assuming that didn't carry. I think it was pulled down and into the ground and by Johnny Bairstow, and so it wasn't a catch, but it wasn't too far away. It's only fallen just short of him.
Yeah, he got in a good position, Johnny Bairstow. Managed to get his hands above the ball so he could roll the blade over the ball to hit it down, but it skimmed a good 6-7 metres.
Punched nicely off the back foot here by Johnny Bairstow, and it beats the man at cover, and it's running away to the boundary for 4 more. Well, he's always played the back foot punch very well, very successfully and very productively, Johnny Bairstow. He did go through a period just before tea where he wasn't timing it, and it was getting a lot of inside edges and toe end of the bat, but that's as good an upright back foot punch as you could hope to see.
Yeah, high left elbow, just waits for the ball, and because of Joseph's extra pace, it goes square. He's aiming at extra cover, and it just goes off the face of the bat, that squarer area. Lovely piece of batting. Didn't try and overhit the ball. Bit of class, bit of finesse about that from Bairstow.
Joseph in once more, and it's full and straight on middle and off probably, and driven out in the onside up towards mid-on, fielded by Kemar Roach, and there's no run. This partnership has been pretty productive for England, 38 now off 83 deliveries, and it brings up the 150, that boundary. 153 for 5. Johnny Bairstow now the top scorer in the innings with 43, and Ben Stokes has 21. The horrors of the first hour now the memory is fading. England with 27 for 3. It wasn't the first hour, actually, right, the first 45 minutes. That one is again full and straight and flicked away with the angle of the delivery out towards square leg. Versamy Permaul does the fielding. Good powerful throw as well, and suddenly Johnny Bairstow, returning for the second, had to change from 5th to 4th to accelerate to get home. Caught him by surprise.
He's looking in good nick though, is Johnny. He looked fractionally heavier than we've seen him at times, sort of Ashes wise. He looks in good nick. He looks like, right, I've got my moment here. Looks like he's been working hard, and it's part of his game actually to steal some runs, to steal some singles. You see him in white ball cricket stealing, pushing the boundary riders, shall we call them, and he did it again there to Permaul. It's part of his game to get back on strike, face more balls, nick the singles.
Joseph in once again, and he steps into this and pushes it out towards extra cover, and Kumar Bonner does the tidying up, and there's no run. The over comes to an end. 54 overs gone, 155 for 5, and it sort of feels like England went 3-0 down in the first 20 minutes of the game, but they've got a couple of goals. Well, no, maybe one goal back at the moment, but they're on the attack, and it feels like it could be 3-2 soon.
Yeah, they're just putting up a bit of resistance, aren't they? They're just starting to push back a little bit. They've trusted defence for a while. Now it's kind of like, can we just put the bowlers under a little bit more pressure? The ball's getting a bit older. I feel like it's a really nice. Well, I think the best thing that Bairstow's done there is he's looking to get off strike. He's looking to steal the extra runs. He's running hard between the wickets, puts a little bit more urgency in the fielders. Just feels like you're just going through the gears a little bit. Just touching on Permaul, he's got long off. I don't think it's there because he's worried about getting donged down the ground for a 6. He's trying to get him to push it into the gap and bring straight extra cover in, or put some pace on the ball if it spins, that you're playing more of a drive to bring slip into play.
Permaul in once again, and it's pushed by Folks towards long off, but the bowler intercepts it himself. Yeah, it's that's as a spinner, it's here is Permaul once again, and that one is steered out towards extra cover. There are so many ways to attack, aren't there? I mean, one of the classic ones is to try and get the batsman to play it against the spin by leaving gaps, in order for him to do that, but also if you put a man on the boundary and you're saying, okay, there's an easy single for you there, mate, but I've got a couple of traps either side in case it goes wrong.
Yeah, and it only needs to fall off the straight. It only needs to spin a little bit if you're looking to hit that pocket.
That's a Bonner.
Pushed out towards mid-wicket, straight to the field and no run.
And folks, 100% will hit into the spin. He will be happy to hit into the left arm spin. He won't just look to predominantly hit him offside. He'll be happy playing into that spin.
Kamal in once more, and this time it's driven with the spin out to Craig Brathwaite, the captain. He's got himself in at short, not short extra cover, but he's in a stationary position rather than walking in. And there's also a short leg. Kumar Bonner at short leg, and the last ball of the over is pushed out defensively on the leg side, and there's no run. Well, we're not going to get 90 overs in today, but we are at least catching up with...
I'm not so sure about that. Kamal, if he keeps going like this, we'll get 120 overs in. Well, I reckon that was about 1 minute 10 seconds, that over, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he spent more than 2 minutes bowling a single over, but we were 9 short at tea. We had only 51. So a long way behind. But we do have the extra half hour, of course. Johnny Bairstow is 45, Ben Folkes is 21. You still feel that 300s are conditions?
Yeah, absolutely.
Screaming out for 300?
Absolutely. We know with the Duke's ball, this is the best time to be batting now. Now, you can't sort of take your foot off the gas and start thinking you're just going to hit the ball to all parts. You still have to be very precise in your movement, but it does get that fractionally easier at this point.
Zari Joseph continues and is driven out towards extra cover, and there's no run.
This is normally where you'd be saying you want that sort of mystery spinner that spins it both ways, whether it be a leg spinner or, the Sakhalin Mushtaq back in the day, or some extreme pace, looking to really nail that top of the stump's length with possibly just starting to get a bit of reverse swing.
155 for 5. England, as Alzari Joseph working tirelessly, and there's a big appeal for leg before wickets. Very optimistic, is heading down the leg side, but so little has happened to encourage the bowlers that often they will get very excited just because on the principle that they've hit the batsman on the pads. We've had 5 seconds. He's gone for the review, but that's I think that's on the basis that the West Indies have got 3 left, and
clear review for LBW.
Surely, unless I'm completely misreading it, was that not going comfortably down the leg side?
Fractionally looks as though it's going down and possibly high. It hit him above the knee roll. I think that's why he's limping when it hit him. Yeah, it's above the knee roll.
Coming up, the ball appears to be close to the bat. And I have ultra edge, please.
Well, I'll be very, very surprised. Nigel Duguid is
ultra edge. Keep rolling.
The third
gap
umpire.
Between bat and ball. Flat lines. Therefore, no bat and ball. And I have ball jockey reins available, please.
He will become the 50th West Indian to officiate on the field when he stands off in the second test match in Barbados.
Wickets missing.
There we go.
Can we go back to Gregory on field? Where can you say with your not out decision and let you know when you're on screen? You're on screen now, signal.
And he'd be a very happy man if they all are as straightforward as that one.
Yeah, I think Matty was about 80% right with his reviews or whatever. 180% right, he's saying. I don't think that was a particularly good one.
The England team of the Matt Fryer era retains the record of the highest successful review percentage.
Hey, he's on our team, team, we got him.
But he was only the captain of the review team. He had Jonathan Trott, for the most part, at square leg to adjudicate height. And of course, the captain at first slip was not in the worst position, but Matty Fryer was the captain of the review team, and I think he's going to correct me now, but I think the record that they had over a 3-year period was 84%, 86%. He does know. He did correct me.
I told you 186%.
Yeah, no, it's funny how that... I mean, because you would have thought that the skill of reviewing would progress and improve as any other cricketing skill. That one is driven out towards extra cover, and there's no run. But it astonishes me how little science is applied, actually. I mean, you still get international teams today who the bowler and the wicketkeeper come together and say, well, what do you reckon? What do you reckon?
Yeah.
And they don't actually, have a system and a method.
Process. Yeah, it's crazy, and you go for those instincts as a player, but actually it's all happening on camera and digitally, so you've almost got to review it with that in mind.
That's full and too straight and driven powerfully towards Kemar Roach at mid-on. Roach has to move to his right to do the fielding, and that allows him to go through for a single.
Because we all know there'll be people sat in the car listening to this going, oh, on a Saturday when they just fall over one ear. I know it's hitting. Actually, Hawkeye tells us sometimes it's missing. So it doesn't matter what we've always been programmed that this is out. Actually, this computer is showing us it's not. You've got to program yourself to what the computer says, not what our cricketing instinct says. Bearing in mind, the last review we've just seen, if those are your cricketing instincts, you're in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, he was totally unenthusiastic about it, Craig Brathwaite. It was just on the basis that, you know what, let's try our luck. Just roll the dice, see if we get lucky. Which is not what the review system is there for. Next ball from Alzari Joseph is outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Ben Foakes, and the over comes to an end. 56 overs gone. Do need to remember that the review system is there to eliminate the howler, not to see if you can get lucky. That's all for me and Gareth Baddy for the moment. 56 overs gone. England are 156 for 5. For the next half an hour or so, you'll be with Samuel Badry and Mark Butcher.
Thank you, gentlemen. Things have just cooled down a little bit here at the Antigua Recreation Ground. You'll be pleased to hear back there in Blighty. A little bit of cloud cover. The sun's heat has dissipated a little as we get into the midway point of the afternoon. Breeze is still flying, howling across the ground from east to west. Sammy Permaul is using it to good effect with his left arm spin from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. And he goes now. Bouncy action, short and wide, and Bairstow is in no mood to miss out on that gift. Pounces on it and cracks it away. Square of the wicket on the offside for 4.
Both line and length makes it too easy for Johnny Bairstow. Brings up a half century, an excellent half century under these circumstances. 48 for 4 when he came to the crease, and England were in desperate need for someone to stand up, and Bairstow has once again delivered by getting to that half century. A long way to go, and I'm sure he'd want to convert that wonderful start, into triple figures.
That's it, Warne. Overcorrects this time, Permaul, and goes down the leg side, just waiting for the umpire signal, given us a leg bite. So Ben Foakes will be on strike. It's been an excellent knock from Johnny Bairstow. He's looked very organised in defence. You have to be here in the Caribbean. But his natural instinct is to attack, and he's done that every time he's been given the opportunity to do so. 50 from 128 deliveries. It'll go down as one of his slowest, as Permaul is again just a little bit short, a little bit wide to Ben Foakes, who tries to give himself some room but doesn't beat the man at backward point off the back foot, and there is no run.
Ball gunner. Ball gunner, working guns.
To better length delivery, and it dribbles back down the pitch, and Permaul collects it in his follow through.
Sorry, sir.
A plastic bag just making its way across the pitch, reminding me of the film American Beauty, where they've got that slow-mo of the plastic bag being tossed around in the wind. And there's plenty of wind here at the Sir Vivian Richards ground, as Permaul gives that one a little bit more air, a little bit more flight, and it drifts into Ben Foakes, who plays a perfectly organised forward defensive stroke, and there is again no run. Again, loose-limbed, real beautiful, poetic-looking action. Gets the ball on a length. Foakes defends once again, and that's the end of another over. 57 gone, 161 for 5 England. Partnership now 46 between Bairstow and Foakes.
Bairstow getting to his 23rd Test match half century, adding to his tally. Of course, he also has 7 Test match hundreds, and we want to convert this start into something significant, something magnificent. We spoke about this pitch and what it possibly holds in the coming days. First innings runs so important, and if England can get up to anywhere above that 250 mark, you never know how crucial those runs can be. And to get there, Johnny Bairstow will have such an important role to play. Alzarri Joseph continues.
Short wide, cut away again by Bairstow. He will not let you settle. You give him any opportunity to play an attacking stroke, particularly with width on the offside, you're going to get punished for it. 165 for 5 now.
Well, this is why he's such a difficult batsman to bowl to, because when you get it wrong, he doesn't let it go unpunished. Short from Alzarri Joseph, quickly onto it, through the offside, finds the gap, the placement, and gets another boundary. So he looks to rotate the strike when possible, and also pounces on anything that's loose.
Joseph under a bit of pressure here. Almost 3.5 and over. He's going full delivery this time. Bairstow punches it to mid-off, and there's no run. We never talk about Johnny Bairstow and the way that his roles have changed, and whether that was the right thing to do back when he was England's wicket-keeper and batting at number 7. But for my money, I've always felt that Johnny Bairstow was one of the best 4 or 5 batsmen in England in red ball cricket, and that his fortune lay as a top order batter. As Joseph is in again, it's short and wide, and this time the ball just stays down a little bit, and Johnny Bairstow was perilously close to chopping that one into his off stump. It missed and went through to De Silva, and there's no run.
Also is coming off the back of a century in that warm-up game against the West Indies presidency 11 Johnny Bairstow, so will be full of confidence. He was here in 2019 when England lost that series, got a half century in that particular series, so quite familiar with these conditions. And that 100, like I mentioned, against the West Indies presidency 11 will bode well for him.
Joseph in again, it's full of length and is punched at short extra cover, no run. I mean, he made a brilliant century in the Ashes. Johnny Bairstow, the only one that England mustered throughout the 5 test matches, suffered a broken thumb in the process of making that score. He had to battle hard, but when he got the chance, once he got himself in, suddenly the ball had lost a bit of its spite and hardness. He went after the Australian bowlers, Nathan Lyon in particular, and made a quite superb century. Joseph's in once again. Man's been sent back on the hook, but it's full again, and Bairstow is forward and punches it back down the ground. Joseph picks it up in his follow-through.
And that's the challenge, is that assessment and adaptation of conditions coming from the Ashes in Australia to what you're used to at home in England, and then here out in the Caribbean. Altogether 3 different propositions. And as a player, that's really the test of your mettle, whether or not you can adapt to what is in front of you.
Joseph in again, and this is a little straighter. Bairstow on the back foot, drops it in the square leg, and they come back for 2. That's brilliant running. Excellent running, good hustle. Causes the bowler to pull out the double teapot, both hands on hips, and look very disconsolate about things. 58 overs gone, 167 for 5.
And not only will they put you under pressure in terms of loose deliveries, but also running between the wickets, getting that too. So they're putting the fielders under pressure as well, so no opportunity for relaxation, whether you are the bowler or the fielder. And that's such an excellent trait to have as a team, making sure that whenever run scoring opportunities present themselves, that you capitalize on them. As Bersami Purmall will continue from the circuit, Lee Ambrose end. Not much purchase for him so far. Didn't expect to get much purchase on this surface.
Gunner. Keep going, Gunner.
Nice and straight line, worked neatly to the mid-wicket fielder. No run, but Sammy Purmall has had a stop-start career in Test match cricket. Made his debut in 2012.
That was nice. Just took a little bit of pace off it and drew the bat away from the pad of Ben Foakes as he pushed forward. No big turn for him as yet. That one just held and straightened though from on off stump line. Folks parried it into the offside for no run. It'll be encouraging for Sam Tamor. No, you spinners, you love to have that confidence of being able to get into a spell and not give away any boundaries and be able to build up some pressure, be able to get a batsman in your sights over long periods of time. And he looks as to have settled into his work really nicely here. Just moves the short leg, and that's Nkrumah Bonner, who's gone from short leg to silly point. Folks comes down the ground. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. What a beautiful stroke that is. Couple of steps down the pitch, met the ball on the half volley and whipped it between mid-wicket and mid-on to the boundary fence for 4.
Excellent control from Ben Foakes, like you mentioned. Good use of the feet, gets to the pitch of the delivery, and once he's covered that, he was able to whip that one through straightest mid-wicket, beating both the fielders at short mid-wicket and mid-on. Gets himself another boundary, so he's looked quite competent and a useful partnership being built here.
More slower again. This time the line is a little bit closer to off stump rather than middle and leg, and Foakes defends it into the offside. Made 100 on debut against Sri Lanka, Ben Foakes, so he knows how to handle himself against the slow bowlers. Came out and played it. 2 or 3 really crisp drives down the ground off Surrey teammate Kemar Roach at the beginning of his innings. Comes down the track again and miscues it slightly, but all the way along the ground to hulking figure Jason Holder at mid-on, and there is no run. 59 overs gone, 171 for 5. Tamor has just managed to get the over rate up to 13 for the first time in the day. He absolutely whistles through his overs. We are going to be in for an extended evening session here at Sir Vivian Richards Ground in Antigua.
I can tell you what, his speed in getting through his overs doesn't help the fast bowler on the other end, who will be complaining. Just finished his over. Tamor rushes through his, and he's gotten the ball once again quite quickly. And the fast bowlers on the other end wouldn't quite like that. They want that additional time to rest and recover.
They do. Zari Joseph has been removed from the attack. He's got through 15 overs himself, the most of any of the West Indies quicks. Yet to pick up a wicket and has been expensive. Jaden Seals, who dismissed Ben Stokes at the back end of the afternoon session, is back into the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end. 2 slips, Gully. Seals in, and ball is straight. Pads of Bairstow defends it with a very straight bat to mid-on, and there's no run. Some of the spite appears to have gone out of this ball now. Where are we? In the 60th over. Only to be expected. And it's an excellent contest this. England have dug their way out of real trouble at lunchtime, 57 for 4. I do feel that the West Indies perhaps missed a trick straight after lunch. They didn't hand the ball to either of their 2 most experienced bowlers, Holder or Roach. As Seals is in again, he turns Johnny Bairstow around, who was looking to knock that ball square on the leg side, but ends up getting a leading edge, and it pops out to mid-off, and again there's no run.
Yeah, that ball could have gone anywhere, and luckily for Johnny Bairstow it went along the ground. But a good delivery from Jaden Seals, and just appears as if he wants to bowl a straighter line, wicket to wicket. Still has 2 slips and a gully in place for the deliveries that might just leave the right-handed Johnny Bairstow. A slight delay as another plastic bag blows across the ground behind the bowler. In he comes now, Jaden Seals to Bairstow. Well played towards mid-on, straight to the fielder, no run.
Just a sign in the last couple of deliveries that with this older ball, bounce is getting lower on this surface. And it was around about this time yesterday afternoon that myself and Steve Harmison were at the ground as England were practicing. The pitch had started to look very cracked and very tired at this stage of the day. delivery just punched towards mid-off, and there is again no run. And that might sound a little bit strange to listeners back in the UK, but the practice here in the West Indies, and particularly here in Antigua, given the lack of natural moisture around, the lack of rain around the island, is like a tinderbox at the moment. Is to sprinkle these pitches with water in the mornings and roll it in just to try and hold them together. By the time you get to the afternoon, after the blazing sun and the wind has been on it, they crack and dry like nobody's business. Searles is in once more. Bairstow turns it away on the leg side successfully this time, and he will come back for 2, taking the score to 173 for 5.
And all the balls in this over, all the deliveries in this over so far has been on the stump. So it seems to be a concerted plan from Jayden Seales to bowl that straight line. We've mentioned the variable bounce. One might just keep a little bit low. I think that Craig Brathwaite might just think about having another fielder on the leg side, just where that last ball went, maybe backward of square to cut the single.
Wide of the off stump, and Bairstow, I think you heard the shout of no. I don't know whether that came from the batsman who was disappointed at not beating cover point, or the bowler who bowled a bit of a flan, but he got away with it in the end. That's the end of the 60th, 173 for 5. Bairstow is 58 and Folks is 25, partnership of 58 for the 6th wicket for England. West Indies will feel that another breakthrough here still gives them a really good chance of knocking England over before the close of play, keeping them below 250. You think that's sort of par on the surface as it is at the moment, is that right?
Yeah, I think so. I think based on what we've seen and how the ball has responded off the surface, that might be what this team is thinking. If they can get beyond that, they'd be all too happy. But the West Indies certainly will be looking to keep them below that total, especially given the fact that they had them at one stage 48 for 4. But a good recovery. Johnny Bairstow in particular has been exceptional. Purmall continues.
Yeah, Purmall again starts the over with a delivery a little bit short of a length, a little bit wide of off stump, but Folks
Guns, keep going, Guns.
Can't get it through the offside field.
Come on, Leggy.
Purmall rather flicking the ball between left and right hand as he scuttles in and then delivers a nicely looped delivery onto the line of middle and leg that Folks defends straight back down to the bowler. It's beautiful delivery. He was flighted, and Ben Folks has played that so well. Just a forward push, and he gets it past short extra cover, gets it in the gap between him and the man at a more conventional extra cover, and they come back for a couple. Really nice contest this between a batter who plays spin well, and a bowler who is trying to wheedle him out on a surface that isn't giving him a massive amount of assistance at the moment. Purmall in again, and it's slower and wider. Folks again can only chop it to the man back with a point, and there is no run.
Purmall made his test debut in 2012, just 7 test matches in a 10-year span. Another good delivery on the line of the stumps, well defended by Ben Folks, goes back to the bowler who himself retrieves it. So just those 7 test matches, 2 in 2012, 2 in 2013, 2 in 2015, before he got an eventual recall in 2021 against Sri Lanka. Another delivery on the line of the stumps, well fielded by the mid-wicket fielder. No run brings the over to an end. 61 overs gone. England 175 for 5, but he did have a good end to that series against Sri Lanka, where Sammy Purmall picked up 8 wickets in the second test match, a 5-wicket haul in the first innings, and followed that up with 3 for 106 in the second innings. And that is the reason why he's maintained his place in this starting 11 against England. Just the 2 test matches in the West Indies, so the majority of his 7 test matches played away from home. But he has an exceptional record here in the West Indies in first class cricket. 552 wickets at an average of 20. Absolutely phenomenal numbers. A prolific wicket taker in first class cricket. Takes wickets for fun in these conditions. Not yet making an impact in this test match as Jaden Seals continues.
Seals with a short ball that Bairstow is underneath comfortably. He rehearses ramping the ball up over the slips to the third man boundary. 2 men back on the leg side for that short ball. I'd be very surprised if Johnny Bairstow was sucking into trying to hook the ball in the direction of the eastern side of the ground, simply because that's where that howling gale is coming from. There are 2 men back on that hook shot, and any sort of miscue would more than likely land in the hands of one of them. Seals in again, it is short. Bairstow does go on the hook, but gets it down onto the ground. Brings a smart piece of fielding from the fielder out there. Who's that with 32 on his back? John Campbell.
This is TalkSport 2 and our coverage of the first test of this series between England and the West Indies. England winning the toss and batting, 176 for 5. Seals will bowl to Ben Stokes. Stokes in behind this one, and there is no run as he pushes it back down the pitch. England, as I say, winning the toss and batting, went to lunch 57 for 4. At tea there were 145 for 5, so 88 for 1 in the second session. And we're now into the final session of the day. Ben Stokes 27 not out. Johnny Bairstow 59 not out. England winning the toss and electing to bat earlier. Here's Seals. Stokes just pushes quietly into the offside, and there's no run. Gareth Batty. We'll be with Gareth in just a moment. Let's try again.
Yeah, it's been impressive today, Seals. He's got the rewards in the 2 wickets. Under a bit of caution with that travelling on the pitch with his follow-through, but the young man's bowled very, very nicely so far today. He's bowled quite full of length. Looked to just move the ball a little bit in, a little bit out, but hitting those good areas, top of the stumps, challenging the batsman.
Well, he's at the end of his mark, and now he makes his way in. Stokes waits, and he's punching again up to mid-off off the back foot. Timing it nicely, no run, full face of the bat, and he makes decent contact.
Yeah, that's what the West Indian seamers have tried to do since the break. They've looked to bowl pretty straight, get the batters hitting them down the ground with the odd short ball, and every now and again just trying to drag it wide of the eye line, but predominantly trying to bring those stumps into play. Not too much happening from them, so trying to control the game with the scoreboard.
Final ball of the 62nd over, and it's punched to mid-on by Stokes. And Mark Butcher and Samuel Badri will take over the commentary once again here on TalkSport.
Yeah, apologies for that. 1 or 2 technical issues. Samuel and I were blissfully unaware. We kept commentating all the way through that. Wasted words.
Some of my best words?
Always. Always. 176 for 5. Battling away here. It's what fans would want to see. No disgrace in losing to better teams or finding yourself on the wrong end of results. I think the manner of defeat sometimes is what can stick in the craw of the paying public. What they want to see is an England team out there scrapping hard, fighting, and that's what they've got with Bairstow and Stokes here at the moment. Oh, he's got him. I think he's got him, yes. Permaw with a slightly quicker delivery. Bairstow tried to chop it down to third man. West Indies went up straight away. There was a noise, but Bairstow is standing his ground and calling for a review. We'll have to hear what Nigel Duguid says about this.
Might have premeditated, first of all, with that sweep shot.
Behind. Original decision is out. I've checked the front foot and afraid the referee. Can we have front on spin vision, please? Countdown coming up. Keep rolling. You rock and roll that for me. There appears to be a gap between bat and ball. Can we confirm that with ultra edge? Wait on ultra edge. Ultra edge is building. Still waiting on ultra edge, guys. Ultra edge is coming up. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Yes, the gap between bat and ball. Keep rolling. Yes, no bat and ball. Flat line as the ball passes the bat. Yes, can we go back to the on-field umpire? Joel, you'll have to change your decision from out to not out. You're on screen out, signal.
Well, you'll already have fathomed it back at home, judging by the cheers you've heard from the England fans here in the ground. Johnny Bairstow missed that delivery by quite some considerable margin. I said there was a noise. Nothing on the replays that we've just seen have given any indication as to what that noise was. But Johnny Bairstow nowhere near that delivery, so no harm done there. 176 for 5. Kamal still searching for a first wicket. And then he goes. Nice loop and flight and forcing Bairstow into a forward defensive stroke that comes out on the onside, and there is no run.
Initially he wanted to lap sweep that delivery, and then at the last moment changed his mind because of the line and looked quite bemused and perplexed when he saw the umpire's hand in the air as Firmal continues just outside the line of off stump, cut to the field at backward point, no run. But he was perplexed by the decision and immediately decided to review that decision, and in the end that decision was a good one as he remained not out.
Forward defensive again from Bairstow. Yeah, Joel Wilson saved. I suppose in years gone by that Bairstow would have been throwing his kit around in the dressing room by now, because he was Joel Wilson was pretty quick to give him out there. He had to change his decision, and there's no harm done as Jamal is again right on the spot, forcing a forward defensive stroke out of Johnny Bairstow. Just looks to me as though Bairstow has decided he wants to have a little bit of a go at Clemore, whether that be with the sweep shot or giving himself some room to cut through the offside. Clemore is in once again. That ball is up in the breeze and really drifts into Bairstow. He clips it to mid-wicket. There's no run once again. 176 for 5. Another maiden for Clemore, whose figures are 9 overs, 4 maidens, none for 15. He's doing a grand job for his captain, Mr. Curtly Ambrose then. Giving his bowlers, his main strike bowlers, a bit of a rest. Still 17 overs away from the new ball. The over rate has been pretty tardy for the most part today. Just to welcome listeners on TalkSport as you're joining us out here in beautiful Antigua. England winning the toss and bowling first for 176 for 5. That's some recovery from 48 for 4. You look at top order, the rejigged top order with Alex Lees having been given the debut test match today by Captain Joe Root. He's reduced to 27 for 3, then 48 for 4 with the wicket of Dan Lawrence. Lees, LBW Roach for 4, Zach Crawley caught to silver, bowled Seals for 8. Joe Root was the next to go out there at number 3, foxed by a brilliant in-swinger from Kemar Roach for just 13. He was bowled shouldering arms. Then Lawrence went to Holder, caught a second slip for 20. Ben Stokes dug in and looked to build a partnership with Johnny Bairstow. So often those two have dug in and out of trouble over the years. He made 36 from 95 before he had his stumps rearranged by a full delivery that took the inside edge off the bowling of Jaden Sales, who has been impressive. And since then, England have built another partnership. 61 now of 139 deliveries between Yorkshire and Surrey. Bairstow 59 from 148. Folks 27 from 66. And the game is nicely poised on a surface that will ask batsmen to prize runs out of it rather than see the ball flying to all parts. Samuel Bairdry on his 41st birthday is with me. It's been an absorbing contest, and you imagine, given what we've seen from this surface so far, that it will continue to be so, and that runs might become more and more difficult to come by as this match goes on.
Well, certainly, and that's why these runs from Bairstow in particular, along with Stokes, so crucial. There's been a little bit of a delay in play. Umpires just checking the shape of the ball, using the ball gauge. And for those of you who are not familiar with that particular device, it resembles a handcuff, 2 circles attached to each other, and the ball is passed through both of them. And once it can fit without being impeded, then the umpire usually deems it suitable to continue. So there was an issue with that as the umpire checked the shape of the ball. And the West Indies team seemed to be quite keen to have it changed. I'm not too certain, in fact, if they did change it. It seems as though it's the same ball is being used. But yeah, excellent batting from Bairstow. First innings run so important.
Yeah, England battling away 17 overs from the second new ball. It looks as though they're having to keep the first one, the West Indies, much to their disgruntlement. We shall now make way. Hand over to Andrew McKenna.
Cheers, Butch. Yep, 63 overs of the day, 176 for 5. Folks 27 not out, Bairstow 59 not out. 17 overs to the new ball. Well, they might get there by overtime. Here's Seals then to start his 16th over. Folks is coming forward, just playing soft hands into the gully, and there is no run. Folks 27 from 67 balls. Bairstow 59 from 48. Did survive that appeal for caught behind, as he didn't hit it, but it was should I say, an interesting shot to play. Started out as a sweep and ended up as an attempted cut. Got himself in a bit of a tangle. Folks waits for Seals to come in. Plays from the crease to the short extra cover fielder. And there's no run. Matt Pryor.
Yeah, Ben Folkes has looked very assured at the crease so far. His run rate slowed slightly, but it seems that type of wicket pretty attritional. There's one thing that we want to look out for and keep watching with this new look England team during the Ashes, during the winter. Well, we're still in winter, I suppose, but during the Ashes, England will get behind the 8 ball, then fight really hard, work really hard, and look like they're just getting back into it.
As this one is shortened down the leg side from Seals, no run. And then 176 for 5,
sorry, Mac, and then give it away again. And we're in the exact same position. Terrible start from England, worst start they could have hoped for. But since then they've been good. Stokes and Bairstow started it off, losing only 1 wicket in the second session. England are fighting their way back into this Test match. But again, this is crucial. If they lose a wicket here and then lose a couple of quickly, they undo all that hard work. So they've got to keep grafting.
Seals in, Folkes allows it through to the keeper, no run. I'll tell you what's very noticeable, the volume has gone up from the fielders, which just backs up that point that England have fought back, 1 wicket in the session, and the West Indies, you can clearly tell they feel they need something here.
Well, England have been good, but I also think West Indies have been fairly poor since maybe they got a bit complacent, thinking, old England, we've just rattled through them. They bowled a bit short or certainly shorter than they did in the first session, which got them a lot of success. Second session didn't have the success they wanted. England batted well, sure, but the West Indies didn't bowl great. They bowled okay, and I think you can hear that they need to up the ante.
That is in roundabout middle and leg, half volley, and Folkes has clipped that beautifully through straight mid-wicket, and it will go into the advertising foam and bring up another 4. England 180 for 5. Folkes now 31 not out from 71 balls.
Yeah, another very good shot here from Ben Folkes. He's looked in great rhythm from the off, clipping this one through mid-wicket, out the middle of the bat. 4 runs all along the floor. He's looking very, very good. England need to continue here. You know, as a batting team, this 60 to 80 overs, the ball's old, the bowlers are a bit tired. This is a time where you can really push on if you play well enough.
To finish the over, Seals is in. That's a short arm pull from Stokes. That's a glorious shot. He's hit it in exactly the same spot as where the previous ball went for 4 off the front foot. But that one was just slightly shorter. Weight on the back foot, and he's punched it through mid-wicket. Back-to-back boundaries. Stokes to 35, and England put 4 more to the total.
Yeah, but it's a time in the game as a batting team. They'll think, right, keep going, guys. Not a lot. The ball's not swinging. It's not doing anything. 2 batsmen set. Stokes on 35. Bairstow on 59. 16 overs here, potentially. With an older ball before, of course. Then the next time where you would have to reset is when the new ball comes. You fight through that period.
PA announcers clearly trying to keep England going. Don't stop believing by Journey. Blasted out between the overs. Right then, it's going to be left arm spin at the other end still. With Versami Tamal. Left arm around the wicket. Sort of going on with the arm towards Johnny Bairstow's off stump, but Bairstow's in behind this, pushing out on the offside. And there's no run. Bairstow just sharing a little comment with the short leg fielder as he waits for the next delivery. Big stride forward, pushing out on the offside. No run.
Keep concentrating, please, Johnny.
Now, there's a time to get involved in a conversation with the fielders, and then there's other times best not to. He's going down on the sweep on this occasion because it's a leg stump delivery. Hit hard to Seals at deep backward square leg. They've taken a single. Seals has actually managed to overthrow Josh De Silva, the wicket keeper, with the return, but they'll still only take 185 for 5. Here there's just a little bit of chat around through the stump mic. Folks, as it goes quiet, settles in over his bat, and in comes Pamor off the back foot, just opening the blade. Kemar Roach will field at point, and there will be no run. Tamal is round the wickets. Folks just waiting, playing it late, guiding it into the gully. And no run, so just a single from the over so far. This will be Pamal's 10th after the next delivery. He's only gone for 16 so far. And that is how it will be as Folks pushes into the offsides. And there's no run to complete the 65th over. England 185 for 5. Just reading, Matt Pryor, that there's going to be a couple of alterations to the law book. MCC have confirmed from October, and I think we're all agreed that Mancad is the most controversial part of cricket. Well, they've decided that Mancad is going to be taken and changed from the unfair play section of the laws of the game to straight run-outs. So effectively they are saying it's not unfair play anymore. If you're dopey enough to be out your ground as a non-striker, you will pay the price for it, which seems pretty fair.
Gareth Batty wishes he was still playing now. He'd be all over that.
Yeah, but the quote from Fraser Stewart from the MCC is it's always been part of the unfair play law, but we questioned why is it unfair. The bowler is painted as the villain, but it's a legitimate way to dismiss someone, as it is the non-striker who is stealing the ground. So that'll be one change. New over starts with Kemar Roach bowling to Johnny Bairstow, turned on the onside, no run. The other one is during COVID, we've had a situation where obviously you weren't allowed to put saliva on the ball. That is going to stay in place. Basically, the MCC's research has found that not using saliva had little or no impact on the amount of swing. So you won't be able to continue to use saliva. That might be one for Gareth on his next on commentary with his bowling hat on. Kimar Roach to Johnny Bairstow, covers up, no run. Darren Kimar.
Any rules change what you can use?
That's a good point.
Runny nose. Fraser Stewart, who you read out his remark, he was also the team manager for the London Spirit, I think, in the 100. So really looking forward to see how many run-outs they get in the next tournament. As he said, it's all right, it's not unfair anymore, guys, go for it.
Here's Roach on his way in once again to the bowling crease. Johnny Bairstow coming forward, turns this one from roundabout off stump to the man at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Shamar Brooks does the fielding.
On a more serious note regarding the man-caddy, you know, the only reason that it's controversial is because it's unclear. Some people do it, some don't. It's sort of deemed poor sportsmanship, but no one's saying you can't do it. Whereas I don't think anyone has an issue whether you can or can't, but make a rule. So now it's not unfair. Fine. There's clarity. It's black and white. No problem.
Roach goes in. Bairstow coming forward, drives to a straight Alzari Joseph mid-on, and there is no run. That's absolutely, you've got that so right there. It's either legal or it's not legal. It's that simple. It's black or it's white. Put it in the law books to call it that way, one or the other. It doesn't matter. But you don't have a situation where you say, well, we'd rather you did or we'd rather you didn't, because how are you supposed to go through that?
The interesting thing about the whole story is, obviously it's named after Vinu Mankad, who did it twice to an Australian batter called Bill Brown.
As Roach goes in, Johnny Bairstow's opening in the face, but just guides it to Jason Holder at second slip.
Did it in a warm-up game, then did it in the test match. Bill Brown didn't learn his lessons. Bill Brown said, that's fair. Bill Brown was known as the best runner between wicket in tests at that point. And he was getting a head start on everyone else. And he understood that. He had absolutely no problem. Now, that wasn't the first time it had ever happened, of course. It had happened before, but I think Vinu Madkad doing it twice in a week and a half or whatever it was maybe made it slightly bigger news. But Bill Brown was very, very open and saying, no, I was trying to get an advantage and I was run out.
Roach is in, Bairstow turns to mid-wicket, no run.
And what you sometimes get is you get people say, oh, what about the batter who doesn't think about it and does it accidentally? So, well, when you get stumped and your foot's accidentally out of the crease, I don't remember that. And Matt, of course, was involved in one of the funniest run-out incidents ever, where Ian Bell thought there was a boundary and run himself out off the last ball of the innings, and it became this whole Spirit of Cricket debate, where really it should have been, Belly, did you check that was given a 4 before you ran off the ground? Batters make mistakes all the time.
Kimar Roach to finish his 13th over. Goes in. Oh, Bairstow's opening the face of that one. He's guided it to John Campbell on the bounce at slip. Needs to be careful. It is the over. 66 gone. 186 for 5 are England. Bairstow's still there. 60 not out from 158 balls. Then, folks, 35 from 75 here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, very good this from Bairstow and Folks. England now need to be, this is where they need to be ruthless. This is where they don't want to give away a soft dismissal. They've worked very, very hard to get back into the game after an abysmal start. But Bairstow, if you're the man, if you're lucky enough to get past 30, past 50, onto 60, then you've got to take responsibility now and go on.
Yeah. So Pamal to continue. Left arm around, slip and a short leg. That's a lovely shot from Ben Folks. Stayed bent at the knees and guides it out through the covers, and they will take a couple. 188 for 5. Folks to 37.
4:15 probably.
15 overs in the post-tea session. As that is a lovely shot from Ben Folks. Uses his feet, gets to the pitch of that one and hits it through wide long on all along the floor. Pamal gone for a boundary, Folkes goes to 41. It's 192 for 5.
Yeah, this is a fantastic shot. Great use of the feet, quick footwork down the pitch, covers the spin. It's the footwork that gets him the shot initially. Hits the ball on the half volley. No chance of the ball spinning past the edge. Just clips it, times it beautifully past wide mid-on.
England 192 for 5. Trying to get past the 300 mark that has eluded them so many times recently. First coming forward just drops it into the offside. Just a reminder that the average first innings score at Biv Richards Stadium is only 311. The highest score made in the stadium was 566 for 8 by India in 2016. Folkes is deep in the crease. Oh, well fielded in the covers. Kemar Roach going away to his right-hand side, one-handed. Rolls over, gets to his feet and gets it back into the air to the keeper. And there is no run. The fast bowler not hiding himself away out on the boundary. Very much part of things. That's a great piece of work. Yeah, so India the highest score on the ground. At one point, England, when they were 4 down for 40 odd, were looking potentially somewhere near the lowest, although the lowest in a test match, 43 all out by Bangladesh, so they've had to have gone really badly wrong to have troubled that one. That by Pamal is well outside of off stump. Folkes has nothing to do with it, and there is no run. England have played 3 test matches on the ground before. Well, 2 really. As Pamal goes in, Folkes finds the middle of the bat and pushes it back down the pitch, and there is no run. Of course, the first game, there was supposed to be the opening game at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium back in 2009, which was abandoned, of course, after only a handful of balls. Although it is officially recorded, by the way, as a draw, not an abandoned game. So I went back.
Well, we moved the game, didn't we?
Yes.
We then went back to the recreation ground, which was in absolute. I mean, it was like derelict. They hadn't played a game of cricket. Suddenly it was a quick mow the outfield. We need to put a test match on, and West Indies held on 9 down.
Well, 2015 at the ground was a draw, and of course 2019 England lost by 10 wickets. As Kemar Roach starts his new over, and it's turned by Bairstow to square leg. There's no run. Kemar Roach, man of the match back in 2019. As England were bowled out for just 187 and 132 in their 2 innings. Kemar Roach had a fabulous series back then.
You just change that now?
Barbados and Grenada still to come for this series. Still to come. All of those matches and all those deliveries exclusively live here on TalkSport 2. Bairstow coming forward to Roach on the front foot. Drives to mid-off, and there is no run. It sounds a stupid thing to say, and it's so obvious, Matt, but 3-match series, the first one is so vital, isn't it? If you lose the first one, you really are behind the 8 ball as far as winning the series is concerned. Not to say it's impossible, but it's certainly very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much momentum that goes your way. Any series, 3-match, 5-match, the first test is so crucial.
Bairstow clips this one over mid-wicket and gets enough on it that it will go for 4. The man running back, John Campbell, can only fetch it back. He's beaten by about 10 metres to the boundary edge. England 196 for 5, Bairstow to 64.
And we've been saying this is a period that you work hard for. You know, sometimes you have to defend, you have to leave well, but you want to be getting to 60 overs as few down as possible, because you can score runs. The bowlers are tired, they're into their 3rd spells, the ball's not doing anything. And it's a period of time as a batting unit, if you're in a strong enough position, you can really take advantage.
Roach in. Oh, that's an inside edge, and that one beats the keeper. He's taken one beauty so far today, down the leg side. That to dismiss Zach Crawley. But Bairstow gets an inside edge that goes for 4. It brings up the England 200. They're 200 for 5. But Kemar Roach would have been thinking for a moment, I've got a chance of another one there. De Silva wasn't able to get his weight going back the other way quickly enough this time, though, and he goes away for 4.
Yeah, skillful bowling this from Roach again. Bairstow trying to cover. I think he thought it was going to go away from it. Actually just nipped back off the seam, catching the inside edge. Keeper De Silva looked a bit flat-footed there.
That was a great shot from Johnny Bairstow. Roach, I think, was taking his frustration out on that one and tried to dig it in a bit shorter, but Bairstow was waiting for it, and he's absolutely hammered it through mid-wicket, and John Campbell's going to have to go and fetch that one as well. That was a shot of authority.
Yeah, a bit of a drag down. It was a nothing ball. You always talk about if you're going to bowl the bounce, you need to get it above shoulder height. These guys are too good and they'll pounce, and that was just a bit of a long hop. Roach doesn't bowl many bad ones, but that was one of them. Very frustrating. I mean, this over's gone from 12 out of nowhere.
And by the way, the inside edge was a no ball as well. So there are still 2 balls of this over. Roach goes in, Bairstow plays a forward defensive, and there is no run as it goes back to God. If anyone at the ICC is listening, and I'm sure you all are, because obviously you're tuned into TalkSport 2 all the time, but I know we sort of joke about when India plays and when the no ball gets called, they have that sort of siren or whatever that goes on. Can we have that all around the world as a standard? Because I'm sure there's a lot of people who haven't noticed, because it's been called by the TV official, haven't realised that it is actually a no ball. Could we have an audible sound for that? End of request. Bairstow plays forward and covers up this delivery. It is the extra delivery. That is 68 overs gone, and England 205 for 5. Johnny Bairstow always seems to play better when he's fighting against something, railing against something. He's got that bit between his teeth today in the fact that England, when he arrived at the crease, were 48 for 4. Bairstow now 72 not out from 165 balls faced. He has hit 9 of those for 4.
Yeah, but I wasn't so close.
And he's looking really good touch as we get this series underway. Pamal, left arm around to continue. Ben Folkes plays out on the offside, and there's no run. Pamal, left arm around. Folkes comes to meet that. The close in field has got a little bit excited then, but nothing happening.
Keep going, Gunner.
By the way, earlier on when Craig Brathwaite was bowling, he bowled one delivery at 67 kph. Pamal to bowl again. Folkes forward. We're all so surprised at the speed. If you don't work in kph, by the way, if you're of a certain age, i.e. my dad, that work converts to just under 42 miles an hour. Folkes playing forward, drops it into the offside. Kemar Roach can't prevent the single taken on that occasion, and Folkes will go to 42. So that's probably the slowest ball I've actually seen bowled with my own eyes in Test match cricket.
So it's a ball he bowls on purpose, and he got out a Pakistani batter with it. I'm trying to remember if it was Asad Shafiq or Azhar Ali in a Test match, because they came down to try and biff it, and it was so slow they just sort of dragged it out to the fielder. So I know it looks ridiculous, but he thinks it works, and it did once.
Bairstow has a big hack at this one, really. Sort of opened the front foot up and hits it all along the floor. The good shot goes away for the boundary. Bairstow goes to 76, 210 for 5, and signs of aggression from Johnny Bairstow, Matt Fry.
Yeah, a little bit agricultural this. The fine lines of the game. If Bairstow misses this, he gets bowled. We'd be probably saying something very, very different. It was a bit of a hack, has to be said. But he gets away with it. He's earned the right. He's battled hard. He's worked hard. Gets it away for another boundary.
Final ball of the over. They put on 95, these two. Bairstow has aimed a similar shot into the leg side. And this is going to bring 4 more. 99 is the partnership now. Bairstow has taken a liking to Pamal. Bairstow has 80 to his name. England 2-14 for 5. Ben Folkes will be on strike for the first ball of the next over. Some more thoughts from Matt Pryor, and Neil Manthorpe will come in and take you through the next 20 minutes, half an hour or so here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, a much better shot, the second one from Johnny Bairstow. Another sweep, but he holds his shape, keeps his head down, manages to get out of the middle. He's trying to get it in front of square, which does. Ball ends up going over the boundary about 20 or 30 yards in front of square. Good shots, but this is where England have to be ruthless. They've worked really hard to get in this position. Now 214 for 5. Folkes on 42 from 85 balls. Bairstow goes to 80 for 167. They fought back, England. But as the bowling changes, Jason Holder back into the attack. You feel that this is a very, very important 11 overs before the second new ball.
Jason Holder, 11 overs, 7 mains, 1 for 10. And, it's a time for the West Indies to strike just before the second new ball, isn't it, rather than contain. He's in to his next, hits the line and length, absolutely perfect, just back of drivable length, and Folkes defends from the crease. Ball hits a splice at the bat. I guess Craig Brathwaite is going to be relying on the new ball to bring him wickets, but gosh, it doesn't half help if you do manage to take a wicket and have one reasonably fresh batter at the crease when you do take the second new ball, and everyone's feeling the pace of the day, the hot warm wind.
Oh, there's a big appeal for leg before wicket. Up goes the finger. I think he might review that, but it kept a bit low, and I don't think it looks good for Ben Folkes at all.
10 seconds.
Just as I was saying that West Indies could do with a wicket here, and he's going to review it, but if he gets really lucky, it'll be sneaking just past the leg stump, but it looked like it was hitting leg, didn't it, Matt?
Original decision is out.
It did.
I've checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery.
I'm pretty certain
Can I have
this is
front
going
on
to remain
spin
out.
please? Front on coming up. There doesn't appear to be any bat involved. Can we confirm that with the use of alternates?
Hit him on the knee roll in front of middle and leg with the angle, even if it's clipping leg.
Keep rolling, flat line.
I don't think Ben Folkes got any chance here.
Therefore no bat involved. Can I have ball jockey reins available, please?
It's the voice of Nigel Duguid, the third umpire.
Ball jockey coming
hear.
up. Pitch it outside off. Impact in line. Wickets hitting. And we go back to Greg on field.
Middle and leg.
Greg, can you stay with your out decision? You on screen. We'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now. Signal.
Well, he's played a very, very good hand, has Ben Folkes. His 42 runs come at a vital time, but it's all over now. LBW to Jason Holder. Can't really put my finger on why he missed it, except for the fact that it kept a bit low.
But also that you could tell the England batsmen the tempo had changed. Bairstow's played a couple of hoiks, it has to be said. Fine. The England batsmen would have spoken about it and said, right, the ball's old, it's doing nothing. Let's attack the spinner. I get that. No problem at all. Jason Holder is a quality competitor. He's just come on. He's bowled his first ball. You have to then get back in the game. Get back right. New bowler, give him the respect. Give him the respect. Right, line it up and down the ball. Ben Folkes, he played brilliantly. He played beautifully. He did. He great 42. Looked in fantastic shape the minute he walked to the wicket. But this is a crucial point in the game. You just said about the manners. The bowling team, you want a fresh face for the new ball. That's exactly what you want. Now they've actually got it just before. I mean, they've still got 11 overs. 10 overs to the new ball. But this is where England need to be more ruthless. They need to be able to say, right, we've worked hard to get back. I know I'm being potentially overly critical here, but we're talking about new look England, we're talking about development, new era, etc., etc. These are little areas that you need to improve on if you want to become the best team in the world ultimately, which I'm sure is exactly what they want to do.
33 years ago, I covered my first Test match, and you still see things you've never seen before. Here in Antigua, anyway, the brushing of the wicket has now been superseded by a leaf blower. They're using a leaf blower.
Have you not seen that before?
No, I've never seen that before. Has that been around for? Maybe I haven't been paying attention, but the old dustpan and brush.
I feel like I've seen that before.
Really?
Maybe I haven't.
I mean, it makes sense, but
much easier.
I definitely haven't seen it. Well, it's only one bloke out there. There's normally 3 or 4 out drinks break, remarking
I
the
definitely
crease.
remember the dustpan and brush.
Yeah.
God, what a tough gig that is.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They're using a leaf blower just to get rid of all the loose bits of little pebbles, the little bits of dried bully. We call them pebbles. And there were one single member of the ground staff walked out, gave it each crease end a little bit of a blow, and he's off. Job done. Everybody else, all the other ground staff, can stay inside and have a cup of tea. Well, I must say, it really was a very, very fine innings from Ben Foakes. He knows the importance of still being there and keeping Johnny Bairstow company for the second new ball, which is still, I have to say, 10 overs away, just over 10 overs away. So it'd be very interesting to see whether. I mean, Chris Woakes is he's positive all the time, isn't he? I mean, he's not the kind of all-rounder to be tied down. So it's hard to imagine that Chris Woakes will be overly defensive. He knows the situation. The ball is 70 overs old. He's walking to the crease with England having recovered substantially, but with work to do. From 48 for 4 to 214 for 6. But a deserved wicket for Jason Holder, whose control of line and length has been absolutely immaculate. And Woakes is at the crease. Not often you get a leader of the attack who's averaging 27.5 with the bat, but he will be leading the attack. Along with Craig Overton, we're led to believe. They're going to share the new ball with Mark Wood bowling first change. So it is Woakes on strike. 2 slips and a gully. Holder into him. And it's perfect length delivery, slightly fuller than that, on off stump. Woakes comes forward and plays it defensively, gently up towards mid-off. Well, you just can't help wondering, as is often the case, how much the Test match will be shaped, and its ultimate destiny will be shaped as we head into the last hour of play. So much happens so often in that last hour, as Holder is in once more, and Woakes comes forward and nudges it away defensively up on the offside. And with 10 overs to go, if you wonder that England can manage to score 35 or 40 from those 10 overs, and I'm not suggesting they set out to do that. They're not going to be giving themselves a target, but if they do that, and they've got over 250 on the board by the time that second new ball is taken, I think they'll be, and they're still 6 down. I think they should be very happy with that, having been 48 for 4. Holder in once more. Woakes plays defensively from the crease, neither forward nor back. Wind's picking up as well in the afternoon now. It's really tugging at the players' shirts and flannels. And it's a very important time. Gareth Baddy's joined us for the next half an hour as well as Matt Pryor. You were going to say something, Bats. I'll let you do so after this ball. Holder in again, pushed by Woakes straight back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Quick, that's overball.
Oh, overbowled, 214 for 6. He wasn't going to say anything. He was just picking his microphone up in anticipation. Jared Kimber, what have you been working on? You've probably writing a feature, are you? Or have you been researching something for us?
I was trying to fix Bats' phone a minute ago, if that makes it any better for you. No, I've been looking at the West Indies quite a lot, actually, just with their batting and how much it struggled. We talked about it a little bit at the start of the day, didn't we? That they've got, in the last 10 years, they've got one batter in the top 45 run scorers in Test cricket, and they're number 8. Although he will bat at number 6 in this match, to be fair, Manan. Is second on that. It's a really, really poor lineup, and obviously they're trying to fix that. Was that Jason Holder going up?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. I don't know whether I didn't see what the problem was. He wasn't in any way inconvenienced walking off the field. It wasn't like he was limping. Did you see anything, Baz?
As soon as he got off the field, he walked past one of the gazebos, and the physio was waiting for him, so he's obviously signalled that there is some sort of ailment. It looked like possibly a little bit gingerly on his left foot.
Oh.
But I'm speculating.
Left footitis.
Well, if it's only the feet, that doesn't matter. It could be a blister. But then you wouldn't need a physiotherapist to take care of that, I suppose.
Be the drill.
Oh, don't. Here's Jason. Alzari Joseph continuing the attack. Oh, the drill. I only have experience of that because of my long distance running. But should we spare the listeners an explanation of what Jared is referring to?
A lot of people have already eaten, but there might be still some people eating some food, so I'm not sure it's ever safe to talk about the drill on air.
Here is Alzari Joseph, short and pulled away by Johnny Bairstow in emphatic fashion. Little short arm pull, boom, no follow through. It's like you're chopping wood. Bang, 4 runs through mid-wicket. Lovely shot.
Oh, dismissive from Bairstow. Just gone up a gear in the last 20 minutes. He's just put a bit on the left arm spinner, and now it's Alzari Joseph back into the attack. He's punched him. Oh, what a shot.
218 for 6 now. Johnny Bairstow moves up to 84. And by the way, his 50 came up off 127 balls, which is his second slowest. That's a bit of width outside the off stump, and it could be 4 more. It's chopped away by Bairstow down to the unguarded third man boundary. He got on top of that. He rolled the wrist on it. He's played it beautifully. He knew exactly what he was doing. And I must say, the ball is really looking quite dog-chewed now. It seems to be bits of string hanging off the seam, which the umpires normally snip off. But it is definitely looking worse for wear. A very dry pitch, remember, Joe Root said, and any sort of moisture on the top and the surface is long gone. It's abrasive, and it will take its toll on the ball. It's looking soft, and this is a very, very good time to be batting. England would prefer to be 3 down rather than 6 down, but it is an opportunity to, as I said, if they could put 40 runs on the board in the last 10 overs, then they'll be well placed. Maybe not to attack the new ball, but they'll be well placed to go past 300.
Yeah, and you can just see Johnny Bairstow, touched on earlier, he's just looking to go through the gears. He's putting the bowlers under pressure. We know he's so leg side dominant, so you've got to keep it away from bowling too straight, unless you're nice and full and he drills you down the ground. But as soon as you get some width, he knows his game so well. He'll hold his body still and hold it at middle stump and cut you away and carve you through that backward point region. Sweet batting. And then when you've got the scouts back, he'll nick a single like he's just done there. I mean, it's really is a man at the top of his game.
Bairstow now 89. Chris Wokes comes forward and plays defensively to the next one from Alzari Joseph, which is full just outside the line of off stump, and it trickles gently up towards mid-arm. We're into the 71st over now. A reminder that Joe Root won the toss and decided to bat first, and England inside the first hour of play were 3 down, and inside the first hour and a quarter were 4 down. They were 48 for 4. The old top order batting woes continued, and there was a strong sense of deja vu. Alzari Joseph in again, and it's left alone by Chris Wokes. But the repair work started with another 50 partnership between Ben Stokes and Johnny Bairstow. I think it was the ninth or 10th time that they've posted, or was it? Sorry, I think it was the 12th time that they posted a partnership in excess of 50. And their average partnership is 46 in all the times they've batted together. That is helped by the 399 they put on together against South Africa at Newlands at the beginning of their careers. You're going to struggle to have a poor batting average partnership, isn't there, if you put on 399 together.
Absolutely, it's a nice one for the numbers, that is for sure.
You said that Johnny Bairstow had changed gears. He scored 29 in his last 11 balls. Doesn't feel quite that quick, but he's hit 6 fours. Here is Jason Holder. Again, there's an appeal for leg before wickets. Hit him on the back leg. Height might have been the issue there that saved Johnny Bairstow. It was initially very loud, but then the appeal trailed off, as I think Holder realised.
Yeah, Holder. That sort of wide of the crease position, which he swung the ball prodigiously this morning out. Now it's just starting to continue with the arm and just run into off stump. Johnny Bairstow just getting a fraction wrong side of that one, and it's zipping through and hitting him on the back leg. Looks like he just got outside the line, and it was a bit high. Obviously Holder bowling it from 6 foot plenty. There's going to be some bounce there.
223 for 6. Holder in once again. It's pitched up and invites the drive, and the invitation is accepted, and Bairstow hits it to the man at shortish, straightish extra cover.
Yeah, he's sort of like on what you would get for a spinner, almost a drive man, because they're looking to bowl that bit straighter, the West Indians. So mid-off sits a bit, so he can come in a bit tighter. But I think it was during the 2020 series, and it showed Holder and Saqib Mahmood, and the difference in height on release. I think it was about 0.8 metres difference on release. It was like 2.5 metres he's coming from. It's unbelievably high.
Holder in once more, and it's driven up to Kemar Roach at mid-on. He's quite deep, and they're able to scuttle through for an easy single. Jared.
230 centimetres is his release point, and I think Saqib Mahmood's about 180, which is kind of the lower end, and if you don't count Malinga.
Half a metre, just over half a metre.
Yeah, I believe I'd have to go and check the numbers exactly, but I think that's the range of the tallest through to the shortest in general. So anyone with a rounder arm action is going to be around that amount. Yeah, it's obviously not just height, because Akshar Patel is around that same amount, and
the Indian left arm spinner.
Yeah, and he's only just barely 6 foot, I think.
That one is driven once more by Chris Wokes straight back to the bowler. I saw the video you made, and
my video on YouTube. Is that what you mean?
He has the most upright delivery that release point I've ever seen. Has there ever been a bowler who's used every single possible centimetre of his height in order to deliver it?
I don't think I've ever seen a bowler maintain as much height as he does. So he either has freakishly long arms, which is possible, because a lot of people think your wingspan's exactly your height, but it's not, especially for professional athletes.
Here is Holder once again, and it's pushed defensively back to the bowler again. No run.
So either Akshar Patel has that, but the other thing that you see so I looked at about 15 other left-arm finger spinners. All of them have their heads over to one side of their body. He's the only one that's actually using his height correctly. We know with seam bowlers, obviously, there is a braced front leg, so they're going to lose a little bit of height. But we also know that there are bowlers who are not particularly, Kyle Jamieson and Jason Holder make sense, but there's other guys that are a lot shorter than them that have similar release points. So they must be maintaining more of their height, or again, have very long limbs.
Here is Holder once again, and Wokes comes forward and clips it out to straight, shortish mid-wicket. Again, he's in a stationary catching position there at mid-wicket. That Michelangelo diagram, which shows that a man's wingspan is the same as his height, but the great Australian record-breaking swimmer, American swimmer, Michael Phelps, he was 6'4", is 6'4", and his wingspan, fingertip to fingertip, is 7'2".
Yeah, I think there's been about 4 guys in the NBA who have a wingspan of more than 1 foot and 4 inches above their height. So if they're 7 foot, they've got like an 8'4" wingspan. So these people do exist, and you also sometimes get negative wingspans as well. So, guys who are very tall without it. But swimmers, climbers, and basketballers are the ones that generally get to the top with the big wingspans.
Johnny Bairstow is on 90. England are 224 for 8. Here's Andrew McKenna.
And the first ball of Alzari Joseph's next over is just dropped in at his feet by Bairstow. No run. And he will stay 90 not out. As England look to continue batting on. The 73rd over of their innings. Winning the toss. Electing to bat first. The first 2 wickets went down inside of 20. Here they are, 224 for 6. Bairstow guides this one through backward point. There is a man sweeping on the boundary. Pamal is the man coming around. But Johnny Bairstow will take 2 more. He's 8 away from another 100. Gareth Batty.
Yeah, he's definitely looking to use the pace of Joseph. He's just a little bit quicker than the rest of the West Indian bowlers, so he's looking to hold his position, stay a fraction leg side and slash him away. The West Indians are sort of trying to plug that gap. They've got a wide third man stroke backward point out there, but he's still going for it, his Bairstow.
Slip and gully in place as Bairstow plays off the back foot into the offside. They'll take 1, and they are going to come back for the second. Not the best of throws. Bairstow would have made it anyway, and Bairstow has 2 more to his name. 94 not out. Steve Harmison's also with us. What an innings so far from Johnny Bairstow, Steve.
It has been fantastic, Macca. I think he's left the ball beautifully. I think the West Indies have bowled a touch too wide for him. You've got to remember, Johnny Bairstow is one of the most bold top order batsmen in world cricket, and the length balls he's left well, and the fuller balls have been just a touch wide. Whenever we've given anything to score off, he's been in a position to score. He's in such touch and such timing at this moment in time.
Alzari Joseph is on the way. It's on the pads of Bairstow, turned on the leg side. They will be able to take a single. Jermaine Blackwood is at mid-wicket. So Bairstow goes to 95. As I mentioned earlier, he made 100 in the only warm-up game, and he's carried his form on. And he's now 95 not out from 178 balls faced. Johnny Bairstow made that brilliant 100 in Colombo a few years ago, live on TalkSport 2. He's got 7 Test match 100s. Today would be a really, really good day from an England point of view for number 8 to come along. In goes Joseph. Nice looking shot from Chris Wokes, but straight into the cover fielder Brathwaite, and there's no run. Harmy was saying earlier that Johnny Bairstow always seems to play that bit better when there's something to rail against, something to fire him up, and coming in at 4 down with only 48 on the board seemed to be that very thing today.
Yeah, absolutely, as well as obviously players being in question after being brought back into the side after being dropped in Australia to go and get 100 in Sydney, and then what he scored today is fantastic.
Wokes turns this one to mid-on to end the 73rd over. So Bairstow will be on strike 95 not out. Wokes yet to get off the mark from 11 balls. I mean, just a word about the over rate here. It feels, shall we say, sluggish. They've only bowled 73, and we're due to have, 24 minutes of the day's play. I mean, if we were to be hard and fast and wander off at 5 o'clock local time, we barely get to the new ball.
No, it has been poor. There's been a lot of movement behind the bowler's arm. The umpires have come together quite a few times to check the ball, whether it goes through the circle to see whether they want it changed. The West Indies have been trying to change this ball for the best part of 40 overs now, and so you've got that. 6 wickets, not a great deal in a Test match day. So, from that point of view, the West Indies have been quite sluggish. They've had a spinner on. He's bowled a few overs. So, yes, it's disappointing. But how many times have we said this? I sound like I normally do, a broken record.
Yeah, exactly. We can't keep having this conversation. First ball of the new over is pushed to mid-off, and there's no run. I was chatting with Gareth and Matt off air earlier and telling them about the story of the T20 game recently where India took 2 hours to bowl the overs, and apparently there was absolutely nothing wrong with that, and there was no punishment whatsoever. So I think once we get to that stage, all bets are officially off. Holder in. It's a little inducker to Bairstow, clips to Blackwood at mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Yeah, can you imagine that? In a 2020 game, you've got to bowl your overs, because it says what it is on the tin, isn't it? It's a 2020 game. But can you imagine if you had to bowl your overs, all 90 overs in a day, and you didn't lose any? We'll be here till 10 o'clock. It'd be madness.
Well, I have put forward the argument that maybe what we do is, instead of just tacking them on at the end of the day, say, right, you're not coming off for lunch till we've got 29 bowled. Holder bowls to Bairstow, pushes out on the offside, no run. And say, OK, we don't come off till tea till you get to, let's say, 57. Because you are going to get a couple of delays here and there. We will accept that. There's a drinks break in each interval. So what about doing it that way? And just say, well, we'll reduce lunch, we'll reduce tea, and that way get the overs bowled.
It'll still be slow. They'll still be slow.
There speaks a former fast bowler.
And an old man.
Holder goes in, bowls, Bairstow coming forward, covers up, just pushes it out on the offside, no run. But Gareth, you were making the point earlier anyway, there are times where the spinner will get it in the ear from the fast bowlers if he bowls his over too quickly, because they want to have a little breath between overs anyway.
Yeah, but I think in this instance, I don't think the West Indies are particularly bothered about the over rate. So if we're saying it's an issue, there has to be some kind of penalty that has repercussions that affects them immediately. Not financial, runs, whatever it might be.
Absolutely. Jason Holder on his way. 2 for 11 so far. Johnny Bairstow coming strongly forward. Plays out on the offside, no run. He remains 95 not out. Now the boys have actually gone back and gone through the tapes. We had a Permol over earlier that was 94 seconds, so 1 minute 34 seconds to send down 6 deliveries.
Cool, I can believe it. I thought it would have been less than that, I really do. And that was probably the batter just taking a bit of sting and a bit of time out of that over.
Final ball of this one from Holder, his 14th. In he goes, right arm over. Taken on the pad by Bairstow, but probably just cutting down the leg side. Holder bails out on the appeal, and he's sort of got his fist in his mouth at the moment, chewing on his knuckles, thinking to himself, now that could have been a really, really big one. Bairstow remains there, 95 not out. England 229 for 6. Harmy, in terms of Johnny Bairstow, and we've seen him play some great innings. Where does this one rate in terms of his own performance, but also in terms of when the team needed it?
Well, if he comes down and he does get the 5 runs he needs and goes beyond 3 figures, I think he'll cherish this one, very, very highly. When you look at his career, what's he got? He's got 7 Test centuries to this point. This would be, if he got it, would be number 8. And I think he'd feel as though it's up there, right up there.
Chris Wokes has played the ball back. Azari Joseph in his follow-through threw out his right hand. It's hit the stumps. And Joel Wilson has decided we need to check whether there was anything on that. Johnny Bairstow was diving for his ground at the non-striker's end. Oh, what a horrible way if there is a touch on this. Nobody seems particularly concerned, Gareth Batty, but that would be a sickener.
I think either way, I think he was back looking at it real time. Johnny's up. He's almost
there's contact with the bowler's hands. Keep rolling.
So there is a definite touch.
Have your best side on angle, please.
Unfortunately, from the angle we're looking, Johnny Bairstow's back's completely obscured by his body. That's no use. Now we're looking side on.
Bat's grounded.
And Bairstow will
be grounded. Okay, I'm satisfied with that. I have my decision for the big screen. My decision is not out. Repeat, not out for the big screen.
Jared Kimber.
So one of the worst cases that's ever happened was in a one-day international between Scotland and Bangladesh, where both teams were basically playing for the chance to be the next test nation. Gavin Hamilton was smashing Bangladesh everywhere.
Wokes fields, faces and edges, and is dropped at slip. Now the slip cordon is spread out, and Jason Holder is at a wide slip, sort of virtually second. He's gone one-handed at it, and it is very low to the ground, but isn't able to get the fingers underneath it. Harmy, should he have taken that one?
Oh, this was an unbelievable effort from Jason Holder. This is a great effort. They've had 2-3 slips in all day, and he's thrown himself. He's a big man. He's thrown himself to his right, diving low. Didn't quite get his fingers underneath the ball to take the catch.
Well, he's going to get another attempt at this one because it's found the outside edge of Wokes' bat. It goes down immediately, and Holder will simply turn around and jog after this one and pick it back up from the boundary. 2:33 for 6.
Another wide ball from Alzari Joseph. I think that's been the story of the West Indies bowling in this innings since they had England. What was it, 48 for 4? I think Bairstow, back of a length, has been able to leave the ball quite comfortably because it's not only short, it's been wide. Chris Wokes there, he's just run it off the face. He's in control there more on the second time rather than the first time, but they've gone now to 2 slips, a second and a third.
Well, Horses and Bolted springs to mind, but they have indeed put another slip in. On this occasion, Wokes has nothing to do with it and allows it through to the keeper. So it's wicket keeper, then a gap, and then a second and a third slip. That presumably is all down to the pace of the pitch, Harmy. They don't think it's quick enough to go to first slip, and therefore they can all sort of shuffle round a little bit.
Yeah, it's not carrying it. There doesn't seem to be any carry whatsoever, and this is the West Indies fastest bowler, as Alzari Joseph. He's the quickest bowler on show, and he's not quite getting it to first. They don't believe he can get it to first slip.
Joseph is in. Wokes coming forward, playing out on the offside, and there is no run. Bats.
I feel like it's called covering all bases. And we'll just lob a bit at the keeper. Well, you're going to have to catch a specky because we're just going to get everybody a little bit wider because it's gone there a couple of times in this over.
Alzari Joseph makes his way back to the end of his mark for the final ball of the over. This is his 18th. Off for 69 so far, wicketless. Wickets have been shared around, but Alzari Joseph hasn't got in on the act yet. In he goes. Oh, it's a drive ball. Wokes hits it straight to Kemar Roach at mid-off. And there is no run. End of the 75th over here on TalkSport 2. West Indies 2:33 for 6. Harmy, Shannon Gabriel's on the ground. Obviously not fit enough to be considered for this game due to injury coming into it. He would have been bowling during the lunch break and the tea break. Did you manage to catch sight of him? How does Shannon look, and do you reckon that we might see him before the end of the series?
Well, he hasn't bowled on the outfield. He hasn't been on the main square. So whether that tells you that he's not as advanced in his fitness than they want him to be or should be. The only bowler that's bowled 2 spells so far is Ollie Robinson. He bowled twice gingerly, I must admit. He bowled a spell, and Ollie Stone bowled a spell at lunchtime.
Holder is in. Bairstow driving, finds the man at short extra cover, and there's no run.
But no Shannon Gabriel, which suggests that he possibly not quite as advanced as what the West Indies want him. I think they've missed him. I think he would have a little bit like what's going to happen in the second innings when obviously England go out to field. Mark Wood's going to be crucial because when a passenger player like we've had up between sort of 45 overs and where we are now, it's been pretty there's not much happened, and I think you need your fast bowler, which would be obviously Mark Wood.
Holder is in. Bairstow pushing into the covers, and there remains no run. 2:33 for 6. Bairstow 95 not out.
So a Gabriel possibly not quite ready. You look at this West Indies attack, they might have to put some spice in the wicket to give them a little bit more of a chance. And Holder, tall, we go to Barbados in the next game, home of Jason Holder, home of Kemar Roach. The West Indies might need a little bit more in the surface, a little bit more pace in it to make their bowlers effective.
Holder is in. Bairstow's pushing into the offside. Brathwaite does well to get away to his left-hand side and knock the ball down and stop the single being taken. Bairstow 95 not out from 187 balls now. West Indies doing everything they can to stop him reaching that 8th Test match century. trying to keep the pressure on.
Jason Holt bowled nicely here. He's dragged his length back a little bit, gone a bit straighter, just trying to bowl dot balls, struggling with the wind. The wind's blowing relatively hard now.
Yeah, we can hear it coming through the stump mics. As Holder is in, Bairstow turns it on the onside. It will be just a single though. Jamal Roach will field at mid-on. Bairstow will go to 96, 234 for 6 with 2 balls left in the over.
The wind going, it's howling, from the TV screen and that you're having in front. You're watching from the media stand end. It's blowing left to right across the ground. Jason Holder, if he did have any swing, it would be helping him. Or if he did have any movement, it would be helping him if he bowls from the Andy Roberts end. Sir Andy Roberts end, if he gets the new ball, if we have time for it.
Holder is on his way. Wokes on strike. Round chest high this one. Just up on his toes, dropping it down in front of him. And there's no run. Well, if we get to the new ball, there's 4 overs and 1 delivery left to go for us to get to the new ball. And well, we should get there, shouldn't we?
Yeah, we should get there. I'm just laughing at myself for that last ball. I'm desperate for the new ball because Jason Holder just bowled a bouncer to Chris Wokes. And I don't know, I think the pace of Craig Bathwaite's delivery a bit earlier, that's how it came off the wicket towards Chris Wokes. It was about 40 mile an hour.
Wokes is turning this one from Holder around the leg sides, and they will take a single. It was indeed, it was 67 Ks, which is just under 42 miles an hour, that delivery that Harmy was referring to earlier on, as Craig Brathwaite was coming on to bowl a bit of spin. That is the end of the over, and England continue on their merry way. 6 down here on TalkSport 2. Don't forget, of course, the TalkSport breakfast back tomorrow morning. Laura Woods and Ali McCoist will bring you all the fallout from the Champions League football this evening. And on TalkSport 2, we're back with you at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon, ahead of the play getting underway at 2 o'clock. At the end of each day, we'll bring you the following on podcast in partnership with the ECB. Lots of interviews and unique reviews from the players revolved. So you can get that from all good podcast providers if you're not wanting to stay with us through to the close this evening. Although, why not listen to it live and then enjoy it a second time later on? Right, Alzari Joseph will start his 19th over with the ball that looks like the Dogs had it now, to be brutally honest with you. Joseph is in. It's full ball. Chris Wokes clips to mid-on, and there is no run.
I think the Dog might get it after 79.5 overs. I think it might be thrown off when it comes to the last ball before the 80th over. I think it might just get thrown into the stands for whatever Dog is lying around to go and play with, because I don't think the West Indies really want to carry on with this ball.
Wokes is behind it and just out on the offside. No run. Yeah, I mean, it was a lively first session before lunch. 57 for 4 England at lunch, as Lees, Crawley, Root and Lawrence all dismissed. 48 for 4 at that stage inside of 16 overs. However, in the second session, 88 for 1 England. They got to tea at 145 for 5. Ben Stokes, the only man out in the middle session, and it's only 1 wicket so far in the final session of the day, as Wokes pushes this to gully, and there is no run. So there's certainly an indication, Harmy, that as the ball gets softer and the seam gets softer, the game certainly changes a bit.
It does, and the spirits deflate, and the West Indies spirits have deflated as and when and more that Bairstow and Stokes put that partnership on, and they've never really recovered from that, has the West Indies.
Joseph bowls. Wokes just playing from the crease, pushes out on the offside, and there is no run.
Chris Wokes has faced 23 balls in his innings so far, and I tell you what, he's played some unbelievable shots. He got a streaky 4 that went down obviously to third man. So he's got 1 run off 22 balls, and he's played some unbelievably classy shots, and he's got no runs for it. Fantastic knock.
Very underrated cricketer, Chris Wokes. He's behind this, pushing it back to the bowler, no run. And he's playing what is 44th Test match. In previous eras of England sides, he probably would have played a great deal more than that, wouldn't he, Harmy?
Yeah, quite possibly. Obviously, the greatness of Broad and Anderson not stood in his way. They rightly took their place in the side, and it became very difficult for Chris Wokes to really forge
as he's forward to this ball to complete the over, just pushing to mid-off, no run. Harmy continue that, and Neil Manthorpe will pick up the commentary.
Yeah, it's just difficult for Chris Wokes to get a run of games in the side. Very similar sort of height trajectory, pace to James Anderson. A fantastic all-round cricketer and a lovely guy, a guy that you want to succeed. You talked earlier about Josh Butler, and Josh Butler, you want him to succeed because what he is, what he was in the team, and the stature he had in the team. And the same with Chris Wokes. The one good thing about Chris Wokes from this game or this series is the question marks were asked about his average being very high bowling away from home, but that was with a Kookaburra ball. Now in the West Indies, they're bowling with a Duke ball, so that might just work in Chris Wokes' favour when he's got to lead the attack and take the new ball for England with no Broad and Anderson.
A bit this way. Just a little this way.
So, Harmy, if Chris Wokes got out now, would you say it's one of the best fives you've ever seen?
Absolutely. He's played some beautiful drives. On the front foot, nice and comfortable, crisp, right along the floor. A couple of back foot punches, hit fielders, and he got 4 off a streaky one down to third man. So, Brathwaite's going to come on.
Right, Johnny Bairstow, what can you do? Craig Brathwaite is in to bowl his gentle donkey drops from around the wicket to the right-handed Bairstow, and he flicks the first delivery behind square on the leg side for a single. And he moves on to 97. Oh dear, Jared Kimber's got that look in his eye.
I was just going to say, the only thing slower about Craig Brathwaite's career is his bowling compared to his batting, and he's not exactly what's his career strike rate is about 39, right? And he still managed to be slower with the ball. No, I was just going to say, just to follow on from what Harmy was saying about the averages. So seam bowling in the West Indies since the start of 2020 is averaging 22.65. If you're ever going to take your backups anywhere, you may not learn a lot about them and how good they are, but they're certainly probably going to take a lot of wickets with the Duke's ball in the West Indies, because everyone has been taking all the seamers have been taking a lot of wickets. So if this would be a good place for him to get a lot of confidence, I would have thought, on this tour.
Well, Craig Brathwaite brought himself on to discombobulate Johnny Bairstow on 96, but he's taken a single for the first ball of the over, so Chris Wokes is on strike now, and he pushes that one gently up towards mid-off. I mean, it's just not what you expect at almost any stage of a test match, but when you're on 96 and a part-time off-spinner brings himself on and bowls in slow motion, that's brain scrambling stuff for Johnny Bairstow. Wokes now clips it off his pads off the back foot, actually, up towards deep mid-wicket, and they go through for another single. So Bairstow's back on strike on 97.
We can do this in speeds as well. Rashid Khan bowls at 105 kilometres an hour bats, and Craig Brathwaite's currently at 72. He was down at 67, was it before? 68?
That was the slowest. That was his low point.
Moonball.
Brathwaite in once again, and it's swept powerfully by Johnny Bairstow behind square on the leg side, and he leaps in the air to celebrate his 8th Test 100. Grinning all over his face. He's got the helmet off now. He's loving it. He's loving it. His new career at number 6 without the keeping gloves. And he's done it. He's bailed England out from 48 for 4 to 241 for 6. His 100 has come from 190 deliveries. He's been obdurate, he's been enduring, and he's been aggressive in the second half of the innings, or the final third of it anyway. That's a very special moment, Steve Harmison.
An absolute brilliant 100 from Johnny Bairstow. He talked to me and you, Manners. not long ago on the Cricket Collective, and what I said to him, what's your goal? What do you want? He says, I want 100. I want 100 on this trip. And he's gone and duly obliged today. He was nearly in the dressing room when he was celebrated. It's a fantastic century by Englishman, and he needed it. Boy, did his team need it. And the Barmy Army have woken up. Brilliant knock for Johnny Bairstow.
He's just made that I need a drink sign to the change room, which the timing is amusing, let's be honest. It's not a celebratory sort of drink that he wants, but it's come just after he scored his 100, and he's gone, give me a drink. 20 minutes ago before the close of play, he might go out there with a beer.
Gather at the corner flag, Euro 96.
The funny thing was, if he had got another 10 yards, he could have got it himself. He was that far down. He's gone past the sponsors' signs. He's literally past the sponsors' signs. Helmet off, bat in the air. Absolutely brilliant. Deserves the celebration that he gave. He deserves the drink that he's having now. To come in at 48 for 4 in a team, let's be fair, in the last 2 years have really had a struggle with the bat. If Joe Root didn't score runs, England really struggled. And everybody's going same old for England. Start of this test match, and he stood up. Boy, has he stood up. A lot of question marks asked of Johnny Bairstow. How long's he got left in this side once he got dropped in Australia? Well, every time you question Johnny, he comes up with an answer. He comes up with an answer in a positive. Did in Sydney, started the tour well, and this is a fantastic 100. And he's still got his helmet off, he's still smiling, he's still celebrating, and boy does he deserve it. Brilliant.
Yeah, he came into the ground with a cheer, and those travelling fans love the fact that it's Johnny that's got the 100. They would have taken it from anybody, but I tell you what, the little cherry on the top of the cake is Johnny Bairstow. They love him out there, and they love that he shows a bit of passion for the badge, and it's a lovely thing to see from an England player.
Interestingly, Matt Fisher is the on-duty 12th man at the moment. Didn't know what drink Johnny wanted, so he brought him 2 bottles, and he had a couple of mouthfuls from both of them, and then had half a banana. So he'd be full of energy for the last half an hour. Seriously, is there a possibility that he would have 2 different drinks, depending on, the match situation, were prepared?
I wouldn't have thought so. And I can't imagine the physio would be very happy with the old COVID secure stuff.
Here's Permaul into the left arm spinner into the attack once again. That's flicked away out the leg side by Chris Wokes, who's 6 off 29. I suppose one of them could be an energy drink and one of them could be just plain water. Here is Permaul once again, and that's forward coming Wokes again, and playing defensively. 241 for 6.
Yeah, one could have been a tab. The tabs that replenish the fuels that you lose throughout the day, and one just normal water.
Permaul, the 32-year-old left arm spinner, he has gone very wide of the crease there, and it's tickled away with some skill from Chris Wokes. Just get the faintest of bat on it, full face though, and just clipped away gently behind square on the leg side, and they run through for 2. Still work to be done. I know it's a statement of the obvious, but you can't score too many in the first innings.
No, certainly not when the surface is quite turgid. It's not free-flowing, you wouldn't suggest.
Permaul in once again, and that one is driven past the diving Kumar Bonner at cover. That's the captain, actually. It's Craig Brathwaite, and they go through for 2. He's disappointed with himself because thinks he should have done better with the stop. He looks like he dived over it. 245 for 6. Yeah, and it's not going to flatten out and get any easier, is it? It's not going to get quicker, that's for sure.
It's almost like every run you get now is worth 2, just because of that fact, Manners.
Permaul in once more, and it's pushed straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. Just an interesting little stat about Versamy Permaul, the left arm spinner, is that he's averaging under 90 seconds per over. I don't know who's keeping the stats on that, but he's bowled 12 overs, and his average speed is 1 minute 24 seconds.
I mean, it's unbelievable, and it's what the West Indies need, because they're so far behind the over rate. Gets them a little bit closer to parity. But whoever the big fella is bowling at the opposite end, they're not going to enjoy it. They're really not. They'll be thinking, I want at least 3 minutes in between overs. It's taken an over off their spell at least, surely.
Surely
They
have to get...
a good job it's a good job it's not Jason Holder, because I think he took 90 seconds just to walk from the boundary to the crease.
Here is Craig Brathwaite once again bowling the 80th over. New ball available after this one.
If you could get him at one end and Shannon Gabriel at the other, they'd probably average about 4 minutes and over then, wouldn't they? Because Shannon Gabriel's at about 7.5.
Shannon Gabriel wouldn't have got down to fine leg by the time he had to turn around and walk back again.
I mean, he is, and, you know, he must be the captain's worst nightmare. They might as well just, like, you know, transfer the money into escrow before the test starts.
the slow over 8 fines. Here is Craig Brathwaite, and that's played defensively by Johnny Bairstow. Here's a little known fact, at least for non-golf enthusiasts. When Tiger Woods was at his peak, he used to pay the PGA of America before the season started. He would deposit $200,000 with them just to cover all the fines that he would pick up, because he knew that the way he was and his personality, his character, his competitiveness, that he would. That can't be true. It's absolutely true. Yeah, no, it is completely true, because sweep shot here from Johnny Bairstow down the leg side. Absolutely true, because he knew that he couldn't. He just said, look, I'm not going to pretend that I'm not going to drop the odd expletive from time to time. And you know, the fines are compulsory, whether you're Tiger Woods or not, and he just paid a deposit before each season. True story.
It's one of the best things I've ever played with a few people that could have done that.
Cut away in the air behind square on the offside. Didn't matter that it was in the air, the backward point's on the boundary rather than in a catching position. But you know, in order to safeguard its reputation and its brand, 98% of Tiger Woods' indiscretions, and we're talking about not anything serious, just the odd, as I said, the odd expletive here and the odd club toss. They were all, because you know, live coverage is rarely ever live. It's mostly you have there's a few seconds delay, and they just would never be broadcast. So people didn't realise just how irascible Tiger could be.
Manners, you've blown my mind.
It's true.
You're telling me Tiger was a club thrower?
Yeah.
And he just put deposited.
Yes. It's a true story.
So did they phone him up when he got close? Like, Tiger, you're on.
Yeah.
You're nearly out.
You need to
top up, please, buddy. You're out of credits.
Right, the new ball is on the field. The fourth umpire is transporting it. It's out of its plastic wrapper, so it looks like he knew that it was going to be used immediately. So very, very often it's carried out to the middle in its plastic wrapper, but no, this time it's there's no doubt that Craig Brathwaite is going to be taking it immediately, and he's going to give it to his attack leader Kemar Roach, who had 233 test wickets before this test match, and he's added another couple to it. 2 for 65, 14 overs gone. Harmy's left us now, so I can't ask him, but I just Goffey always said the new ball at the end of a 5.5 hour day, lovely. You just love it. Doesn't matter how you got blood seeping out your bowling boots. A new ball, the last half an hour of the day, just give it to me every time. But I've always wondered whether there might be just mixed feelings for most fast bowlers.
Well, it's easy to say when you're sat here, isn't it? Goffey, oh yeah, give me the ball, I love it. I've seen him pull different faces.
Here is Kemar Roach. Oh, big, booming in-swinger. In fact, Harmy hasn't left us. Harmy, did you ever have mixed feelings about having to take the new ball half an hour to go after a day like today?
I think if Sammy Pummel was at the other end, I think I would be disappointed of taking the new ball. I wouldn't be too happy, especially bowling on this surface. No, I think once you bowl 20 overs on a surface which has not got a great deal in it, if you have to bowl, the new ball did give you a little bit of energy, a little bit of juice and a little bit of going, and you got batters wanting to bat for the end of the day. You felt as though it was a chance to get wickets.
Kemar Roach is running in like a a barefoot man on broken glass at the moment. I think he just needs to loosen up a little bit. He's looking a wee bit tentative. Chris Wokes on 10, Johnny Bairstow on 102. England 246 for 6. And well, Johnny Bairstow's fine. He's had 2 drinks and half a banana. He's refreshed. He's fired up, ready to go, refueled. Here is Roach once again, and that's clipped up towards mid-on and fielded by John Campbell. And there's no run. I tell you, the West Indies will feel that they've... I don't know whether they will feel they've let it slip. I mean, you know, just when you've got a team 48 for 4, will they feel they've let it slip, or will they feel that, you know, well, fair play to Johnny Bairstow and well, fair play to England?
Oh man, sorry mate, you've done me there a little bit. I've not heard that before. Running in like a barefoot man on broken glass. That is a belter. No, I think the West Indies will definitely feel like they've let one slip here.
Oh, big in-swinger again from Kemar Roach. That's clipped away past mid-on, down towards the boundary. It's a super shot from Chris Wokes, really is. And John Campbell has to do the chasing out towards the long-on boundary. 250 up for England. What a recovery. What a recovery, really. 48 for 4. It was doom and gloom.
Yeah, it was a great recovery. I think coming back to the West Indies and how they will feel about their day, I mean, obviously it's not finished yet. We're just taking the new ball. So if England see it through and don't lose too many or any more wickets, it was that second session for me where West Indies lost their way. They came out, they started the session about, you know, having just taken 4 wickets in the first session. England won the toss and battered. They came out, they bowled a bit too short. They allowed Stokes and Bairstow to get set in. And then once the momentum shifts, it's so hard to get it back again.
Roach in once more with a width and a cut shot, lovely cut shot from Johnny Bairstow. It'll just be a single as Permaul is sweeping on the cover boundary. And the mere fact that Kemar Roach has got a man on the cover boundary is an indication that the West Indies are not thinking that's fine, 250, this is a 400 pitch. They know it's not going to get any easier. It's certainly not going to get quicker.
Yeah, it's been interesting that the feature of their bowling this morning, or in the morning session, was the length they bowled.
Chopped to defended off the back foot anyway, up towards cover, no run.
In that they bowled very full. The wickets they got were from full length, getting the England batsmen to come and drive at the ball. Lawrence nicking off, Zach Crawley nicking off, Root misjudging one. But again, a sort of fuller length that he misjudged, left it, clips the stumps. And then in the second session, they ended up just bowling that back of a length, which feels, I don't think it was a plan. I think it's far from it. They just didn't get it right. But it just shows you in Test cricket, when you're on top, you've really got to make it count. You've got to make it pay, or make the opposition pay. And same thing for England. There will be opportunities. England fought their way back into this Test match. I don't doubt there will be opportunities where they might have, or hopefully they do, they have the West Indians on the ropes, and you've got to be ruthless. When you have a team down, you have to keep them down.
Well, it'll be Alzari Joseph, Jaden Seals to share the new ball. Steve Harmison, just before you head off to do a number of wraps, just give us your final thoughts on the day, and particularly Johnny Bairstow is obviously the man who's going to rightly claim the majority, if not all, of the headlines. Jaden Seals in, full and wide outside the off stump. I know you're heading off back to the TV box in a moment, but this has been a hell of a recovery, hasn't it?
It has. It's been a fantastic recovery. Ben Stokes and Johnny Bairstow have been magnificent. Absolutely fantastic. And I thought the energy that Ben Foakes had at the crease as well was great to see. And just to back up the point that Matty's just made there, I think it changed in that second session, and I think largely down to the captain, Brathwaite. He bowled his first 7 overs were bowled by the 2 inexperienced bowlers. Holder and Roach didn't bowl. It was Seals and Alzari Joseph have bowled, and I think that there, just a momentum shift. Stokes and Bairstow got together, got going, And I think from there, England have never looked back, and I don't think the West Indies have recovered either. So I think it's been a fantastic day so far, and a one that if Johnny Bairstow's still there at the end of the day, it's England's day for me.
Yeah. I mean, before a ball was bowled, if you said would either side take 250 for 6, I think they'd probably say no, and you'd probably say that it sounds like a sort of an even day. That's pushed away defensively again by Johnny Bairstow up on the onside, and there's no run. But given the way it started, given 27 for 3 and 48 for 4, England have come back from 3-0 down to win the game, to win the day anyway, 5-3 probably.
Definitely. I mean, 17 minutes left to go, and if England don't lose another wicket, they've lost 4 in the first session, so that's session to West Indies. Only 1 in the second, that was England's session, and there will be another session to England, so 2-1. England win the day.
Yeah, so I think I'll just stick to session analysis from now on rather than my clumsy football analogy. But it felt like they'd gone 3-0 down after the first hour. They had gone 3 wickets down. 251 for 6. The next delivery from Jayden Seales is pushed away defensively up on the onside by Johnny Bairstow, who remains 104. What an innings from him. He remains so keen to reclaim his place as England's wicketkeeper. And that's a fine delivery from Jayden Seales, and it carries straight on. There's been previously a little shape of a way swing away from the right-handers, and that one's gone straight on. It's gone past the inside edge, and it's caught the batsman by surprise. It's just missed the off stump, and it caught the keeper by surprise as well. But you just kind of wonder whether there's maybe not at the moment, but later on there'll be sort of feeling from Johnny Bairstow. They're going to say it's worked. Ben Folkes has scored runs. I've got 100 at number 6, and he'll be wondering whether his chances of reclaiming the wicketkeeper spot have gone. He averages, of course, his best performances with the bat for England have been keeping and batting at number 7. That one is short and pulled by Johnny Bairstow down towards fine leg. Just for a moment it looked like it was an ambitious second run, but there was a fumble by Permaul down on the fine leg boundary, which allowed Johnny Bairstow to come back for a comfortable second. He moves to 106. Chris Wokes has 13. England are 253 for 6. And to take you through to the close of play, you'll be with Andrew McKenna.
Thank you, Manners, and thank you for a marvellous spell of commentary. I thought we were actually going to have to scrape Gareth Batty off the floor at one point in that, after the man in barefoot on broken glass. I thought we'd lost him. I thought he was man down on tour. We have him back though. So, 8 overs left in the day, only 15 minutes. Wokes 13 not out. Johnny Bairstow 106 not out from 207 balls. And Kemar Roach is on his way into Wokes. Wokes has gone across his stumps, is taken on the pad. Ball goes down to fine leg. And they will take a leg by. Just waiting to see. It looked like it was going leg sided, so I wouldn't imagine there'll be a review, but we do have to officially get through the time. If they do review it, it will be one of the worst in history, because it was a huge in-ducker that wouldn't have hit another set. Right, we have officially gone past the time now, so they are not reviewing that. Bairstow will be on strike. 254 for 6. And in comes Kemar Roach. It's another in-ducker. Bairstow, outside portion of the bat, plays it into the gully. There's a bit of a yes-no about whether they'll take a single, and they'll end up staying where they are. Matt Price still alongside me. Still wouldn't be the worst review I've seen in the last couple of weeks. That would be Angelo Matthews from the India-Sri Lanka series, who was so deep in his crease, he was about 3 inches in front of the stumps, would have hit middle 3/4 of the way up, and he reviewed it. It was so bad you almost should be fined 20 penalty runs for that. Roach goes in. It's another big in-swinger. Bairstow solidly forward, plays it out on the offside, no run. The technology did confirm he was out, by the way, as well.
17.
Might just be able to make out the fielders just saying to Kemar Roach, what a time to take a wicket. What a time it would be indeed. Not long left in the day. Kemar Roach with 2 for 70 now. He's on his 16th over. And then he goes right arm over, and he's now predominantly bowling in swingers. Brathwaite will field at short mid wicket. There is no run. Is this one of those days that in the end England will be happy with, Matt, although they'll be frustrated how they've got there in a way, you know, being 4 down so early on?
Yeah, there's no doubt there'll be frustration from the top order having failed again. But, you know, sometimes a day, well, very rarely do your days go absolutely to plan, but England have showed a lot of resolve.
Bairstow off the back foot, playing out on the offside, no run.
I think the old adage of the positive, you know, take the positives out of the day. What are they? Stokes looked, I thought, very, very good. Again, he played the situation brilliantly. The obvious one, Bairstow's 100, batting at 6. And I thought Folks coming out to bat, out to the crease, he looked in fantastic touch. It looked like he shaped it. He actually, from the last time I've seen him play in a test match, he looked like he's gone away and worked very hard at his batting, certain technical aspects. And all credit to him, because that's exactly what you need to do.
Bairstow flicks this one down to long leg for a single, 255 for 6, Bairstow to 107.
You know, I love seeing that from a young player. You go in, you have a taste of it, you know you want it, you get left out, the disappointment. You know, it's very easy to blame everyone else, very easy to blame selectors, blame the coach, blame the captain, blame everyone. But actually, what it looks like Ben Folkes has done, he's gone, right, people know I'm a good keeper, but I need to score runs. Let me look at my frailties for the batting, with regard to batting. Let's work with the coaches. Gareth Batty would have been one of them. Right, where do I need to improve? And he's gone and he has improved. And now he's back in the team. He's got his chance. Okay, he's got 42 good runs today. He'll be disappointed that he got out on 42, but you know, fair play to him. He's it's very obvious he's gone away and worked hard at his game.
Yep. England batting order today. Lee's on debut, made 4. Crawley 8, Root 13, Lawrence 20. When Lawrence was out, that was 48 for 4. But Stokes with 36, Folkes with 42 provided the support for Johnny Bairstow to get England past 250. They're 255 for 6 at the moment. Bairstow just opens the face, just guides it into the gully region, and crewman Bonner is the man who's stationed there. He knocks it down, and there's no run. So England have 10 minutes to go in the day to see this through and come back tomorrow and start all over again. And as Gareth Batty mentioned, Johnny Bairstow got a huge ovation when he came out to bat a few hours ago. He's 10 minutes away from getting a really big ovation as he goes back in. Seals will go in and bowl to him. There's width available on that occasion. Bairstow plays it out to the cover sweeper, takes a single, gets to the non-striker's end. 108 for Bairstow now, 256 for 6. Let's give you the bowling figures for the West Indian bowlers. Kemar Roach 2 for 71 from 16. This is Seals' 18th over. He's got 2 for 54 now. It's 2 for Jason Holder, 2 for 13 from 15 overs. There's 9 maidens in there from Jason Holder. A stunning effort from him. There was just nothing loose at all. Altari Joseph, 0 for 69 from 19. Left arm spinner Veerasamy Permal, 0 for 35 from 13. And Craig Brathwaite, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 7 of the very slowest occasional bowling that you'll see. In goes Seals. Wokes deep in his crease, just up on his toes. Dead bats it down in front of himself, and there is no run. So England have put on 111 in this session. In the middle session they put on 88 for the loss of 1 wicket. As we keep saying, it's only 1 wicket so far in this session, and the scoring rate continues to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And how much would England love Wokes and Bairstow walking to the crease tomorrow morning? Some stiff West Indian bowlers.
Seals in. That is the away swinger, and Chris Wokes has just crunched that through cover all along the floor. You heard the grunt of anguish from Seals, and that was just hung out there too wide, too full. Chris Wokes, that is a really high quality shot. Just leant into it, no thrash about it, and it was at the boundary in no time at all for 4.
Yep. Fantastic shot from Wokes. I think I saw as he walked out to bat, the Barmy Army tweeted, best number 8 in the world. I don't think they're far wrong.
I've just seen a replay of the delivery from Seals, and he's groaning as he's released it because he knows it's come out wrong. I think he knows where it's going to end up. 5th ball of the over. That is straighter. Wokes is turning it on the onside and will take a single as Kemar Roach goes around and picks it up. Single taken. 261 for 6. So Bairstow will be on strike for the final ball of this over.
My comment about Wokes being the best number 8 in the world has got Kimber thinking, desperate to prove me wrong. Who've you got, Kimber?
I know, I was on your side. I was trying to think. I mean, Ashwin in Asia is a better player than Wokes, but I don't think all round is better than Wokes. I mean, they don't use him up the order anywhere else for that reason.
Final ball of the Seals over. Bairstow forward, drops it into the offside, no run. 84 completed here on TalkSport 2.
The two obvious ones are Jadeja and Holder, but because they've batted so well at 8, they don't bat at 8 anymore. so whether you count them as 8, but I mean, Holder, for instance, I think 30 of his innings have been at 8, way more than he's batted anywhere else. But that's why he's batting at 6 now, right? You're probably not going to move Wokes up to 6. Best 8 of all time, Dan Vittori. Fantastic 8. I think he averaged almost 40 batting at 8.
Yeah. Pretty good bowler as well.
Yeah, handy.
But yeah, I think Wokes, I think that's a huge advantage. That's one of the reasons that they've been trying to make it work for so long.
If we're now looking best ever, Sean Pollock, did he bat at 8?
Sean Pollock's the best number 9 of all time.
Number 9?
Off the top of my head, yeah. But don't forget that they had Boucher sometimes batted at 8. But I think Pollock would have been one of the best 8s as well.
Gareth Batty's chipping in with Klusner. That would be...
Well, they had Klusner at 6, Boucher at 7, Pollock at 9, and then eventually I think they were 7, 8, and 9 as well. 7, 8, 9, so even further down the order.
Jason Holder to start his 16th over. Wokes is coming forward, just pushes it into the offside, no run.
New Zealand also, I think Hadley batted at 8 as well, so there's been some handy ones, but there's no doubt. I mean, Chris Wokes technically looks you know when in club cricket sometimes a guy comes out number 8 and you go, they haven't seen much of him in the nets, have they? If you compared his technique to the other England techniques, that's probably what the sort of thing you'd be thinking of.
Well, of course he will be opening the bowling for England. He'll get the new ball. In goes Holder. It's an inside edge from Wokes onto his leg and drops down at his feet. He actually just taps it to the slipped fielders so that they can pick it up and throw it back to Holder. Chris Wokes and Craig Overton set to open the bowling. Mark Wood first change. Ollie Robinson obviously injured and unavailable for this first test of this 3-match series. So it's a slightly new approach, new look. England bowling side. Oh, Wokes is beaten on by that one from Holder. Seemed to grip a little bit in the surface and go through to keeper Josh De Silva, and there is no run.
The ball's done something. I think there was that period, maybe from about the 65th over, 15 overs till the new ball came, that didn't really do a great deal. There was a lot of spin on at that point. Didn't spin a lot, of course, but with the newer ball, it's definitely done something all day, hasn't it? Bit of swing, bit of nip. The bowlers are certainly in the game.
In comes Holder. In behind it is Wokes, just opening the face a touch, guides it to gully, no run.
Having said that, the pace has gone out the wicket, hasn't it? From this morning it was kind of carrying through. We saw the wicket-keeper De Silva taking a few above his head. And it's all well and good the ball doing something, but you want it doing something at pace. That's when you're in the game as a bowler and you can try and force the edge, whereas if it's not coming off the pitch too quickly, batsmen can adjust counter any kind of movement that's there.
Jason Holder got a bit of a problem. He seems to be fairly uncomfortably going back to the end of his mark. He's got his sort of feeling around his left foot. I wonder if there's a bit of a toe jabbing it into the boot or something. He did go off earlier.
Manners broken glass.
Well, yes. Holder in. So clipped on the leg side, just wide of the man at short mid-wicket by Chris Wokes. And that new ball gets out to the boundary pretty quickly. There is Shamar Brooks out there sweeping. So it will be a couple. Wokes will go to 20. It's 263 for 6.
And when he went off the field, he was definitely pointing to the physio to his left foot or leg or whatever that was. We haven't got anything confirmed yet. Just having a look at Bairstow's innings so far today against Joseph, Roach, Seals, Pamal and Brathwaite. He's striking at 60, and against Jason Holder he's striking at 18. He certainly picked the bowler he doesn't want to try and score off, and with everyone else he's been
Holder in to complete the over, outside of off stump by Wokes. It's through to the keeper. No run.
With everyone else has been rotating pretty easily or scoring quite quickly, so no one else is under a strike rate of 50. So he certainly picked the bowler that he doesn't want to try any chances off.
Well, that is 85 overs gone. It is 5:28 local time. And we are in the half an hour extra, so we've got 2 minutes to play, so there'll be one more over today. Bairstow 108 not out. Chris Wokes with him 20 not out. These two have put on 49 from 94 deliveries. Scoring rate for England in the innings, just a smidge over 3. 263 in the day from the 85 overs that we've had sent down. And Bairstow will be on strike for the first ball of the final over, to be bowled by Seals. And Bairstow immediately turns it on the leg side, gets himself to the non-striker's end, and has a bit of unofficial night watchman duties done by Chris Wokes. So Bairstow gets one from the first.
Well, that is beautiful. Just one off the first ball. There you go, Wokesy. You see the 5 out, please, mate.
Yeah, give him a bit of a clue. Start undoing your gloves at the non-striker's end.
That was always the moment when you look down the other end and your mate's taking his gloves off. You're like, okay, cool. That's the 50-run partnership between these two, Wokes and Bairstow, off 95 balls. Very, very good partnership again.
Well, the West Indies just changing the field, so Wokes is going to back away. They've still got 2 slips and a gully, although there is the gap between keeper and first slip. Josh De Silva will take this from Seals as Wokes doesn't play at it. Seemed to hurry through to Josh De Silva a little bit, that one, and whether he was slightly misjudged it as the light just obviously 5:30 in the evening in the Caribbean, it starts to disappear pretty quickly. Whole ground, there's no shadows anywhere anymore. Seals is in, and it's a bit of width, and Wokes drives through the offside. It was aerial for a little bit, and there was a couple of cries to catch it, but there wasn't anyone close to it, and it might be the final over of the day. But if that ball is meant to be there to hit for 4, Chris Wokes will hit it for 4, and he does exactly that all along the floor. Once it goes past the fielder, and it's away for a boundary.
It's a shot, the best number 8 in world cricket. Unbelievable shot this. Crisp through the covers. I mean, it wasn't a half volley either.
On the replay, Seals looked disappointed that went for 4, but it was straight off the middle of the bat. Wokes in behind this one, pushing to Shamar Brooks at point, no run. 2 more balls of the day's play then.
I wonder what Joe Root would have paid for 268 for 6 at lunch.
So I wonder if he would have given his Alice band for it. For anyone who's not seen Joe Root for a while, the hairband is back. Perhaps the breaking news of the day. In goes Seals to Wokes. In behind this one. And pushes back down the pitch, so Johnny Bairstow can undo his gloves, because unless the bowler oversteps or sends a wide down, the next delivery will be the final one of the day. Johnny Bairstow can think about what he's going to do for the evening and prepare for his batting tomorrow. You're giggling, Jared Kimber, at what's being called out.
Well, I'm just not sure why you're commentating when Jason Holder is doing your job far louder in the background the whole time. He does it. The more tired his team, the West Indians look, generally the louder Jason Holder gets. There was the Test match against Sri Lanka where literally there was the commentators just had to turn the stump mic off. He wasn't abusive or anything. It was some friendly advice, but it was so constant and so loud the whole time. They just turned the stump mics off, and you can hear, if you can hear that very loud voice occasionally in the background, that's Jason Holder.
So here we go then. Final ball of the day. Seals goes in, and Chris Wokes stays in line, plays it back down the pitch, past the stumps at the non-striker's end, marks his guard one more time, and the umpire calls time for the day, and it's the end of the first day of this 3-match series, and it's one that England, well, they started badly, but they've ended it in really, really good shape. Johnny Bairstow walks off 109 not out. He gets a hug from Kemar Roach as he walks past, and now a couple of the other West Indians come up to shake his hand. Jason Holder gives them that shrug as if to say, well played, mate. You were better than us today. And Johnny Bairstow will make his way off. So England won the toss at 9:30 West Indian time this morning. Joe Root said, we will have a bat. Alex Lees made his debut, took the first ball of the match and hit one of the first balls he faced for a boundary, but unfortunately that was his only score. Scoring shot. He was dismissed LBW by Kemar Roach for 4. Zach Crawley made 8 from 2 boundaries actually before being caught off the inside edge of his bat from the bowling of Seals. De Silva taking a good catch, diving away to his left hand side. Joe Root made 13 from 14 balls before leaving one from Kemar Roach that nipped back and just grazed the outside of off stump, teased the bail off the top. Joe Root gone for 13, and when Dan Lawrence was caught off the bowling of Holder in the slips for 20 from 38, England were in trouble at 48 for 4 in the 16th over. But Stokes and Bairstow came together. Stokes was eventually dismissed, bowled by Seals off a big inside edge. He'd made 36 from 75. That had taken the score to 115 for 5. So the rebuilding was on, but not necessarily complete. When he was dismissed, Ben Foakes came in. He made a very good 42 from 87. That was 214 for 6 when he was LBW to Jason Holder. But Johnny Bairstow made his 8th Test match 100, getting to 109 not out at the end of the day. Chris Wokes with him, 24 not out from 51 balls. The wickets, well, it was 2 for Roach, 2 for Seals, and 2 for Holder. So a pretty decent day, all things considered from an England point of view. They wouldn't have been happy early doors, but they'll be pretty pleased with how things have ended up in the end. So Johnny Bairstow, as we mentioned, Johnny's day most definitely. 100 in Australia. He's come to the West Indies. He made 100 in the warm-up game. He's continued it as he makes 109 not out from 216 balls, 17 fours to his name. So congratulations to Johnny Bairstow, and England will look to continue this on tomorrow. So TalkSport 2 will be back with you at 1:30 tomorrow, but don't go anywhere, because the following on podcast is coming next with all of the analysis and breakdown of the day and interviews from the players as well.
You're listening to the following on podcast from TalkSport 2 in partnership with the ECB. I'm John Norman, and today joined by former England internationals Gareth Batty and Mark Pryor to look back at what turned out to be a good day for England on day one of the first test against the West Indies in Antigua. Certainly didn't look like it was going to end England's way in the early stages, with England getting off to the worst possible start. The new look England at top order suffering very familiar same old problems.
That's straighter. That's taken on the pad by Roach. He really wants that one, LBW. He's got it.
Seals is in.
Oh, that's an inside edge. It is brilliantly taken by Josh De Silva.
Oh, and that's very, very close. Oh, it's out.
Here is Holdridge, gone, taken at second slip.
Debutant Alex Leach, Zach Crawley, Joe Root and Dan Lawrence all falling cheaply. England reduced to 48 for 4 before Ben Stokes and Johnny Bairstow rallied against the West Indies to take them to 115 for 5 before a 99-run partnership between Bairstow and Ben Foakes, England's current and past wicketkeepers, putting England in a much healthier position.
Short, wide. And that has been crunched away by Johnny Bairstow. Foakes comes down the ground. Oh, that's a beautiful shot.
Here is Alzari Joseph, short and pulled away by Johnny Bairstow in bang, 4 runs through mid-wicket. Lovely shot.
Foakes fell for 42 to leave England on 214 for 6, but the day was dominated by Bairstow, who continued his rich vein of form with his second 100 in his last 3 innings.
Brathwaite in once again, and it's swept powerfully by Johnny Bairstow behind square on the leg side, and he leaps in the air to celebrate his 8th Test 100.
Plenty to discuss over the next 15 minutes or so. You're listening to Following On. Well, the covers coming on at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, North Sound, Antigua. I'm alongside Gareth Batty and Matt Pryor, who've been commentating on TalkSport 2 throughout the day. Bats, I'll start with you. It was there were some familiar failings at the top of England's top order, and whilst the pencils were being sharpened, it must be said, some terrific new ball bowling as well.
Yeah, they started well, the West Indians, led by Kemar Roach and Holder and Seals. They were good. They just hit fuller lengths. They swung the ball both ways. They were prepared to be driven, and they got the wickets on the back of that. You would suggest Crawley and Lawrence both just looking to push out in front of the body, play in front of themselves. Lee's caught on the crease, fine piece of bowling from Roach. And then Joe Root, just one of those things, it's a fine margin between leaving it, perfect and it just clipping the top of off. So you wouldn't be too worried about the Root dismissal, but the drives, you're just saying, come on, it's outside the eye line, you're just pushing a little bit on what looks like a new ball surface. Very easy to say in hindsight, but possibly just got to make the bowlers come to you a little bit more.
Yeah, was it inexperienced, Matt? I mean, if you look at the players that were out on the drive, Zach Crawley, I know he's the senior partner alongside the debutant Leach, but he hasn't played a lot of cricket for England. Back in the side again after a relatively successful Ashes, Dan Lawrence as well, he's back at number 4 for the first time. Even Stokes was caught actually in a similar position. Not so much inexperience from him, but can you afford the England batsman that credit, for want of a better word?
Look, Lee's was done, let's be honest, with just good bowling. Kemar Roach from around the wicket was swinging the ball away from him towards the slips, and I think it was 18, 19 balls that just went away.